Introduction. This book, Praises be to Allah. We praise Him and seek His help and forgiveness, and take refuge in Him from the evils of ourselves and the ramifications of our bad deeds. Whomever God guides us is truly guided, and those who are misled, no one will ever be able to guide them. And I bear witness that Allah is the one and only God. He has no partners, and I bear witness that our Prophet Muhammad is his servant and messenger. The Breakthrough of the Mind is a book that reviews some of the evidence and signs that prove the existence of the Creator. Be He exalted, and prove that Islam is the truest and perfect religion. The book never claims or aims at compiling every evidence under the sun, and no one can ever accomplish that. It might not even contain new evidence, other than the evidence God embedded in all of us and around us, and shown in His honored book. We don't need new evidence, because God has perfected His religion, as He said, "Prohibited to you are dead animals, blood, the flesh of swine, and that which has been dedicated to other than Allah, and those animals killed by strangling, or by a violent blow, or by a headlong fall, or by goring of horns, and those from which a wild animal has eaten, except what you are able to slaughter before its death, and those which are sacrificed on stone altars, and prohibited is that you seek decision through divining arrows. That is grave disobedience. This day those who disbelieve have despaired of defeating your religion. So fear them not, but fear me. This day I have perfected for you your religion, and completed my favor upon you, and have approved for you Islam as religion. But whoever is forced to severe hunger with no inclination to sin, then indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful." Surah Al-Ma'idah. And there is no doubt that the evidence for the presence of the Creator is one of the most important requirements of faith, because it's the foundation upon which the structure of faith is erected. But like the rest of the foundations of faith, it needs to be purified of the impurities which might have accumulated during one's journey for various reasons, and to show the strength of its argument in order to face the newest challenges. The Prophet, peace and praises be upon him, said, "Allah sends to this nation people who revive the faith at the beginning of every 100 years. What's meant by reviving is not inventing new foundations for this faith, or new beliefs, but rather to revive the faith already existing in people's selves, by diagnosing the diseases of this nation and preparing the necessary remedies from within the never-depleting reservoir and the ever-streaming river of the honored book, the Quran, and the pure Hadith. The Breakthrough of a Mind is one of those books that follow the light of the perfect evidence inspired by God to His prophet and messenger, Muhammad, peace and praises be upon him, to remedy and deal with those modern skeptic thoughts around the issue of faith. And certainly it won't be the last book of its kind, as these efforts remain part of God's plan for our existence until God inherits the earth and everything on it. The battle will always continue between the forces of good and evil, and humanity will always continue to question and stir confusion about those deeply rooted, intuitive, and natural knowledge during the entirety of its journey in this life. So those whose hearts are diseased will always find something to cling to in order to justify for themselves why they're incapable of seeing the shining light of the evidence. There are many books specialized in answering the newest heresies, and even answering the Jewish and Christian Orientalists. But we are in shortage of books specialized in answering atheism and irreligiosity. The reason for this is that the root of this evil weed, atheism, was planted in places far away from the Islamic lands. But in our time and age, geographical distances have become obsolete, and most of the barriers and obstacles that separate between the different cultures don't exist anymore. So, it has become our necessary duty to deal with this issue. There is another reason atheism in the previous ages was only a heresy uttered by someone here or there, or at best the beliefs of secluded groups. But it's different today. For example, we have what's known today as New Atheism, which has many advocates and outspoken theorists and philosophers, and will never be satisfied with a silent and peaceful place in one corner of the human thought. But it rather strongly desires to be in the front of the scene, attacking religion and the faith in the Creator, disguised in a cloak of science and philosophy, which requires the vigilant person to view all of their claims so they can be answered in the best possible ways. And God is the best helper. How do I read this book? The book will cover some of the basic and fundamental evidence for the existence of the Creator, be He exalted, and that Islam is the truest religion. Understanding this part of the book is in the capacity of everyone, and they might not even need this book in order to understand this much. But the book will also deal with the arguments of the atheists and the irreligious people against this evidence, and provide the refutations for them. This will require going deep into problematic scientific and philosophical subjects, which might be too complex for some people to grasp. There are people who are fond of scientific subjects and prefer those to philosophical subjects, and other people who prefer philosophy to science. So you might find some satisfaction in learning key words and general definitions without neglecting the whole subject, because that will save a lot of time and effort if you'd like to search deeply into that subject and understand it thoroughly one day. And you might use it to help someone who has questions and doubts by giving them the suitable references for the subjects they need to learn about. Lastly, most of the questions I included in this book are questions I was asked by atheists in one-on-one debates and general discussions on internet websites, or by Muslims who have questions or want to have the necessary knowledge in order to answer these arguments. Ahmed Ibrahim. Chapter 1. The Nature and Properties of the Evidence for the Existence of a Creator. This chapter will discuss the methodology of the evidence that led to the belief in a Creator, and not the evidence themselves in detail, because this part must be clarified first before getting into a debate with agnostics or atheists or those sophists who just deny everything. Without a clear method and basic principles agreed upon between the two parties, any such debate will be fruitless. The noble Quran depicts the stubbornness of those people who refused to believe the messengers in the past. When they demanded specific proofs and said that they would never believe unless their prophets brought forth those specific proofs, just to deny everything afterwards and continue to disbelieve, even after the prophet showed them the proofs they asked for. Just as Pharaoh said, "Then why have there not been placed upon him bracelets of gold, or come with him the angels in conjunction?" Surah Az-Zukhruf 53. Instead of looking at the evidences the prophet Moses, peace be upon him, had shown him, the Egyptian Pharaoh turned away from them and asked for another evidence, claiming that the proofs he now wanted would satisfactorily prove to him that Moses is a prophet, and that if Moses made this happen, he would only then follow him. Thus was always what disbelievers used to say to the messengers, that if they were real prophets, then they must be able to bring their dead ancestors back to life. And when our verses are recited to them as clear evidences, their argument is only that they say, "Bring back our forefathers, if you should be truthful." Surah Al-Jathiyah 25. The same way the polytheists of Quraysh said to Prophet Muhammad, peace and praises upon him, that they won't believe him unless he breaks open a spring for them from the ground, and so on and so forth, endlessly arguing and asking for more evidence, which only led them to more denial and stubbornness. And they say, "We will not believe you until you break open for us from the ground a spring, or until you have a garden of palm trees and grapes that make rivers gush forth within them in force and abundance, or make the heaven fall upon us in fragments as you have claimed, or bring Allah and the angels before us. Or you have a house of gold, or you ascend into the sky, and even then we will not believe in your ascension until you bring down to us a book we may read. Say, exalted is my Lord. Was I ever but a human messenger?" Surah Al-Isra 90-93. This avoidance of rational discussion of the evidence by demanding different proofs other than the ones their prophets brought stabs at the very methodological structure of the evidence. meaning that this denial gives the impression or illusion that the proofs the prophets, peace be upon them, brought forward to their people at the beginning of their invitation to God were not enough for one to open their eyes to knowledge and certainty, as if those proofs were only probabilities, mental suggestions, or maybe even fallacies. Disbelievers often argued that only when the prophets show them the proofs they suggest, then and only then they will believe in God's messages. And today, those who choose to disbelieve in a creator practice these same old ways in their attempts to disprove the evidence for belief as based on incomplete knowledge, or that it contains flaws or fallacies, or that they don't really serve the purpose they are supposed to be serving. Then, instead of honestly and carefully analyzing the proofs in detail, they deny the whole thing, saying that the method is wrong, and then they propose the right method by which a proof should be judged as sound and true. They, for example, say that only experimental evidence can be the way to know any truth, and since we can't experimentally verify the existence of a creator, then it can't be a truth. And consequently, any proofs that the disbelievers in a creator present are of no value and are not worthy of a serious discussion. An atheist or an agnostic then says to you, "Bring me an experimental proof that a creator exists," or just forget it. But is the experimental method really the only way to acquiring knowledge? And is this approach able to explain all kinds of truth? This is what we will be discussing shortly. There are also those who say, why should all the proofs for the existence of a creator be inferential? If Allah wants us to believe in him, why doesn't he end all of this confusion and just let us see him? Isn't a direct sensory evidence the strongest and most appropriate evidence for a fateful matter like this? There are also those whose exaggerations leads them to sophistry, eventually losing any kind of certainty in everything. For those people, neither experimental sciences nor direct evidence of the senses can be satisfactory, and they are not even able to know whether this world really exists or if it's an illusion in their heads, because to them, there is no way to be certain of anything, and anyone who seeks certainty is asking for an illusion or an impossibility, at least from their point of view. There are also those who claim that there are no real evidence in the case of believing in a creator, and that it is at best not more than guesswork and filling gaps in our limited knowledge. All of those people refuse the method and the accuracy of the evidence supporting a belief in the creator, without discussing the evidence directly or in detail. How to answer those people? How strong is the evidence for belief really? This and more is what will be discussed in this chapter, Allah willing. Is the belief in the Creator associated with the basis of all sciences and axioms? It is of Allah's grace that He doesn't burden anyone beyond their capacity, and since every sane person is invited to believe, then it must be within their capacity to verify the truths of a belief system for themselves, no matter how simple-minded they are or what kind of education they received. He, be He glorified and exalted, is the most generous, the most patient. For this reason, He made those truths simple and instinctive, self-evident, and a basis to any knowledge out there, such as the casualty principle, which will be explained shortly. The principles upon which humankind have built all of our knowledge and sciences are themselves evidence for the existence of a creator, before being evidence to anything else. A human being is unable to know anything in the world unless this knowledge is based upon those basic principles, which are themselves evidence for belief. This puts every skeptic in the evidences of belief between two choices. Number one, either they deny all the knowledge they gained during their lives in order to deny the evidence for belief, and in this case, they won't be able to claim that their opinion about the issue of belief has any value. Number two, or they accept those basics when it comes to sciences only to reject them when they debate the issue of belief in the Creator. Thus, they reveal their self-contradiction, pride, ingratitude, and stubbornness. And this shows how strong the argument for the evidence of belief is, and the solid connection between this evidence and the basic principles on which all science is based upon. In fact, the deeper the knowledge of mankind and their awareness of themselves and their place in the universe, the stronger the evidence for belief in a creator. This is exactly the opposite of what irreligious people claim, that belief is based upon primitive perceptions, and that religious concepts are continually fading away as human knowledge and awareness are progressing. But the truth is exactly the opposite, because each new knowledge humanity acquires should be a reminder of the basics upon which this knowledge is built. And these basics are what verify all knowledge, as there is nothing we humans know that is not based upon the principle of causality. And if causality is a major proof that a single creator exists, and it represents the basis of all science and certainties, then what knowledge do we have that's more strongly proven than the knowledge that a creator exists? Certainly none. This might be, and Allah knows best, what Moses, peace be upon him, alluded to as he spoke to the Pharaoh. Pharaoh said, "And what is the Lord of the worlds?" Moses said, "Lord of the heavens and the earth and all that is in between them, if you seek to be convinced with certainty." Surah Ash-Shu'ara 23-24. Meaning, if you're really certain of anything, you must first be certain of Allah's existence and His divinity. The explanation of Fathul Qadir, a Quranic interpretation, says if you are certain, means if you are certain of anything in life, then you should be certain of this first. Another Quranic interpretation, Al-Kashf, says if you are ever certain of anything, then this, the existence of a creator, should be the first certain knowledge, because of its clarity and shining truth. Al-Tabari, a third Quranic interpretation, says, if you are certain, Moses says, if you are certain that what you are perceiving or experiencing around you truly exists, then you must also be certain that Allah is the Lord of the heavens and the earth and everything between them. So, you who claims to know anything, on what basis do you claim you do know it? Was it something other than the principle of causality? Causality is, first and foremost, a proof of the existence of a creator. That is why believing in the creator is the first certainty and the basis of all certainties. And there is another great benefit in observing the inseparability of, the correlation between, the evidence of a creator and the things you consider certain in life. And that is your own independence to know this truth, whilst not needing other people to verify it for you. You will not feel inferior to those intelligent, knowledgeable people who choose to disbelieve, because even if these people's own intelligence and knowledge help them gain knowledge in ways you can't, their knowledge doesn't help them see the forest for the trees, for the simple reason that a basic principle can't be negated by a branch of knowledge. Basic principles are the foundations of every knowledge and science, and everything else is equal in front of this truth, unless someone claims that their branch of knowledge allow them to discover that the evidence for belief in a creator is not in accordance with the basic principles which we all approve of. Then this is a different issue. The statement, "the whole is bigger than its individual parts," is an axiom known by all people, whether they're simple-minded or extremely intelligent. And it's a truth that a simple-minded person doesn't require the approval of this intelligent individual in order for them to believe it. They are simply certain of it without the need of anyone else's opinion. This, in and of itself, ensures the survival of everyone from a great affliction, namely the following of other opinions without verification for oneself. This is a fallacy known as appeal to authority, where as soon as this or that great scientist or great wise person says something, it soon becomes a solid and non-negotiable truth for some people, who unfortunately disable their faculties of reasoning, even though they don't really have a single proof for what that person is saying. And instead of verifying the truth for themselves and finding the evidence that led and urged this scientist or wise person to make their claims, the exact opposite happens. They blindly believe whatever that authority is stating to be a truth, and the case is closed, where those statements become final instead of being a starting point to learn, just because someone they respect and revere had said it. And that is why those people won't have an excuse to present to God on Judgment Day. As Allah says, "The day their faces will be turned about in the fire, they will say, 'How we wish we had obeyed Allah and obeyed the Messenger.' And they will say, Our Lord, indeed, we obeyed our masters and our dignitaries, and they led us astray from the right way. Surah Al-Ahzab, 66 through 67. The difference between natural disposition or intuition and primitive perception of things. Intuition, or al-fitra, resembles a shining dot at the center of the heart of every human being that God created, and it guides each one of us throughout their life journey. This dot contains all goodness and is highly repulsive towards evil, and this shows clearly in the innocence of children. Prophet Muhammad, peace and praises be upon him, said, No child is born except upon the natural disposition, al-fitra. Within this shining dot, there are imprinted basic guidelines which constantly work on straightening and correcting one's understanding and enable each person to understand, gain knowledge, and be creative. There are also within this dot intuitive truths that a person can successfully use with ease without having to exert any effort to prove them. It becomes the foundation upon which a person bases their life, day after day, during their life journey. And without doubt, there are those who go astray and build their lives upon wrong foundations. And there are those who build it on straight and strong foundations. For this reason, and because that dot is the point of beginning, and because it is the deepest place within ourselves, when a non-believer repents and chooses Islam, they feel a great comfort, like a traveler who has been traveling for a long time and finally comes back home. It is also for the same reason that all people, including atheists and those who worship other gods, resort to God alone and forget everything else when they face adversity. Because when someone is in a time of great distress and fear, they will most likely reach for the most deeply rooted truths within themselves and find this deep shining spot within themselves to cling to. To this effect, Allah says, And when adversity touches you at sea, lost are all those you invoke except for Him. But when He delivers you to the land, you turn away from Him. And ever is man ungrateful. Surah Al-Ezra, 67. And He also says, And when affliction touches man, he calls upon us, whether lying on his side or sitting or standing. But when we remove from him his affliction, he continues in disobedience, as if he had never called upon us to remove an affliction that touched him. Thus is made pleasing to the transgressors that which they have been doing. Surah Yunus, 12. He also said, And when adversity touches man, he calls upon his Lord, turning to him alone. Then when he bestows on him a favor from himself, he forgets him whom he called upon before, and he attributes to Allah partners to mislead people from his way. Say, Enjoy your disbelief for a little. Indeed, you are of the companions of the fire. Surah Az-Zumar, 8. But there is a very dangerous notion, which is to confuse intuition or instinct with primitive perceptions. The existence of intuition in a human being since birth equips them with the ability to identify the truth and the ability to accept it and to cherish it. This applies to all walks of life, especially when it comes to knowing God and true religion. But intuition alone doesn't allow a person to know everything, and it doesn't make them immune from forming, because of various factors, wrong perceptions about themselves and about the universe around them. That is why God, be He blessed and glorified, clarifies that a human being is born without any knowledge whatsoever, but He still bestows on them the tools necessary to gain knowledge, the faculties of hearing and seeing, senses to experiment and directly observe phenomena, and intellect, mental and analytical tools to understand and explain those phenomena and know the difference between things and the correlation between them. As Allah says, And Allah has extracted you from the wombs of your mothers, not knowing a thing, and He made for you hearing and vision and intellect that perhaps you would be grateful. Surah Al-Nahl, 78. Primitive perceptions about things should never be considered intuitive or instinctive, because that might indicate that those perceptions are truths that we were taught by God through intuition, and this is certainly not the case. When a primitive person is proven wrong by science, those who think that those perceptions are the same as intuition would mistrust intuition as an honest guide to the truth. And this is precisely what atheists exploit in their claim that religion is a primitive perception which science will completely defeat one day. For example, when a person looks up at the sun and moon and finds them in constant motion, then looks at the earth and finds it standing still, they would initially think that the sun and moon are rotating around the earth. But we know now that is false, and that this was a primitive notion that's no longer held. And if you ask a blind person about this matter, they would be able to tell you, even though the blind person is in possession of the same intuitive capability that a person with sound sight possesses. The same thing applies to the way we perceive colors. We look around and we see green, yellow, and red items, and we think that those colors are innate qualities of them, while in truth those items have absorbed the rest of the wavelengths from the white light, reflecting only the wavelength for the color that we see. Similarly, black items are black because they absorb all the light and don't reflect any colors. However, if you ask a blind person about the color of things, they won't know the answer. This all shows us that these are only primitive perceptions about things, which have nothing to do with intuition. The same thing can also be applied to the perception of time, the nature of matter and waves, and many other things that science completely changed our perception about. Many people refused these scientific prepositions at first because they thought they were contradicting what they naturally know. On the other hand, many others refused all talk about intuition on the basis that science proved the wrongness of our primitive thoughts. However, both sides are wrong. Why don't we see God directly, or the evidence of His existence direct? If we require direct evidence of God instead of inferential and intellectual evidence of His existence, then there won't be any meaning or need for things like the mind, free will, or choice, and there wouldn't be room for testing the human being, who God has distinguished from all other creatures by entrusting them with the most precious gift, the mind, and made this world a test for them. Most living beings, specifically animals and humans, including the mentally healthy and mentally incompetent ones, are able to perceive things. But only the mentally sound person is capable of inferential reasoning to connect between things and events which might not be experienced together. And since the objective of any test is to show the distinction between the examinees and not what they are all equally capable of doing, then inferential evidence is the most appropriate form of testing humankind, because it targets the intellect, the only quality that distinguishes humans from animals. And that is the reason why in Islam, only sane people are held responsible for knowing God, be He glorified and exalted, and insane people are excused because they are not in possession of the tool that enables them to know God. Inferential reasoning is a scientific method used by all sciences. For example, even though we've never really seen gravity or subatomic particles, we know that they exist and know what characteristics they have by observing their indirect effects. This is inferential reasoning as used in science. This answers those who argue that true and conclusive evidence can only be the one that we test through our direct senses, and who regard inferential evidence as insufficient for true knowledge and certainty, answering the claim that there can be no certainty. There are those who claim that certainty can never be attained, and that we cannot be certain of anything because the foundations upon which one builds their knowledge, namely scientific theories, constantly change, and that the conclusions our minds draw from our experiences cannot always be trusted. Such things can be heard from a teenager who happened to hear some scientific and philosophical terms of which they don't really have a deep or sufficient knowledge about. Then you hear them parroting to you that truth is relative, because of Einstein's theory of relativity. This is completely untrue, because the theory has nothing whatsoever to do with the truth being relative or not. And anyone who does that shows that they don't know anything about Einstein's theory except its name. They might have also heard about Karl Popper's scientific principle of falsifiability, which states that the scientific method is central to skepticism, and that scientific theories cannot be 100% verified by any possible accumulation of observational evidence. They can be provisionally accepted if they survive serious attempts to falsify them. But at the same time, they can never be established conclusively. Such phrases could lead one to a generalized state of doubt about everything under the sun. But the truth of the matter is not so. As all those statements do not mean that we don't have evidence for our current knowledge, but the objective is that we should never fall into the trap of inductive generalization fallacy. If all the swans we see in Europe are white, then we can't say that there can't be other colors for swans, because there could be black swans in Australia. Similarly, the evidence that could disprove something that we believe is true shouldn't be refused, because if such refuting evidence is true, it has a stronger position than the supportive evidence. This is undoubtedly true, but it doesn't lead to the exaggerated conclusion of those who say that there can be no certainty. I'll use an example that combines all the previous ideas so that it can be clear to the reader the path of those who are lost in their reasoning and the path which rational people should take. For example, the classic Galilean relativity invariance is a principle that we can all experience when we deal with conventional velocity. For as we all know, if we travel at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour and another object travels beside us in the same direction at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, we will see it traveling at our own speed, 100 kilometers per hour. But if the object travels in the opposite direction, we see it traveling at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. What happens here is that speed differs from the different motion of the observer. But if we deal with great speed approaching the speed of light, 0.8, 0.9, and 0.99 of the speed of light, we will start to feel that there is a mistake in the detection of speed, and that something went wrong, such that if we start to deal with the speed of light, we get into a really strange dilemma. That is, the speed of light is always constant. As if we travel at such great speed and a beam of light passes behind us, we will see it traveling at the normal speed of light, similar to what we measure if we stood still on the ground. The same thing will happen if it traveled in the opposite direction. This observation is one that refuted the Galilean relativity which we saw, and still see it as very accurate in our daily experiences. This shows us that the concepts and principles which we thought apply to all cases are actually only true within specific conditions and limitations. We then sought a different approach to describe the relationships of time, space, and motion, namely the relativity theory of Einstein, who, looking for an appropriate solution to this dilemma, has found that time dilates and that length contracts whenever speed approaches the speed of light, because time is not constant as we used to think, but rather it is the speed of light that is constant. So, the theory of relativity doesn't really say that everything is relative, but rather states that the speed of light is constant, and not time or space as we used to think. Consequently, there is no such thing as an absolute frame reference, as Newtonian mechanics used to describe the cosmos as a huge theater stage over which all events are taking place. Therefore, the relativity theory replaced those old paradigms, but it didn't state that there are no certainties, as some people might deduce from its name. That scientific theories can be refuted and replaced by other new ones after presenting supportive evidence, this is what the philosophy of science achieves by means of the falsification principle, and they don't mean that there can never be true evidence for anything in this world. But if we put aside this teen talk and begin to investigate the philosopher's sayings, we will find that some philosophers did indeed, and still do, carry the flag of skepticism, both in the old world and modern times. And you could notice that even though some scientists quote such ideas in their popular books or TV interviews, they won't apply them to their serious peer-reviewed research or academic books, because these exaggerations have nothing to do with science or intellect in reality, as I will show you now, God willing. The agnostic, when they resort to their most protective corner. The agnostic always thinks that they have a protective corner they can resort to whenever they feel that they are bombarded by arguments, and that is to dig themselves in more and more skepticism, thinking that they can go on questioning everything endlessly, including logical facts or mental faculties and our perception of reality. But the truth of the matter is not anything like what the agnostic thinks. Let's assume the following conversation between a believer, let's call him Amir, and an agnostic named Zayed, and that, for example, Amir's argument is now the imperative fact that two opposite things cannot exist at the same time and place. The agnostic will then resort to their best protective corner and start questioning this fact in order to escape from the idea of faith and its shackling responsibilities that begin to appear on the horizon. Zayed, how do we know that logical axioms are true? Amir, excuse me, Do you mean that a thing can be itself and its exact opposite at the same time? What does that even mean? Zayed. This means that there is a possibility that a thing can have a property and its exact opposite in certain conditions, or some other universe perhaps, or Amir. Wait a minute, my agnostic friend. I didn't mean that with my question, but I meant that you have just unintentionally employed the same principle that you're trying to refute. Zayed. How so? Amir. Because when you try to question the impossibility of the union of two opposite things, you begin by the assumption that there is a contradiction between thinking that two opposites can exist together, and that two things cannot exist together, and that if one of these two propositions is true, the other is not true, and consequently, these two propositions can't exist together. What is happening here is that you aren't able to go on with skepticism indefinitely as you might think, because in the end you will find yourself appealing to the very logic that you're trying to refute. This happens because these facts are the very cognitive content and the very truth that we're trying to discover with our minds, as they are related to existence itself, independent of our minds. And this is why they stay resistant whenever we try to manipulate them, because without these facts, there is no existence, no meaning, no knowledge, and no truth. These facts are not a part of our knowledge. They are knowledge itself. They are the truth itself. And this puts an agnostic in a situation where they have to choose between two things. Either their mind stops doing its job, that is, acquiring knowledge, or they admit to the fact that there is an independent truth whose origins and fundamentals are deeply rooted in the mind, in the form of intuitive truths. So the mind can't proceed a single step unless it finds a possible path, even if this step is toward skepticism, because there is no functioning, no proceeding forward unless there is a path. Zayed. All so-called facts could be wrong, because there is no way we can be sure about them except by using our minds, and our minds are themselves forced to employ the same logic that we are trying to verify. We are forced to use our minds, even though we don't know whether they are the right means to obtain knowledge or not. Therefore, we can't be certain of anything, and we should maintain our skepticism and question everything. Amir, it isn't like that. But you didn't pay attention to something very important. That is, if we choose to say that these logical facts are true or false, or even if we say that we don't know whether they're true or not, all of those choices lead to the same conclusion, that these facts are true, because of the existence of different choices. If we choose one, we can't choose the other. This means that we're still employing the same logical fact, that two opposites can unite. This rule is the very meaning of knowledge. And it's an independent meaning, not an invention of the mind, but it's rather already there, and the mind only discovers it. Just like using our senses to discover things around us, there are people who say that what we are detecting with our senses could be wrong. This is possible, but anyone who refuses to use the senses themselves to discover their surroundings doesn't have the right to invent another way. You either use your eyes to look at things, or you just close them. But to use your eyes to hear, or to not see what you're actually seeing, is complete nonsense. The same thing happens with using the mind to discover and infer meanings that might or might not describe reality. What you're trying to do, for example, is using the mind to doubt simple logic axioms, by way of doubting the mind itself. And yet you did that by using the mind and these logical axioms themselves as a basis for this skepticism. So you either use the mind to observe and deduce obvious logical axioms, or not use it at all. But you can't use it to question logical axioms. And the conclusion is therefore one of these things. Number one, I use my mind and the logical axioms are true. Number two, I don't use my mind at all. But it can never be, I use my mind and I trust nothing that my mind tells me, or that the logical axioms are doubtful. Whomever wants to refuse all of these options, because again, they are inferences of the mind, they must understand that this doesn't mean that they discovered that logic is wrong, because all they did in this case is that they stopped discovering logic. No more, no less. Zayed. Look, Amir, just pick any logical conclusion, however highly certain it is, then tell me, how do you know that this conclusion is true? Amir. Because its premises are correct. Zayed. And how do you know that its premises are correct? Amir: by using my mind. Zayed: and how do you know that your mind is an appropriate tool to make correct judgments? Suppose that your mind has a defect of some kind. It would be impossible for you to know that it has a defect, and so the correct conclusion is that everything the mind judges is questionable, no matter how certain you think it is. Can you tell me where the fallacy in this conclusion is? Amir: the fallacy is that you think you can build a logical argument to conclude that logical axioms are wrong. And this is impossible, because to say that they are wrong is to admit that there can be wrong things in opposition to right and true things. Therefore, there must be an essence that things possess, and there must be opposites to them. And this conclusion means that there are facts, that there are logical axioms, but you took this conclusion and gave it another name, a useless name, that these facts are not true. It's as if you're making the conclusion that you exist because you're thinking, but then you call this existence absence, as if you're saying, I'm absent because I'm thinking. You can't escape logical consistency, but you can take a conclusion, existence, and change its name, absence. This is the same as concluding that logical axioms are wrong because there are no right or wrong things, in spite of this being an evidence for the existence of right and wrong. Just like concluding that the process of thinking is evidence for the absence of a thinking being, even though it is evidence for the opposite, for the existence of a thinking being. So, doubting logical axioms is a conclusion that can itself be a premise for another inference. That is, there is a difference between the truth, which we just concluded in the example of the existence of a thinking being, and between falsehood, which we have deceived our minds with before. Therefore, your conclusion is not the end of the road as it might seem at first glance, but rather it leads to other necessary conclusions, as you can't use your mind to question logical axioms, but you can stop using your mind altogether, which is equally impossible. Which means that an axiom, an obvious logical fact, is the starting point in any knowledge we acquire, while skepticism isn't the starting, nor is it the ending point of any knowledge we acquire, nor is it abstract non-knowledge that isn't founded on a previous logical structure. But skepticism is, rather, a cognitive product of previous axioms, which enable you to think that there might be other possibilities, other than what we think as absolute truths. And despite the simplicity of this statement, it can only be based on intuitive abilities to distinguish between right and wrong, as opposites that can never be combined. The mix-up in your proposition happens when you change the definitions, putting skepticism as a beginning point to acquire any knowledge, justifying that by thinking that skepticism means total ignorance, which isn't based on any previous knowledge. Then you go on and think of axioms as the end product of knowledge, which requires prior skepticism in order to get that conclusion or axiom. So switching names and places is the root of the problem you have. But to base this conclusion of yours on the imperfection of our minds and knowledge, or that we don't have evidence to prove that what our minds interpret for us is true, is irrational. Because even though all the knowledge that we ever have is dependent of the interpretations of our minds, that doesn't mean you can question basic logical axioms, because you'll need to prove the truth of axioms first in order for you to doubt them, as I just explained. And if you do this, you would abandon logical axioms and the process of thinking altogether. But even in the midst of this abandonment, there would still be one piece of information that you can't doubt, and that is you are an imperfect and ignorant being, and that there is a great chance for you to be deceived. This information can lead us to other conclusions and evidence for the existence of a creator, through the evidence of casualty. Zayed: so you want to say that since we can't but believe what our minds are telling us about logical axioms, then we must accept it because we have no other solution. Amir: no, I didn't say that. But I said that skepticism itself can be an illogical and self-contradicting mental game. And this means that it is invalid, and that logical axioms are true, and can't be logically disproved, not because our minds are the only means we have, and that the mind is programmed to use these logical axioms, but rather because knowledge itself is comprised of those axioms. As you can't begin by assuming that they are wrong, then build a different cognitive structure. even if it's a very simple one, or if it's one simple statement that says that logical axioms are questionable. Zayed. But I still think that if we don't have any other means to gain knowledge except our minds, and therefore we cannot evaluate our own minds, then everything we know must be questionable. And there is no other method with which we can escape this situation, because everything that was said about the mind can be said of any other method. I don't know. Maybe there is no way out of this dilemma, except for each one of us to be a god unto themselves, inherently knowledgeable of all things without reasons or causes. Amir, the way out of this state is to discover the fallacy. Where is the fallacy? The fallacy is that you are using the same logical axioms that you are trying to refute, and this means that you are not doubting everything as you are trying to convince yourself. And you haven't found a shred of evidence to doubt the logical axioms as you think. And you can't use the fact that you don't know everything as a basis to think that there might be something out there, which if we find will give us reason to question simple logical axioms, as you are deluding yourself. Why am I saying that you're deluding yourself? Because you can't use axioms as a starting point to arrive to doubt. And you can't doubt anything unless you use these very axioms. For example, if I use Aladdin's magical lamp to prove that Aladdin's magical lamp is a myth that doesn't exist, I would then be doing something very ridiculous. Because if I use the lamp, then it does exist. And if I proved that it doesn't exist, then I could never have used the lamp. The same thing applies to logical and mathematical proof. You begin with a proposition. And if by using the correct sequence you arrive at the conclusion that the proposition is incorrect, in fact it's just the opposite of what the proposition states, then this is a proof that the proposition is incorrect. You can't combine between the wrong proposition, the contradicting result, and the correct sequence unless you give each one the wrong name. And this is fallacious. Disposing of logical axioms by naming them wrong is meaningless in this case. Zayed, why couldn't it be that our minds are convincing us with all of these things? They could be convincing us with things like the impossibility of the coexistence of two contradictions, or that if something is true, then it can't be false. And if it is false, then it can't be true. Why couldn't it be true and false at the same time? Or maybe a truth isn't as it seems. Maybe what we deem as the truth is falsehood, and the falsehood is truth. Amir, once again, all you did now is give things different names, and you use the same axioms that you're trying to refute, because you yourself consider what you're saying is true, or at least possibly true. And if what you're saying is true, then it can't be false. And if what you're saying can't be true and false at the same time, then this logical axiom is true, even if you give it a different name. Therefore, your skepticism can't be true unless if there is a possibility that it's false, or if skepticism to you can at the same time mean the impossibility of skepticism. How so? Because it would be meaningless to be skeptic about something unless there is a meaning for what is true and what is false. Therefore, logical axioms can't be subject to skepticism, unless you get into a logical paradox that impairs the very evidence that skepticism is trying to provide to prove that something is untrue. Zayed, okay, this is all fine. We won't question logical axioms, but what about the possibility that our minds deceived us by letting us perceive what seem to be very solid and integral facts that we think we can't question? But then if they were seen from a different perspective, a different dimension outside of our minds, we would discover that they are only mental tricks, and that there are no concepts of right and wrong. And we wouldn't even know how these concepts will look like, because there would be a totally different perspective that has nothing to do with our senses, or what we deem as facts, or anything in the world as we know it. Let's call this reality B, for example. Amir, and this possibility you just proposed of a reality B, will everything in this reality B be true and in harmony within it, or not? If your answer is yes, then reality B will have many similarities with our current reality, because things like truth and harmony are the logic of our current reality. If they describe the reality you proposed and apply to it, then it is based on logical axioms. And since our reality bears such similarities to reality B, then reality B has the same logical axioms we know. And if your answer is no, then this proposal is just a meaningless thought, and it's only another fallacious attempt to escape reality. All you did was that you created an illusion and just called it reality B. Therefore, this leads us to these conclusions. Number 1, you can't doubt logical axioms because they are constant and self-evident. Number 2, you can't depend on the deficiency of the mind or the possibility of self-deception in order to hypothesize a different logical reality that invalidates ours. Zayed: this is all great, but it's only according to the standards of our minds, and we can't be certain that this standard is true. Amir: if we are deceived, and we somehow manage to find a way to see ourselves and our current reality from inside reality B, will we be able to see those inside this current reality as deceived or no? If your answer is yes, then this means that the people who inhabit this parallel reality that functions according to reality B are employing the principle of casualty, just like we do. Because deception means that you weren't able, for some reason, to obtain the correct knowledge, or that you weren't able to join reality B. And if the principle of casualty exists in their reality, then they will have the same logical principles as ours. If your answer is no, then the argument is over, and everything we see here in this world is true, and we won't experience anything different if we join reality B. What I wanted to clarify is that there is no logical possibility that invalidates our existent logical principles. And the imperfection of our knowledge doesn't mean that all the logical principles are wrong, or that if we have perfect knowledge, we'd be able to see that those logical principles are wrong. And even though these possibilities could seem plausible at first glance, that since we aren't capable of knowing everything, then there is a possibility that everything we know might be untrue, or that we might be deceiving ourselves. However, if you look closely, you will find that our logical principles must be true, and that they are so deep that they represent the essence of knowledge itself, where we either know them or we don't know anything at all. But we can't know that these principles are wrong or a deception. In the end, religion doesn't request from you certainty of the kind that makes you perfectly knowledgeable of everything. Rather, it asks of you the kind of certain knowledge that fits you as an imperfect being. This kind of certainty that is provided by the logical and self-evident principles that humans base all their knowledge and sciences on. And because they are self-evident, you can't doubt them. If you think you know anything in life, even if it is your knowledge that there is a possibility that logical principles are wrong and that our minds could be deceiving us, then by default, you know that self-evident logical axioms are true. And these self-evident logical axioms are evidence for belief in a creator, before they can be evidence for anything else. Allah said, "Lord of the heavens and the earth and that between them, if you would be certain." Surah Ad-Dukhan 7. The previous discussion was regarding the agnostic who questions logical axioms and basic thought principles. But what about the agnostic who accepts these principles as basic components of the universe that originated one way or another, but they question our interpretations for everything around us, standing midway between logical axioms and their necessary results? With this agnostic that suffers a state of loss and denial of their mental faculties, we can reach the first step towards certainty. And the first step towards certainty in this case, which cannot be refuted by these delusions and mental puzzles and mazes, is asking them this question: do you consider yourself an ignorant who lacks knowledge, or not? If their answer is a certain no, then they are cured from this sophistry, even though their answer itself is incorrect, since in reality we're actually knowledge-deficient individuals. And if their answer is yes, then by simply acknowledging that they know something without any doubt, they are also cured from this state of mind. But they still need to invest in this information to reach with it achieved certainty, which can be achieved by employing the principle of casualty, that is, the logical inference that since they acknowledge that they don't know and can't know everything, then they are not perfect. And since they can see that they are not perfect, and that no other beings who share this world with them is perfect, then there is perfection somewhere, a perfect being, because a being like them and us, who are inherently imperfect and who need certain conditions to exist, cannot be imagined to exist until after those conditions are met, and consequently, this being is superseded by something. A being who is superseded by something is one who is being acted upon. So there must be some force that is acting on them. So if they doubt all their inductive knowledge on the basis that it's imperfect, there is, however, a perfect piece of information that they have, namely that they're ignorant and imperfect, which should be enough for them to be certain of the existence of a creator, if they follow the right way to deduce knowledge from then on. For this reason, we always repeat that the evidence for a belief in God is associated with the basis of all sciences and intuitive truths. And here I'm reminded with a practical example of this idea, which is a quote from the atheist physicist Stephen Hawking in his book, The Grand Design. As he said, exaggerating a bit on his agnosticism, "Might not we ourselves also be inside some big goldfish bowl and have our vision distorted by an enormous lens? So we say to him, so be it. Let whomever you think put you in this big bowl deceive you as they wish. Keep doubting all your knowledge that you have based on these illusions. But doubting all you can never doubt that you are an ignorant being who always needs to learn more. And this you can't do except through observation and reasoning. Isn't this right? This truth you cannot doubt, because if you already know everything, and if you don't need to learn in order to know about yourself, there wouldn't have been room for doubt within yourself, and there wouldn't have been room to deceive you, and ignorance wouldn't have been a possibility for you at any moment. And since you know everything, everything will be a certainty to you. Knowledge will be an inherent quality in yourself, not something that you acquire, since your very existence cannot be imagined without this complete knowledge. So now you have the following. Number 1. Certain knowledge that you are an imperfect being who needs certain conditions to exist. Number 2. Certain knowledge that an imperfect thing or being is in need of a cause that made these conditions and the existence and sustenance of this being possible. Number 3. Certain knowledge that anything that needs something is inherently imperfect. These natural conclusions are what constitute the evidence of causality, which leads you to the proof that a creator exists. Here, Hawking can be certain that a creator exists, while at the same time entertaining his doubts about everything else that his senses convey to him about his sense of self and the outside world. Does the experimental scientific method support atheism? Or is the inadequacy of the experimental method to explain all kinds of facts is what makes the views of atheism more appealing? Truth is, a scientific theory draws a picture of a certain phenomenon, and that picture contains facts, observations, and hypotheses. So without a doubt, it has a mental, inferential aspect to it. But that is only true if we are dealing with physical entities, meaning that this approach had doubtlessly proved its success when applying it to a physical phenomena. But what if we are dealing with conceptual things, or abstract values, such as a creative design, or a purpose, or a drawing, or the meaning of literature works, or anything within the domain of humanities, or even when dealing with logical and mathematical subjects? In any of these cases, we would be in a real dilemma when we try to verify them using an experimental method. This shows that the wonderful success of scientific experimental methods in dealing with concrete material things is not the only way to discover truths. And it's certainly not the perfect approach to deal with everything in life. If, for example, I ask you if you could present an empirical evidence to prove that the Mona Lisa painting is better than the random, colorful drawings that your little child draws on the house walls, the answer will be no. And this inability to provide evidence is not a result of the absence of truths that experimental science cannot deal with. Because this can be true when it comes to comparing the works of an artist like Michelangelo and Da Vinci, for example, because this is subject to personal taste, which is relative. But if the comparison is between something we all can see as ugly, example, a pile of waste, and between what we are capable of judging as beautiful, an example, a lush tree or a butterfly, here is a truth that we can all acknowledge, but are incapable of dealing with it using a purely materialistic experimental method, because the method is really inadequate for dealing with this kind of abstract truths, since we are not testable. We all know for certain the difference between the random drawings of a little boy and the Mona Lisa. But materialist experimental science doesn't see the difference. To it, they are both equal, as long as the quantity of colors and the colored areas match. Empirical testability distinguishes real science from pseudoscience, according to the experimental method. But if you are incapable of presenting an experiment to prove or disprove the existence of a purpose for any entity, then this, from the experimental science's point of view, makes such things as purpose and design pseudosciences. This is the argument that the scientific community resorts to as a reason for rejecting the theory of intelligent design and accepting the theory of evolution. However, this argument is completely invalid, because if we apply it to the Mona Lisa example above, we would be incapable of presenting an experiment to prove that the Mona Lisa is better than the random colorful drawings, and the scientific judgment will be that whoever claims that it's better has presented a pseudo-scientific judgment. In the same way, the theory of intelligent design was, and still is, considered pseudoscience. But we all know that there is something wrong with this concept. And this is what is meant when I said that restricting knowledge to such a narrow perception is a big mistake, because otherwise science becomes only whatever that you can prove by presenting empirical and testable predictions, meaning that only empirical evidence would confirm or disprove a theoretical hypothesis, and anything that cannot be tested experimentally becomes pseudoscience, a myth, or at best, a relative concept that has no absolute truth in it. This is doing injustice to empirical science by forcing it into areas inappropriate for its use, and using its authority to oppose the human intellect and the truth. By shoving truths into a narrow frame like this, even though we know that for certain there are truths that are outside that frame, and that making it the reference to judge these areas of knowledge produces totally wrong results. The fact that there are things that cannot be proven experimentally totally refutes this concept and shows its inadequacy to accommodate all kinds of truths. Therefore, we should give up the business of generalization and the claim that anything that cannot be proven through experiments, also known as scientism, is a myth or pseudoscience. To be more precise, we say that the scientific experimental method should only be applied to natural phenomenons, and that it would be meaningless to apply it to abstract objects, because the evidence to an abstract object should be of the same nature, i.e., a logical evidence, just like the evidence for a natural phenomenon should be the same kind, a physical and testable evidence. Mathematics is the perfect example to demonstrate the inadequacy of experimental science to explain all kinds of facts. This is because mathematics are truths, but according to the positive experimental concept, it cannot exactly be considered science, because it doesn't offer testable predictions that can be experimentally verified, especially pure mathematics, which, unlike applied mathematics, inclines toward generality and deals with totalities. Pure mathematics are independent of the physical world. They depend only on logical evidence, which makes it the perfect example for our subject. This is why the famous British mathematician J.H. Hardy said that a mathematician, like a painter or poet, is a maker of patterns. If his patterns are more permanent than theirs, it is because they are made with ideas. The dilemma here is that we can't but consider mathematical theorems as established facts. Example, the Pythagorean theorem, even though they aren't subject to empirical verification and cannot produce an experimental evidence to support it. And this is because of the independence of mathematics from the physical reality. So whether it's a mathematical hypothesis or a conjecture, practical evidence cannot be considered as evidence, even if we use supercomputers that can solve millions of complex equations in a matter of seconds. Because even if you do 1 billion experiments, you can't guarantee that the next billion experiments will produce the same results. For example, Collat's conjecture, including the Collat's fractal, was checked by supercomputers for values up to 2.88 times 10 to the 18th power. Are these experiments considered an experimental evidence that proves this mathematical hypothesis? The answer is no, because you can't guarantee that the result will be infinitely true, as mistakes could begin to show if the numbers are too big, as happened with both mathematical conjectures, Polya conjecture, Skew's number, and Merton's conjecture. The last one, the Merton's conjecture, stays true until it reaches the value 1.004 times 10 to the 33rd power, which is a massive number, of course. This inductive problem, which took mathematics outside the realm of the scientific experimental method, applies to the experimental method itself, if you want to prove its own validity as a method. Because the experimental method then will face a big problem, which is what David Hume called the problem of induction, which means that the experimental method itself cannot be proven experimentally. This is because we don't have evidence to prove that our past inductive conclusions for phenomena will stay true in the future, except through the same inductive method that we applied in the past, which creates a vicious cycle and a circular argument, which is when the thing that we want to prove is also the very thing that we use in order to prove it, or for it to be a cause for itself. This undoubtedly also proves the inadequacy of the experimental method to accommodate all kinds of facts. I would like to conclude with a simple example, a self-evident fact, such as the fact that if two things are complete opposites to each other, they cannot exist together, or the fact that an object cannot be a square and a circle at the same level and at the same time. Such facts like these cannot be proven by experimental method, because if you search the entire universe looking for that squared circle, and you couldn't find it, then it could be in some nearby universe, which would require an eternity to search for it. But we know with logical evidence that this description, circle, contradicts the other description, square, so it's meaningless to combine. The evidence for a belief in a creator is mostly inferential and logical. Design, purpose, and casualty, meaning they are abstract things that can be dealt with by using one's mind and intellect, as they don't have physical existence. The evidence of casualty, for example, is not concerned with the nature of characteristics of things, but it's an abstract thought that's concerned with the governing relationships between things or meanings, regardless of the characteristics of these things or meanings. And this is a mathematical logical relationship in the first place. This is why the problem of appealing to empirical science to explain and prove everything must be resolved first before getting involved in any debate between religious thought and materialist thought. Because the inadequacy of empirical science to deal with some abstract facts can be misused to discredit all logical facts and abstract values, and make it seem as though empirical science had presented the evidence that there are no truths except the truths that are within its grip and that are subject to its terms, while in reality, empirical science fails to recognize the truths that don't yield to its terms and cannot be dealt with empirically. And the difference between the ability to present a proof and the inability to comprehend something is the difference between truth and falsehood. And it's the difference between the claim that empirical science supports atheism, while in reality exploiting the existing insufficiency of empirical science to deal with all the facts of life in order to support atheism. That is why when getting into a debate with an atheist, I almost always start by saying, I will prove to you that a creator exists using the same proof that you will use to prove that you are a sane person. Because even though we both know that he or she is sane, and they know what kind of thought they are thinking at this moment, or a minute ago, they are of course incapable of proving such things empirically. They can only know these things logically, as a person knows the difference between abstract truths like sanity and insanity, truth and falsehood, by detecting and observing the effects of these traits on the doer. So if they can realize that saying or putting the right words in the right place is evidence for wisdom and intellect, and can use that to prove that they have a sound mind, then they are depending on a logical evidence, purpose, and they don't depend upon empirical evidence to prove that. If they don't doubt that the evidence they depended on is true, in spite of the lack of empirical evidence in this case, then they can see without a doubt that empirical science is not the only means to acquire truths. And they can see clearly, without a doubt, that the lack of empirical evidence to prove that something is true is not an evidence against it. And this prepares the ground for beginning the debate. But if they doubt their own sanity, then the debate is over before it begins. The difference between the attitude of an agnostic and that of a seeker of the existence of a creator. A believer claims that they have evidence to prove their case, and an atheist claims that they went through this evidence and found it to be untrue, while an agnostic claims that there can be no definite evidence to either prove or disprove this issue. These are three claims, and everyone is required to present the evidence for what they believe in. One could think of an agnostic's attitude as like that of a seeker. They both are searching for the truth, but it should be known that an agnostic has already formed an opinion, a rigid claim that this matter cannot be proved or disproved, just like the famous Bertrand Russell's flying teapot that keeps on revolving about the sun between Earth and Mars, and no telescope can see it. This is an example that Russell gave to depict a case which no one can either prove or disprove, and so it stays a matter of personal preference or a hypothesis. But for this matter to become a subject for dispute between people to divide themselves into believers and disbelievers is considered criminal and crazy, according to Russell. We might agree with Russell's teapot, but the claim that the existence of evidence for belief in a creator is just as fictional as the teapot is a superficial claim and a form of blindness. The agnostic claims that the nature of evidence and the methodology used by the believer are defective in the first place. Therefore, they are unworthy of serious discussion. Thus, an agnostic can be considered an atheist who lost their enthusiasm. This attitude is completely different from the attitude of a seeker. It could even be the total opposite. A seeker doesn't have an opinion about this matter just yet, as they still think that truth must lie somewhere, unlike a believer or an atheist, whose very descriptions indicate their positive stances and the final judgment. A seeker shares the opinion with both the believer and the atheist that truth can be attained, except that to them the problem is still unsolved yet, but they don't have anything in common with the agnostic. If a seeker is now standing on the beginning of a path that diverges into two other paths, at the end of which stands the believer and the atheist, and you look for the agnostic, you won't find them. They might be in a nearby city. We conclude then that there is a big difference between an agnostic and a truth seeker, and that a believer, an atheist, and an agnostic, they all have a special claim. Therefore, each are required to prove their claim. To say that the believer is the only one who has a claim, and that the burden of proof lies with them is completely erroneous. Is believing in the Creator an appeal to ignorance or for the God of the gaps? The objective of atheists is to prove that the universe and living beings don't need a creator in order for them to exist, and that the laws of physics are in themselves enough for giving existence to the universe with all its complex mechanisms, big or minute, and are enough to explain everything, and that biological laws, genetics, mutations, and natural selection, etc., are enough to create and sustain living beings, and enough to explain their existence and diversity. On the other hand, our objective, we believers, is to present sufficient evidence to prove that this universe must have a creator, and cannot be independent with its existence and laws. There are laws that govern it, yes, but they can't bring it into being, like atheists imagine. We know that the laws of physics and biology are principles which God made as causes to sustain the universe. Of this we have no doubt, and there is nothing in it that contradicts Islam, as Islam always states that Allah, be He exalted and praised, affect things with their causes. But we know for certain that it's possible for these causes to be independent by themselves, and they can't possibly by themselves present a sufficient explanation for the existence of the universe or living beings. We don't deny the material causes that Allah put in the universe. Neither mind or Islamic laws approve of denying those causes. And giving birth is a result of marriage, and faith and good deeds are a reason to obtain Allah's approval, etc. And at the same time, the reason for our belief in God is not because we are ignorant or incapable of explaining some of those causes of natural phenomena, and thus we considered our lack of knowledge and evidence for His existence. And this is what is called God of the gaps, or appeal to mystery fallacy. But rather we know that cosmic events can't cause themselves. And we know that this vast and diverse kingdom of living beings can't have been caused by blind, natural mechanisms. and there are many other evidence for the existence of a Creator which we know. Our evidence, therefore, is based on knowledge and not on lack of knowledge, as atheists claim. You could say that the truth is entirely the opposite of this claim, because while the God of the gaps theory is based on an apparent presence of missing links between cause and effect in some of the natural phenomena, that causes to think that the phenomena has no cause, which leads to the assumption that since we don't know its cause, then its cause must be supernatural. Its cause must be God. While this is what the theory means, we say that the intactness of the law of causality and its governance for everything in the universe is our evidence for the existence of Allah, be He exalted and praised. As the more we get to know about a phenomenon and its causes and the principles that govern it, the more confident we are in our evidence for the existence of a Creator. And every cause unknown to those who worship the God of the gaps increase their faith in their God. There exists a huge difference between the two evidences and the two methods. And if some believers do fall in some of these fallacies, therefore refusing the existence of some or all laws and natural mechanisms in order to completely shut the door in the face of atheists' claims, they are mistaken. Because the existence of the laws which God uses to sustain the universe and everything in it is deeply rooted in our Islamic faith. And because if we would like to successfully refute pure materialist thought, we do that by showing that those laws and causes are incapable of presenting a complete and valid explanation for the phenomena of life and the existence of the universe, not by refusing the existence of those laws. For example, the sun exists, and it's the source of energy on the planets of the solar system. Suppose we observe the existence of nuclear reactors on planet Pluto, and someone came to claim that it is the solar energy that created those reactors, because the solar energy is generated from nuclear fusion. And since the sun is the source of energy on planet Pluto, then it is the direct reason for the existence of the nuclear reactors. Therefore, no creator is needed. If someone came along to say this to us, we would admit that yes, there is no sufficient reason for the phenomenon. Would we say that the sun doesn't exist? Of course not. There are those who misunderstand the law of cause and effect, who think that when God says that He created something, then this means there is no need for a material cause. Truth is, when God attributes the existence of things to His creative powers, the objective here is not to deny the law of cause and effect, but to remind people that He is the one who creates and guides these things, and that if He didn't exist, there wouldn't exist anything, and that He is the source of all bounties and good things. This is not to deny the causes He created for these things to exist, because it's of God's wisdom that He created this law. Whomever claims that the evidence for the existence of God is that this or that thing doesn't have a cause to affect its existence, then they don't know what Islam is. The principles of Sunni Islam, which some innovative cults differ with, that proving those causes is an important Islamic principle. For example, we prove that fire burns, but at the same time we don't see fire as an independent cause for burning, as God is able to cancel out its ability to burn if He wills. Ibn al-Qayyim, a prominent Islamic scholar, said, commenting on this issue, "It is a great injustice to divine laws and prophethood and monotheism to delude people by trying to convince them that in order to not set partners with Allah, then they must deny the existence of causes. If rational people think that this is a requirement to prove that there is only one God, be He exalted, then this is an awful thing to say about faith and the messengers. You can never find a book like Quran to prove the existence of causes more vehemently. Even the miracles of the prophets that don't adhere to the laws and principles that God put in the universe, God made them happen with causes, in accordance with the holistic principle in religion. When God wanted to part the seas for Moses, for example, He ordered him to strike the sea with his staff, making this a cause for parting the sea. Allah said, "Then we inspired to Moses, strike with your staff the sea, and it parted, and each portion was like a great towering mountain." Surah Ash-Shu'ara 63. And when He wanted to open water streams for Israelites, He ordered him to strike the stones with his staff. Allah said, "And recall when Moses prayed for water for his people." So we said, "Strike with your staff the stone," and there gushed forth from it 12 springs, and every people knew its watering place. Eat and drink from the provision of Allah, and do not commit abuse on the earth, spreading corruption. Surah Al-Baqarah 60. And when he wanted to make Prophet Muhammad victorious over his enemies during the battle of Badr, he ordered him to throw sand onto the army of the polytheists, as Allah said, "And you did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them. And you threw not, O Muhammad, when you threw, but it was Allah who threw that he might test the believers with a good test. And indeed Allah is hearing and knowing." Surah Al-Anfal 17. And when he wanted to give Maryam from his bounties, when she was very weak and tired after she gave birth to Jesus, he ordered her to shake the palm tree, which cannot be shaken by 12 strong men. Allah said, "And shake towards you the trunk of the palm tree. It will drop on you fresh ripe dates." Surah Maryam 25. All these are miracles, and they all happened outside the realm of cosmic laws, and were all done with causes, even though those causes can never affect such events. But this happened in consideration to this great principle. Chapter 2. The Evidence of Casualty. What is the evidence of casualty, and how does it prove the existence of the Creator? Some of the greatest names of Allah, be He exalted, are the names of Al-Hay, the eternally living one, Al-Qayyum, the self-sustaining one, Al-Ahad, the sole one, and As-Samad, the supreme provider. These names signify the total self-sufficiency of Allah and total independence of everything. They also signify total perfection to Him, be He exalted. In a hadith narrated by Buraidah, that is, he entered the mosque with the Prophet. They found a man praying and saying, "O Allah, I ask that I make you witness that there is no God but you, the sole one, the supreme provider, the one who neither begets nor is born, nor is there to him any equivalent." The Prophet then said, "I swear by the one in whose hand is my life." He just asked Allah by invoking His greatest name, with which, if he was asked, He gives, and if called by it, He responds. And in another hadith, that the Prophet, peace and praises be upon him, heard a man say at the end of his prayers, "O Allah, I ask of you, by praising you, there is no God but you, you alone, who has no partners, the giver of favors, you who created the heavens and earth in the most beautiful form, you, the possessor of majesty and honor, you, eternal living one, you, self-subsisting one. I ask of you to make me an inheritor of paradise, and I seek your protection from hell." The Prophet then said to his companions, "Do you know with what did he ask Allah?" They said, "Allah and His Messenger know best." He said, "I swear by the one in whose hand is my life." He called Allah with His great name, in another narration, the greatest name, the name with which if He was called, He responds, and if asked, He gives. And also the hadith about the merits of reciting Ayat al-Kursi, Al-Baqarah 255. O Aba al-Munthia, do you know which verse of the Quran is greatest? He said, Allah and His Messenger know best. He said, O Aba al-Munthia, do you know which verse of the Quran you have is greatest? He said, I said, Allah, there is no deity except Him, the ever-living, the sustainer of all existence. He said, then He, the Prophet, punched me lightly in my chest and said, by Allah, the great knowledge you have will reward you and make you happy. Aba al-Munthia. And the hadith, the greatest name of Allah is in those two verses, and your God is one. There is no God but He, the most merciful, the most gracious. And the beginning of Surah Al-Imran, Aleph, Lam, Mim. Allah, there is no deity except Him, the ever-living, the sustainer of existence. Surah Al-Imran 1-2. Knowing the beautiful names of Allah and their meanings gives us awareness of the attributes of the Creator, and to know the difference between the Creator and the creation. They also guide us to the places and the things around us where we should look and study, so we could infer the existence of the Creator by means of His creation, as these intellectual and canonical proofs can be a source of guidance for Muslims and non-Muslims alike. That is because they are intellectual evidences independent from faith and presupposed belief that Islam is the truest religion. And one of the best things that Islam guides us to contemplate is the governance and indication of the law of causality, cause and effect, and how this serves as guidance to observe the qualities of our surroundings and what evidence these created beings and surroundings give for the existence of a creator, and what qualities can be inferred from these observations to describe the Creator. This law is rich with impressive and valuable meanings to everyone who observes its workings. And because causality is a self-evident fact, a lot of people thought that it doesn't need a lot of explanation and that it wouldn't be subject for dispute. A lot of people would even regard someone who questions this law to be pretentious and fanatical, because obvious things don't need a lot of scrutiny and reevaluation. But those who know the amount of the hype and the commotion atheists made around the evidence of causality will get to understand the value of these wonderful observations in freeing the meaning of causality and its regular effects. Causality is one of the most important features that signifies the imperfection and limited ability of all beings and things and the self-sufficiency of God. It exemplifies the meaning of the self-subsistence of God and His self-sufficiency on the one hand, and on the other hand shows the insufficiency and neediness of all beings, and that all beings are dominated and powerless, no matter what qualities they have. Causality means that everything in this existence has characteristics and limitations that they can't supersede. They lose their inner qualities if they lose the causes of their existence, and the qualities they don't possess because the causes weren't there or weren't sought. In both cases, everything is always dependent and in need of something else, of a cause, whether it is a cause for its existence with its current qualities or the qualities they don't possess. This is unlike the Creator, who is self-subsistent, independent of any cause, whose attributes are eternal and unchanging, because these attributes don't need causes to exist. This total self-sufficiency is absolute perfection, and it is the difference between the self-subsistence and anything else. That is why this attribute is both a proper noun and a name of His names. For if you think that God alone is the self-subsistent one, it would be easy for you to know that the existence of anything else is dependent and in need of other things. These conclusions reflect two things. The first one, that everything in this universe has limitations, characteristics, and qualities. If the cause of their existence are not present, they disappear. If an object or a thing loses all the causes that make its existence possible, it just disappears and becomes nothing. Therefore, anything in this universe is imperfect, always in need of the causes of its existence. The second one, without a cause there would be no effect, as everything in the universe is unable to acquire anything or any quality unless the primary causes are in place. Therefore, it's unable to supersede itself or its function in the universe. Causality then means lack of ability, imperfection, and insufficiency, and signifies the existence of the self-subsisting, the soul, the all-prevailing one. And if we wanted to search for an equivalent definition of causality, it would be the governing principle that God enforced upon everything. This is what we today call physical laws. These laws are particular conditions that govern physical phenomena. As a phenomenon, we can't exist unless the conditions necessary to produce it exist first. If those conditions don't exist, the physical phenomenon disappears. That is why the compliance of objects and phenomena to physical laws and their transformation to other states in accordance with these laws is evidence for their occurrence. Because transformation of any substance is a process where it loses its current state, and this happens when the cause of its current effect changes or is absent. The presence of an effect is contingent upon its particular cause, and this process of change opposes the concept of self-subsistence, as self-subsistence and sufficiency is the state of being that doesn't need a cause to affect it. Also, transformation, as it happens in accordance with laws, oppose eternality, because an eternal being is not preceded by anything, and who wasn't preceded by anything is independent in presence of any cause and anything, unlike any event, a state that needs a cause or a series of causes in order for it to happen. which presence changes as those causes change. And as an event or a substance must be preceded by causes, then there must have been something that preceded its existence. Therefore, it is an occurrence that has an origination and not eternal, and the evidence for its occurrence is its causes or the physical laws that govern it, and its observed transformation in accordance with these laws. This condition, which I just explained, that regulates the occurrence of things, is the same as the great Islamic scholar Ibn Taymiyyah described as the Quranic method in proving occurrence and transformation. And he offered examples from within the Quran of how God effects transformation from a state to another according to causes, like bringing the living out of the dead and the dead out of the living, and other examples. This can be described as governing physical laws, which are but a demonstration of how phenomena and things change as particular causes and conditions change. Nothing in this universe exists unless it's governed by laws. This shows us that the universe and everything in it is a state of imperfection and dependency. Ibn Taymiyyah says, "It is known that we can observe the phenomena of absence after presence, and presence after absence of many things in this world, like the states of animals, plants, metals, and many other states. And this, by evidence of the senses, shows clearly that these things cannot exist by themselves, but rather their existence is possible because they are subject to non-existence." He also says, may Allah mercy him, "Beings can either be all events or all eternal, or at least some of them are events, and the others are eternal. The first case is impossible, because events need a cause to originate them, and since our originator can't be subject to annihilation, therefore not all beings are events, and this is self-evident. The other case is also impossible, because it's in opposition of what we observe, and of the evidence of the senses, because if all beings are eternal, they wouldn't be subject to change and annihilation. Therefore, beings must be divided into eternal and incidental, and an incidental event or thing must have an eternal originator." He also says, inferring that there must be a creator, by looking into the creation of a human being in such a state of beauty and perfection is a correct intellectual observation, and it is encouraged and highlighted by the Quran. It is an intellectual inference that observes the existence of a human being occurred after a state of non-being, having been born, created from a single sperm, then a clot. All this wasn't known only because of the Prophet's message, but rather all people were and are able to learn that by means of observation and reasoning, whether the messenger said it or not. But the Prophet used it and encouraged, ordered people to use it, and use their intellectual faculties of observation and reasoning so they could know the answers to timeless and fateful questions. A lot of theologians who quarrel over the issue of whether knowledge is acquired by using the mind only or using the scripture forget this evidence, and many other clues that guide humans' intellect in the Quran, like observing natural phenomena like the clouds and the rain. As mentioned in the Quran in many verses, as Allah be He exalted says, "Have they not seen that we drive the water in clouds to barren land, and bring forth thereby crops, from which their livestock eat, and they themselves? Then they do not see." Surah Al-Sajdah 27. As this is visible to one's eyes. And he said, "We will show them our signs in the horizons, and within themselves, until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth." Then he said, "But it is not sufficient concerning your Lord that He is, over all things, a witness." Surah Fussilet 53. The signs God made clearly visible and observable by humankind so they can know that the Quran is true are intellectual, from which the mind can infer the truth of what the Quran says. And it is legitimately from Sharia, Islamic law, as the Quran encourages and acknowledges it. When is casualty ineffective? Casualty becomes ineffective only if and when we are able to find something in this universe that doesn't change in its nature and doesn't go away when the causes for its existence are absent. We would then know that this particular thing doesn't need anything in order for it to exist, i.e., this thing doesn't need anything outside of itself in order for it to exist. Casualty also becomes ineffective if we find something that has no limits for it to surpass, and which quality can't be affected by certain causes, but rather it's always capable of possessing all qualities, and also able to do everything without the need for any cause to do it. Such a thing isn't subjected to the laws of cause and effect. And so we know that this doesn't happen, and has never happened, and it will never happen. Because if there ever exists such a thing, it would supersede everything else, and then there will be no order or law in this universe. Things will no longer be indistinguishable from each other, because they won't have the characteristics particular to each one of them the way they are now. Anyone who claims that it is possible to breach the law of causality in this universe of ours, or even in any other universes of which existence we are yet unaware, we say to them, if this happens, then this will destroy the very ontic structure of reality as exemplified by the laws of physics, and not only the epistemic system of knowledge we have. Why so? Well, because if we assume that an event or a thing did successfully breach the law of causality and was able to do or be something without a cause that necessitated that, what on earth could stop it from doing anything and everything afterwards? What makes something incapable of effecting a certain action is the absence of a cause or causes for this action. And what stops something from possessing a certain quality is the absence of a cause to affect such a quality. Similarly, what makes something incapable of having a certain result is the absence of a cause that affects that result. For as long as this thing that we're assuming that it breached the law of causality doesn't need causes in the first place, what would stop it from doing anything at any time? Or everything and any time, and even at all times? If this is possible, we wouldn't be here now. And we wouldn't even be able to distinguish a thing called the law of causality, or any other governing physical laws, because we would be seeing everything happening for no reason. Nothing would be incapable of doing anything, and anything can possess any of all qualities. And if any of us lived in a universe without causality, they wouldn't be ignorant of anything, because ignorance as a quality means the absence of causes for knowledge and inability to acquire it for a bunch of reasons. In a world where there is no causality, the meaning of incompatibility exists no more. Moreover, if any of us lived in a world without causality, they also wouldn't be able to know anything, because there would be no certain qualities of any of the things by which they would be recognized and known. Everything can be anything. And if you don't need a reason to do anything, it's then logical that you have been like this since eternity, because it's unimaginable that independence of all causes is a quality that can be acquired. Because acquired means it now exists after it was absent. An acquired quality doesn't exist and doesn't stay, unless its cause exists and stays. And self-sufficiency is a quality that contradicts all that. If you don't need a reason to do anything, you will stay like this forever, because it's unimaginable that you would lose such a quality, because losing it must be done with eradicating its cause. And since you didn't need a cause in order for you to possess such a quality, then there is no meaning for cause. This shows that it's impossible to think that the law of causality can be breached at any point in time or space. And the evidence for this impossibility is the very existence of this universe and its laws. Because the existence of causality is in itself an evidence that this law can't be nullified in any time or space. We don't need to observe every detail in the universe to figure out how prevailing is the law of causality, and that it's impossible to breach. It's enough to observe the consistency of its workings in the universe. Our knowledge of one real and functional law in this universe is enough to show that there has never existed anything that could work outside the law of causality. Because if such a thing ever existed, it would have taken over everything, including that one law we know. And it would be impossible to have any order in this universe. This observation was pointed at by the Quran, where Allah, be He exalted, says, "Had there been within the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined. So exalted is Allah, Lord of the throne, above what they describe." Surah Al-Anbiya 22. Because as I explained before, if we assume the existence of something anytime, anywhere that is not governed by the law of causality, nothing will stop it from taking over everything, surpass any other law, or change the characteristics of things uncontrollably. This thing would just be like another God who willed any other law than the law of causality, which Allah willed for it to regulate this universe. Knowing that this has never happened, we now know that we have a single system. There is nothing outside of this system, and this demonstrates the totality of the law of causality. The existence of one regular law in this universe is enough to prove that the law of cause and effect governs everything, every time, and everywhere. And as soon as we learn that there exists an order in this universe, it would be impossible to assume the imperfection of casualty. The same observations that show the perfect consistency of casualty is mirrored in the inseparability of God's name, the One, and His name, the all-prevailing One, in the Quran, in more than a place. Allah, be He exalted, says, "O my two companions of prison, are separate lords better or Allah, the One, the prevailing?" Surah Yusuf 39. He also says, "Say, who is Lord of the heavens and earth? Say, Allah. Say, have you then taken besides Him allies not possessing even for themselves any benefit or any harm? Say, is the blind equivalent to the seeing? Or is darkness equivalent to light? Or have they attributed to Allah partners who created like His creation, so that the creation of each seems similar to them? Say, Allah is the creator of all things, and He is the One, the prevailing." Surah Al-Ra'd 16. Allah says, "It will be on the day the earth will be replaced by another earth, and the heavens as well, and all creatures will come out before Allah, the One, the prevailing." Surah Ibrahim 48. Allah also said, "Say, O Muhammad, I only a warner, and there is not any deity except Allah, the One, the prevailing." Surah Sad 65. And He also said, if Allah had intended to take a son, He could have chosen from what He creates whatever He willed. Exalted is He is Allah, the One, the prevailing. Surah Al-Zumar 4. Allah, be He exalted, said, "The day they come forth, nothing concerning them will be concealed from Allah, to whom belongings, all sovereignty this day. To Allah, the One, the prevailing." Surah Hafir 16. Ibn al-Qayyim linked this association between prevailingness and oneness in the Quran to the most important principle that's governing the universe, casualty, where he said, "The prevailing can only be one. It's impossible that there can be more than one. Prevailingness and oneness are inseparable, as sovereignty and power and ability and superiority are all possessed by Allah. The One, the prevailing. Everything else is subject to His sovereignty. Everything else has an opposite and a partner. He created the winds and gave them power to migrate each other, and created water and gave power to the wind to carry it to other places and break it. And He created fire and gave power to the water to break it and extinguish it, and created metals and gave power to fire to melt it down and break its power, and created rocks, and gave power to metal to break it into little parts, and created Adam and his progeny, and made Satan and his progeny enemies for them, and created Satan and his progeny, and gave power to the angels to disperse them and drive them away. And therefore it became clear to the minds and natural guiding system that the prevailing power that takes over everything is single and one, and that in order to show the perfection of His supreme authority, He created the world this way, connected everything to each other, and made everything need the other, and gave power to things over others, and tested everything with others. He, Ibn al-Qayyim, also said in his Nunya, "And both supreme authority and oneness are witnesses to each other, as they are inseparable, and that is why both these names always come together." Look this up in the Quran. The One, the prevailing, cannot be possessed by two things. And now, after I describe the meaning of casualty and the impossibility of assuming that it can be nullified anywhere in the universe, I now get to explain how we can infer from this information the existence of a creator. Number 1. If a thing is imperfect, unable to exist by itself for itself, it will naturally need causes for its existence and being. And its existence and non-existence are both dependent on these causes, as this thing or event is an occurrence, a manifestation that was preceded by the causes of its existence. Number 2. Nothing in this universe is self-reliant, or isn't subject to laws that govern its existence. Number 3. The universe, then, with everything in it, is an occurrence, the result of a series of events, because a thing that's governed by laws is subject to the law of cause and effect, and a thing which is subject to the law of cause and effect is an occurrence, as I previously clarified. Number 4. A series of events, if it is self-subsistent and has a beginning, then its existence would be contingent upon the existence of the first cause in the series, which is an event that happened without a cause, and that is impossible. If this series of events causes itself and had no beginning in the past, it would have been an imaginary thing that cannot in reality exist of itself, and therefore the chain of events cannot be self-subsistent. Number 5. In a chain of events, the first event, or any link in it, cannot exist by itself, because if it did, it must change and transform in order for it to become the second link so the chain can begin and continue. And change is opposite to self-subsistent, because in order for something to change, it has to lose its characteristics, and this means that it must lose the cause for its existence as it is. And if this cause returns, this thing or event will regain its original characteristics, while self-subsistence is defined by existence without any cause. Number 6. It then should be clear that the initiator of this chain of events is self-subsistent, independent of this chain, and therefore the evidence of causality leads us to the initiator, the self-subsistent, the self-sufficient, the one who doesn't need anything, the creator of everything. Answering the most famous arguments against causality. As the evidence of causality has such a strong intuitive imprint within all kinds of people, the illiterate as well as the scholar, in its strength to prove the existence of a creator, it lately had the lion's share of atheist attempts to refute it in any way possible, even if they have to say that it might not apply to everything in this world, taking science as a shield to spread their claims. Some of the most famous claims are these. Number 1. Quantum mechanics destroys causality. Number 2. There is no cause that determines the place and velocity of the electron, and there is no cause that makes an atom decompose before another atom, as all these things are completely random. Number 3. There is no causality in the quantum world, but only absolute randomness. Number 4. An electron can exist in more than one place at the same time, even if there are vast spaces between these places. Number 5. An electron is able to penetrate through a potential energy barrier that is higher in energy than the particle's kinetic energy. So it looks as though you throw a ball against a wall enough times eventually it would pass straight through the wall. Number 6. In the quantum world, an effect can happen before the cause, and the future can influence the past, and antimatter particles can travel from the future to the past. Number 7. Hypothetical particles can come to exist from nothingness and borrow energy from the future by violating the law of conservation of energy for a short period of time, which makes it acquire energy from nothing. Infinite number of universes can come to exist this way, and our universe is one of them. Number 8. The positron is an observed particle, and it is a positively charged electron that travels from the future to the past. Number 9. Boson W is an observed particle that can violate the law of conservation of energy in beta decay. Number 10. General relativity permits traveling in the past, and the events of the future can influence the past. Number 11. It is meaningless to ask what caused the Big Bang, because there was no time before the Big Bang, and therefore there is no before. Number 12. Vacuum energy, which vibration causes the hypothetical particles to appear, has been experimentally proven to exist by means of the Casimir effect. Number 13. Subatomic particles behave like particles and also like waves. Number 14. Time is only an illusion. It is an unstable constant, and therefore it can't be of valid evidence for whether the universe had a beginning or was it eternal. Number 16. Infinite chains or things that have infinite value do exist in physics. Black holes and quantum field theory are examples. And mathematics also revealed that the sum of all positive integers equals 1/12. So why can't the universe be a substantive chain that existed since eternity? Number 17. There is no scientific evidence that proves that it's impossible that the world is eternal. It has always existed, and it's self-subsistent. And this claim, although it doesn't refute causality, it does refuse to use causality as proof for the existence of the Creator. because the universe doesn't need a creator. Number 18. Someday we will find a theory that explains everything, and then we will be able to explain that the whole universe existed because of pure material causes, without the need of a God. Number 19. Does Wheeler's delayed choice experiment violate casualty? In this chapter, we, God willing, will answer these arguments and others too in detail. But if one would answer these in just one word, it would be jargon. Because the use of terminologies like void, nothingness, energy, time, casualty, hypothetical, particles, etc., in physics does never equal the linguistic or philosophical meanings we infer from the languages we use, as scientific terminologies, or the terminology in any field in general, mostly have nothing to do with the linguistic or philosophical meaning of those words. A professional person could understand the correct meanings of these words, but they would cause a great misunderstanding for the layperson, and these terminologies are called jargon. This is something that Dr. Matt Strassler, a teacher of theoretical physics at Harvard University, pointed out in his blog on the internet, where he said, "But in physics, energy is none of these things. You'd be making a big physics error if you mix and match one of the English definitions with the physics definition. Within physics, you must stick with the physics term, or you'll get wrong answers and end up very confused." This gap between natural language meaning and professional terminology had indeed found who could manipulate it in their speech to laypeople without falling into scientific errors. And to those people, it was okay to cheaply misuse science in order to serve their atheism. Did quantum physics undermine casualty? This is the most famous argument of all, which branches into most of the other arguments these people use against casualty. And this is because quantum physics is one of the strongest and most complicated human science. As it is now, has the highest scientific authority, and if it can really refute casualty, it would have had a great impact on people. It is also a field of science that's full of outstanding puzzles that captivated the most brilliant brains. There is no wonder then that it's being used for this misleading objective. But first, we must get to know some of those wonders within this science, before we discuss whether it does or doesn't violate the principle of casualty. Some examples of the wonders of quantum physics. It has been proved that electrons and photons have both particle and wave properties. They behave sometimes like particles and other times as waves, a phenomenon called wave-particle duality. And this in itself is an obvious contradiction, because a particle is bound in a definite way and position in space, and a wave is not bound by these limitations. But this has been observed about the nature of these subatomic particles, although the most precise description which professional physics books always mention is that these particles are only waves, and not particles at all. Then they mention the reasons we observe these phenomenon as particles. All this started with the famous experiment known as double-slit experiment, where if you bring a board with 2 slits cut in it and put a barrier behind it, then you put in front of the board a source of light, then light, as a wave, should be split by the board into 2 separate waves, which will weld together again into a single beam of light directly after they pass the slits. But this doesn't happen, as the welding won't make them a single beam again, but rather they will turn into 2 interfering waves in a phenomenon called interference pattern, which makes the light on the backboard strong in some parts and parts where the 2 waves strengthen each other, and the same light will be weak on spots where the 2 waves weaken each other. And this interference will cover the whole backboard, or the largest part of it, and its size will be different than the size of the 2 slits in the board. Figure 1. This is a consistent experiment, and it is expected of light to behave this way. But there is also a proof that light behaves as separate particles too, which is the phenomenon of photoelectric effect. But if we replace the light source in the double-slit experiment with a source that shoots electrons instead of a light beam, then we will be expected to see on the backboard 2 lines equal in size with the size of the 2 slits. Figure 2. And it's never expected for the electrons organizing themselves on the board to behave like light waves, because electrons should be the particles that constitute matter around us, and they are not waves spreading in space, But the big surprise is that the result on the backboard will be exactly the same as the behavior of the waves, as the background will be totally covered with interfering wave patterns, where there will be interfering dark areas and lighter shades areas, just as if they are light waves. And this will happen even if you shoot the electrons one after the other, and not all at once. You will find dots gradually organizing together to draw a neutral shape in the end, Figure 3. As this is a single background over which electrons gradually accumulate. This proves that electrons possess both wave and particle properties, just like photons do. And this is one of the greatest wonders in science. But here's what's better than that. If you close one of the slits in order to focus the discharge of electrons through the opening, the deviation will disappear, and you will obtain the particle behavior once again, as electrons will form a shape that's identical with the open slit. And the same thing will happen if you open two slits, but keeping an eye on one of them to focus the streaming of the electrons. The electrons will gather to form two forms on the background identical to the slits. This strange phenomenon is known as measurement problem, and it's one of the puzzles in quantum physics that hasn't been solved until now. It shows that measurement is what gives the quantum world its defined existence, which we deal with as results, and thus disappears the speculative nature of quantum physics, meaning that the wave-particle duality of the electron is no more, because we are able to measure it and locate it. And de Broglie dealt with this dual nature of electrons and photons, showing the relationship between wavelength and movement. Equation 1. Then Schrödinger put an equation that describes the development of this quantum state with time, the wave function, which became a mathematical tool that describes this world with great precision. And this a hypothetical mathematical description, meaning it describes the possibilities of the quantum state and not the reality, a rule known as Born rule, which the name is derived from his name, Max Born, and this has become known as wave mechanics. On the other hand, while both Heisenberg and Max Born were working on developing their own mathematics in order to deal with this double-natured quantum world, already developing what is known as matrix mechanics, they both produced identical mathematical results. But each scientist had different philosophical interpretations for the results of their equations, which was completely opposite to one another. As while Schrödinger, de Broglie, and Einstein were proponents of determinism doctrine and believed that there are hidden variables which they hoped they could one day discover in order to get a complete and clear picture about reality. The other team was proponents of endless probability and non-determinism. Then Heisenberg founded the uncertainty principle, which states that it is impossible to measure conjugate variables like movement and position at the same time and with complete precision. And this has nothing to do with the precision of the tools used, but rather a physical law that describes the truth of the natural world. And this result, which the uncertainty principle describes, is a definite mathematical result that is related to wave mechanics, which is known as a Fourier transform, as this logical mathematical relationship is what made it unlikely to measure conjugate variables with complete precision. Therefore, there will always be an amount of uncertainty that is impossible to overlook. What Heisenberg did is that he applied this mathematical truth to the quantum world, which components have wave nature, as shown by the double-slit experiment. After all, mathematical relationships are but logical relationships, and causality includes all physical and logical relationships, because it describes the relationships between material or abstract things equally. Therefore, if we presume that something can breach causality, it will doubtlessly be something that is opposite to logic, and which we can't use mathematics to explain it. Because if uncertainty principle is originally a mathematical truth, and if this principle is one of the most important laws of quantum mechanics, and it describes all the phenomena which, some claim, breach causality, then without a doubt the error lies with those interpreters and not the phenomena, or the laws or the principle of causality. And whomever uses uncertainty principle, which is a mathematical fact, or one of its applications as a proof that causality can be violated, then they, at that moment, are actually thinking that the logical and mathematical branch that proves the uncertainty principle is accurate and irrefutable, while at the same time mathematics and logical relationships themselves are worthless, and that they have collapsed completely, and this is clearly a contradiction and an obvious delusion. During the same period, the Copenhagen interpretation was devised by Niels Bohr and Heisenberg in order to explain these wonders, and they considered measurement the reason for the wave function collapse, the function that expresses a probable nature and not exact existence, and they considered the nature of things to be probable and not clearly defined, because of the duality shown by electrons and photons, concluding that things acquire their defined properties because of measurement, as a measurement doesn't only reveal a property, but it also causes it. And there are other interpretations of quantum mechanics, like the decoherence theory, which ascribes the wave function collapse to its interaction with the environment and not only measurement. One of the wonders of quantum physics is that with irradiated atoms, you can't determine which atoms would start decaying before the other. And you would hear that this process is completely random, that happens without a reason. Such words actually mean that there is no unknown reason, like the hidden variables that Einstein suggested, which, if we discover, would refute Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and acquired certain knowledge. It doesn't mean that there are no laws, because uncertainty principle does govern this phenomenon and can't be undone, as the more precisely the position of the decaying nuclei are determined, the less precisely their momentum can be known, and vice versa. This is an established and fixed law that expresses causality and the abiding of everything by the laws of its properties and its inability to surpass these laws, as these atoms can't all decay at the same time, and the relationship between uncertainty and the number of atoms can't be directly proportional, etc. One of the wonders of the quantum mechanics world is also what is known as quantum entanglement, which means that pairs of electrons interact in specific ways or are generated together from the same source. They stay connected and entangled, as electrons of the same atomic energy levels. If one of them spins upward, the other one would be spinning downward, a law known as Pauli exclusion principle. Even if they are separated from each other for distances of bigger than those that light can travel, the two would still be entangled at the same time. Even if one of the two electrons is on one edge of the universe and the other is on the other edge, they both get the same information at the same moment. And that is a breach of locality, a principle that states that an action at point A can have an influence at another point B, only if something in the space between those points, such as a field, mediates the action. But this is in total harmony with the uncertainty principle and Copenhagen interpretation, and at the same time in total contradiction with the determinism and locality and hidden variables. That is why the verification of the phenomenon of quantum entanglement was a victory for Copenhagen interpretation over the explanation provided by the hidden variables. Another wonder of the quantum mechanics worlds is quantum superposition, where an electron can exist in more than one place at the same time. And it's also a phenomenon governed by the Schrödinger equation and uncertainty principle. Another wonder is quantum tunneling, where a particle tunnels through a barrier that is higher than the particle in energy, something that is impossible in classical mechanics, because it's like throwing a ball at the wall in front of you to find that the ball penetrated the wall into the next room. But because of the uncertainty principle that governs the position and movement of subatomic particles, the situation becomes different. Causality is contingent upon a law that governs a thing, and it has nothing to do with the nature of this law or its formula. Because measuring things according to the properties of the things we can observe in our big classical world is an erroneous measurement, and it's a fallacy known as inductive generalization. Everything is governed by its own laws, and not by the properties and laws of another. We don't use the upper left square. That represents classical physics in Figure 1, to conclude that God exists. But it's causality that proves that truth. And there is no meaning to causality other than that it's the governing law and the condition that necessitates the existence of things. And this is represented by all the squares in Figure 4. Moving between the squares can't also be done without conditions, as each law works in its place, and nothing can work without a law. And this is what proves to us that causality governs everything. The mystery that lies within the properties of things, which we are still working on understanding, never means that causality can be nullified, but rather it's the non-existence of any properties that can make the principle of casualty invalid. And this is impossible to happen. An example of this is the mystery of the self, or soul, which is the source of everything we are, we do and think of, and which has characteristics that are much more bizarre than all the wonders of quantum physics. The soul that travels to other spheres during our sleep, even though it's not connected to the body at the same moment. Allah be He exalted says, Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs of a people who give thought. Surah Az-Zumar 42. Even though it's a great mystery, no Muslim who believes in Quran ever thought that this contradicts the principle of casualty. This is because soul has its own properties that govern its existence. Now we go back to answering the question, does quantum physics destroy casualty? Truth is quantum physics destroyed determinism and not casualty. The difference between these two is explained by the Nobel Prize-awarded physicist Max Born, one of the founders of quantum physics, in his book Natural Philosophy of Cause and Chance, where he dedicated the first chapter titled Casualty and Determinism, to explain the difference between determinism, which is destroyed by quantum physics, and the principle of casualty, which still exists strongly. He describes casualty with great precision and concludes the same meaning I clarified in the beginning of this chapter. And here I quote from this book. Physics has given up casualty as entirely unfounded. Modern physics, it is true, has given up or modified many traditional ideas, but it would cease to be a science if it had given up the search for the causes of phenomena. Then he puts a definition of determinism and a different one of casualty, where he says, determinism postulates that events at different times are connected by laws in such a way that predictions of unknown situations, past or future, can be made. By this formulation, religious predestination is excluded, since it assumes that the book of destiny is only open to God. Casualty postulates that there are laws by which the occurrence of an entity B of a certain class depends on the occurrence of an entity A of another class, where the word entity means any physical object, phenomenon, situation, or event. A is called the cause, B the effect. He presents us with examples that show the difference between casualty and determinism, where he starts by clarifying that casualty governs the relationship between all things, the effect being a necessary result of its cause, regardless of the time and space of these relationships, as casualty exists in an absolute fashion, regardless of time. Overpopulation is a cause of India's poverty. The stability of British politics is caused by the institution of monarchy. Wars are caused by economic conditions. There is no life on the moon because of the lack of an atmosphere containing oxygen. Chemical reactions are caused by the affinity of molecules. The common feature to which I wish to draw your attention is the fact that these sentences state timeless relations. They say that one thing or one situation A causes another B, meaning apparently that the existence of B depends on A, or that if A were changed or absent, B would also be changed or absent. Then he made a comparison with similar statements, but fixed in time, explaining determinism in contrast with casualty. The Indian famine of 1946 was caused by a bad harvest. The fall of Hitler was caused by the defeat of his armies. The American War of Secession was caused by the economic situation of the slave states. Life could develop on Earth because of the formation of an atmosphere containing oxygen. The destruction of Hiroshima was caused by the explosion of an atomic bomb. In these sentences, one definite event A is regarded as the cause of another, B. Both events are more or less fixed in space and time. Then he mentioned an example of a determined non-causal relationship, the timetable of a railway line, which is determined and fixed in time, but non-causal, as there is no cause that controls this relationship, and that's why we can change these times whenever we wish. Another example is the timetable of a railway line. You can predict with its help the arrival at King's Cross of the 10 o'clock from Waverley, but you can hardly say that the timetable reveals a cause for this event. In other words, the law of the timetable is deterministic. You can predict future events from it, but the question why makes no sense. On the same page, he says, I prefer to use the expression casualty mainly for this timeless dependence. It is exactly what experimentalists and observers mean when they trace a certain phenomenon to a certain cause by systematic variation of conditions. And lastly, he very clearly says that determinism is not the same as casualty, and that determinism is one that killed quantum mechanics, whereas casualty is the dependence of physical situations upon others or certain conditions. Can we be content with accepting chance, not cause, as the supreme law of the physical world? To this last question, I answer that not casualty, properly understood, is eliminated, but only a traditional interpretation of it, consisting in its identification with determinalism. I have taken pains to show that these two concepts are not identical. Casualty, in my definition, is the postulate that one physical situation depends on the other, and casual research means the discovery of such dependence. This is true in quantum physics. And here we move from Max Born's words to modern scientific research, which states that determinism and casualty are two different things, and that if determinism was killed by quantum physics, casualty is still alive and well. This principle is even the first axiom of quantum physics, as this research clarifies. Casualty in science is usually related to the cause and effect principle, and is often naively misinterpreted as a restatement of determinism. From this point of view, it can be surprising that we take casualty as the first axiom of quantum theory, which is popularly known as the theory of the uncertainty principle. However, in our precise formulation, casualty only implies that communication in an operational probabilistic theory cannot occur from the output to the input. This research, done by the same teamwork, also stated that casualty, the first of 5 elementary axioms of quantum physics theory. We derive quantum theory from purely informational principles, 5 elementary axioms. Casualty. These newest research papers, which are still in blueprint phase, confirm the same thing which the previous papers stated. However, there is another paper which clearly states that casualty is a totally separate definition from determinism, even though there are many connections between them. And they prove that by presenting a definite non-causal model. Here, quantum physics presents the non-deterministic causal model, while this paper presents us with the opposite model, and this proves that the two ideas are totally separate. Casualty has often been confused with the notion of determinism. It is mandatory to separate the two notions in view of the debate about quantum foundations. Quantum theory provides an example of causal non-deterministic theory. Here we introduce a toy operational theory that is deterministic and non-causal, thus proving that the two notions of causality and determinism are totally independent. So quantum physics didn't kill causality as the latest hype suggests, but rather it killed determinism. We could say that determinism is the opposite of causality, because the relationship between determinism and time is more important than its relationship with cause and effect, as it can exist independently from the relationship between cause and effect, but it can't be independent of being fixed in time, whereas causalty's attachment with the relationship between cause and effect is the main attachment that causality can't be independent of, while time, to causality, is a secondary factor that it can do without. And because of the inseparability between determinism and time, and definiteness of matter and energy and events, it opposes quantum physics that states that uncertainty and non-definiteness are some of nature's qualities. And since Einstein's perception of time is entrenched in determinism, as he believes that past, present, and future are definite things, this will be explained later, this belief contradicts quantum physics that's based on probability. Because if you say to someone who adopts determinism that present is a probability, and measurement can affect the future, to him it would be like saying that an event that took place in the past is a changeable probability, and that is doubtlessly insane. And maybe that is what caused the tension between the proponents of determinism, led by Einstein, and the proponents of the probability theory adopted by quantum theory. And that is the reason Einstein thought that quantum mechanics is incomplete, and that there must be hidden variables, which if we know, we would be able to acquire the determinism that lies within those probable results. Truth is, then, that the conflict was always around determinism, and never causality as some thought. The best proof for that are the words of Max Born himself, who was a party in that conflict. And there are many conversations between him and Einstein about this matter, which were published in a book titled The Born-Einstein Letters. Then, experiments that support quantum physics in opposition to determinism and hidden variables came in the end, and confirmed that there are limits to the precision of things in nature. Adopting determinism is really adopting classical mechanics' way of thinking. And this shows that determinism didn't emerge from causality, let alone being itself the same as the principle of causality. There is also what is known as adequate determinism, and it's a quite correct understanding, as it sees the probabilities of quantum mechanics are not quite random, but they are rather part of the natural law. This is a form of determinism, but it is different from the old understanding and nearer to the truth. This understanding shows that the randomness of the quantum physics don't mean that quantum physics aren't governed by laws or consistent relationships, as some would imagine. This new definition of determinism was mentioned by Stephen Hawking, the atheist physicist, in his book, Grand Design. Quantum physics might seem to undermine the idea that nature is governed by laws, but that is not the case. Instead, it leads us to accept a new form of determinism. Given the state of a system at some time, the laws of nature determine the probabilities of various futures and pasts, rather than determining the future and past with certainty. But, on the other hand, there is a definition other than determinism that could lead to a lot of misunderstanding if you also deal with it philosophically only, and that is the chronological order of events, or the concept of time itself. Time was, in Newton's time, had the same meaning that we all understand, that it is fixed and absolute. But it isn't like that anymore after Einstein's special theory of relativity. And this might even have started years before that, since Michael Faraday's work, then James Clerk Maxwell's equations, and Lorentz transformation derived from those equations, and also the Michelson-Morley experiment, as all these leads revealed one of the strangest facts about nature. That is the light speed invariance, the phenomenon which changed our perception of the universe, and space, and time for good. Einstein's relativity theory came to adopt this new understanding basing itself on these previous efforts. The speed of light, or the fabric of space-time being constant. But time itself or space itself are variant coordinates relative to an implied observer. That perception that time is absolute has become obsolete, and there is nothing that can be fixed that can be used as a reference frame, except the speed of light. And although time dilation seems very logical if we deal with it mathematically, it becomes totally meaningless if we contemplate it philosophically. From a mathematical point of view, it becomes very clear, because the distance traveled by light to a person on a moving frame of reference presented in Figure 5 by a person riding a missile and watching a light pulse shot from a light source reflecting back and getting back to the same source. It must be less than the distance that light would travel relative to the other observer in a non-inertial frame of reference, relative to the missile, observing the same event from the ground. If the event was the same, but the distance light had traveled is different, and the speed of light is constant to all the observers, speed being distance divided by time, this difference in distance can't be compensated by anything but change in time, and therefore time, to the man riding the missile, would slow down every time he approaches the speed of light. The amount of time dilation is what compensates the difference of distance traveled by light. But if you now stop and try to contemplate the philosophical meaning of time this time dilation equation expresses, here in equation 2, you won't be able to find such a meaning. And surely this philosophical concept doesn't have anything to do with the philosophical meaning we aim in our colloquial use of the word time. That is why when some physicists wanted to define time with words and not with equations, all they could say is, time is what is measured by a clock. And that is not a joke. It's a very famous definition among physicists, especially when they speak about relativity, and it's often quoted in physics books. And this physical concept of time has consequences like, number 1, believing in eternity, or eternalism. And that's the belief that present, past, and future all do exist in reality, and not only mentally or conceptually. And this surely transforms the idea of time into something totally different than what we think of when we hear someone speak of time. It even renders meaningless the concept that time flows and consists of consecutive periods of time, or events, And Einstein did really believe that. This understanding developed with time until the founders of quantum gravity theory started establishing models of the origin of the universe without time at all, and they considered time as a gauge redundancy. In opposition to the concept of eternalism, there is the concept of presentism. That is our familiar understanding of time, where past and future only exist in our heads, and that only present has an ontological meaning. But this is a philosophical contemplation and not a physical one. Number 2. Relative causality, or Einstein's relativistic principle of causality. And here appears the problem of jargon again. Because when you reduce a general concept to a single fraction, the part your scientific field studies, you start to see the contradictions and discrepancies in your philosophy, and the way you see things, as the concept of causality is a general concept that includes the fixed relationships and co-relationships between material and even abstract things. Thus, causality includes all physical and logical laws and everything meaningful and everything that has concrete existence. And even though cause and effect relationships are active in Einstein's relativistic causality, they are based on its previous concept of time, space, and speed of light. Because as time is not absolute anymore, and for the causal relationship to exist between an event, which physics call cause, and another event, effect, it has to be based on something fixed. Otherwise, what separates between the two events on the time-like interval is exactly the same that separates between them on space-like interval. And that's why an observer can see the two events happening at the same time, but in a different place, or see the effect happening before the cause, or a cause before the effect. And for a cause to precede the effect, it's a must to refer to the fixed factor, which is the speed of light or space-time fabric, as each single dot or event localized in time-space fabric has this light cone, and all the results/effects caused by this event will fall on the future part, the upper part of the cone that represents that event, while all the causes which affect this event/dot will appear on the past part, the downward part of the event's cone. So, when is Einstein's relativistic causality violated? It's violated when a piece of information, like the emanation of an electromagnetic pulse from one point to another, with a speed greater than light's, or an energy moving with a greater speed than light's, or a particle being accelerated with a greater speed than light's, or an object possessing mass is moving with the speed of light. And that is because relativistic causality means you can't get an information or an energy to move with a greater speed than light speed. There are things that travel speedier than light, superluminal, but they don't transport an information or energy, so that's not a violation of relativistic causality. It's the same with the theoretical hypothesis of tachyonic particles, which always travel speedier than light. These particles aren't being accelerated to be faster than light. They are just always faster than light. This is not a violation of relativistic causality. But what if there is an event in time-space fabric that has an effect outside its future light cone? When this happens, that effect will have happened simultaneously, and that information or energy is transported faster than light. And this is what Einstein was vehemently asserting, that it's impossible during his debates with Niels Bohr. But quantum physics has already made it impossible, in a phenomenon known as quantum entanglement, which proved right the prophecies of quantum physics and the wrongness of the expectations of the hidden variables of John Bell, known as Bell's theorem. And this is considered violation of relativistic causality and the hypothesis of the hidden variables. Does this have anything to do with the causality we're discussing? Of course not, because it's not our concern whether information travels with a speed greater than light, relativistic causality, or simultaneously quantum physics. And we aren't trying to engage in this battle. And in our discussion about causality as a self-evident principle, we're not concerned with this particular aspect about light speed. And we never found difficulty contemplating the existence of a causal relationship called quantum entanglement, where cause influences effect in a simultaneous fashion, because everything has its particular nature, which evidence reveals. And this doesn't have anything to do with the meaning of causality itself. And here is a scientific paper stating these words. Some physicists argue that faster-than-light communication contradicts the principle of causality, but this is also nothing but a myth. Now, after we discuss some of the physical concepts about time, relativistic causality, and determinism, I would like to get back to finish answering the question, does quantum physics destroy causality? 1-3. There are also those who quote from scientific research that employs jargon to refer to causality, when it's in fact discussing determinism, or things related to some of the physical consequences of time. Then they claim that to be an evidence against causality, because papers like such prove that in the quantum world the effect happens before the cause, or that the effect influences its cause, etc. For example, they're quoting of Agnieszka Oreshkov's research carrying this hot title, Quantum Correlations with No Causal Order. And answering that research is as the following manner. 1-3-1. The research is a theoretical model and not a practical experiment. The natural question is whether non-causal quantum correlations of the kind described by our formalism can be found in nature. One can speculate that they may exist in unprobed physical regimes, such as, for example, those in which quantum mechanics and general relativity become relevant. 1-3-2. This model shows something similar to what John Bell did when he clarified that quantum entanglement is correct, and that determinism and not causality has been thus destroyed. But John worked on showing the effects of non-locality, while this model works on showing entanglement in time. And if the two models are compatible, and if it is a well-known fact that John Bell's work was pouring in an opposite direction to determinism and hidden variables, and never discussed causality as it truly means, then Agnieszka's work is in the same direction. 1-3-3. The idea the researchers are discussing is that there is a quantum but non-causal relationship, meaning that there is no before or after, and therefore there is no cause or effect. That is because the purpose of the research is showing non-determinism in time, because this relationship is governed by the same principles that govern the quantum world, being affected by the surrounding environment and measurement, just the same way they affect superposition when it collapses, or a wave function as it collapses as an effect of measurement. So, if we must name it causality, then let it be indefinite causality, which have random variables non-deterministic, just similar to the atomic particles that are non-definite in their speed or locality, i.e., it would also be governed by the uncertainty principle that governs the quantum world, meaning that all he wants is to undo determinism in time, which negates the uncertainty principle and its probabilistic approach. Therefore, all the discussion answering the mistake of confounding determinism and causality apply to this research, because determinism is based on the concept of fixed points in time, and it can't abandon that, unlike causality, which can function without time with the presence of causal relationships totally independent of time, as shown in the examples out forward by Max Born, which we listed in the beginning of this chapter. And this is a quote of another research titled Quantum Causality by Laszlo Brunker, Agnieszka's partner in the research we are discussing. If one assumes that quantum mechanical laws can be applied to causal relations, one might have situations in which the causal order of events is not always fixed, but is subject to quantum uncertainty, just like position or momentum. 1-3-4. General relativity, because of the ripples in space-time fabric, came with the same theoretical expectation that states that a thing can affect its past. But it made the same thing affect its cause, which resulted in the famous paradox known as the grandfather paradox, a paradox hypothesizing that a person has succeeded in making a big wormhole, and he traveled through it to the past, and he killed his grandfather or his father or himself when he was a kid, which really destroys causality if it happens. Because here there is a fixed cause and a fixed effect, and it is obvious that the specific result affected its specific cause. That is why the grandfather paradox is a logical paradox that's impossible to happen, even if general relativity allowed it. There must exist something else that would prevent this from happening. And the famous atheist physicist Stephen Hawking already presented a paper discussing the meaning of this. And there also exists a principle known as the Novikov self-consistency principle, which makes the possibility that someone might succeed in changing something in the past equal 0, and that this will throw him in a closed time loop. The grandfather paradox is impossible to happen, and if it happens, it would be a real breach to causality, because it takes specificity in cause and effect, a point of start, and then the effect happens without its cause. But what researchers presented in the research we're discussing is not that, but something different that avoids the grandfather paradox because it takes non-specificity of cause and effect as a point of start, and proving this is the purpose of the research in the first place. Then follows the interchanging of causes and effects, or the working of uncertainty principle upon it. And here is a simple quote from Ognan's research after he mentions the grandfather paradox. Yet paradoxes are avoided. As that research proposes the hypothesis of the non-existence of a global background time, and as we've seen from our previous discussion about the meaning of determinism and the difference between it and causality, causality being an absolute relationship independent of time, and determinism being specificity in time, as assuming specificity or non-specificity in time greatly affects determinism, but it doesn't have any effect on causality. And here is another quote from Ognan's research explaining this once again. Figure 2. Local quantum experiments with no assumption of a pre-existing background time or global causal structure. The meaning of causality, which this research addresses, is determined by the definition of global background time. If uncertainty principle applies to time, there won't exist a global background time. And if something's existence is contingent upon existing at a fixed point in time, then this is a deterministic and not a causal relationship. And even if the research is using the term causality, it's only using it as jargon. Thus, we again state that the proposed model doesn't contradict causality with its true meaning, because the model doesn't first determine a cause and an effect, and then proves that the effect influences its cause. It then has nothing to do with the grandfather paradox. And that's why the researcher asserts that paradoxes are avoided, as clarified by Figure 7, published in Kaslov's research. That's why he put his model E independent of the grandfather paradoxes, D. And he also said, all causal loops and paradoxes are avoided. Do hypothetical particles emerge from nothingness? And now to another important question. Their claim that hypothetical particles emerge into space from nothingness and borrow energy from the future by violating the law of conservation of energy for a short time, thus acquiring energy from nothing, which gives the possibility for endless universes to appear this way, out of nothingness, and our universe could be one of those endless possibilities. And before we answer this question, I believe we need to learn something about the background of this subject, and how physics define words like nothingness or void, what are hypothetical particles, and which physical principles govern these phenomena, etc. Introduction. We start by quoting from a simple physics book titled The Structured Quote. No more important for the vacuum probably is the other uncertainty relation, namely that between energy and time. This uncertainty relation tells us that it is not possible to measure an energy absolutely accurately in a finite time. It would take an infinite time to measure energy precisely. If one now has a vacuum and looks at the vacuum for a certain short period of time, then the energy in this vacuum is not well defined. It also states, if we were to make every effort to take all forms of energy from this region, we could find some form of energy still inside as long as the period of observation is sufficiently short. I would define the vacuum now in the following way. Given a certain region of space, I would say that it is in its vacuum state when on the average it has the lowest possible energy, or what's called zero-point energy, i.e. physics define the void, or nothingness, as the lowest possible energy, and not nothingness, as the word linguistically applies, and the reason we think that there is no real void in the universe, and that there will always be a level of energy. That is the lowest possible energy, or zero-point energy, or what can be described as the relations of energy and time were uncertainty principles, as Niels Bohr concluded, similar to the relations of speed and location with uncertainty principle, as Heisenberg puts it. And that's because it requires non-precision of energy measurement, always leaving a level of energy that can reach absolute zero. This is also known as vacuum energy, and that's why Stephen Hawking says, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which we discussed in Chapter 4, it is not obvious, but it turns out that with regard to that principle, the value of a field and its rate of change play the same role as the position and velocity of a particle. That is, the more accurately one is determined, the less accurately the other can be. An important consequence of that is that there is no such thing as empty space. That is because empty space means that both the value of a field and its rate of change are exactly zero. If the field's rate of change were not zero, the space would not remain empty. Since the uncertainty principle does not allow the values of both the field and the rate of change to be exact, space is never empty. It can have a state of minimum energy called the vacuum, but that state is subject to what are called quantum jitters, or vacuum fluctuation particles and fields quivering in and out of existence. So where do hypothetical particles come from? Vacuum energy is like any quantum field. It will vibrate and fluctuate, as this is characteristic of quantum fields. These vacuum fluctuations generate virtual particles, which supposedly go out into the universe. Then they start annihilating each other within a very short period of time, determined by the principle of uncertainty. And there are also those who argue that those particles violate the law of conservation of energy, because their energy is much greater than the real particles from which they emerge. They borrow energy from the future, then speedily give it back, because they annihilate each other. Some of these concepts were already utilized to create models of the beginning of the cosmos. For example, the theory about the origin of the universe as a quantum tunneling event, because of the quantum process of transition from the false vacuum state to the true vacuum state. True vacuum state meaning the lowest possible energy, illustrated in Figure 8 with a short intermittent line to the left, representing a level of energy that can't reach zero, as true vacuum is not equivalent to no energy, or absolute nothingness, as Alexander Villekin's theory. The vibrations and fluctuations of vacuum energy are also used by these models. There are many similar models, but unfortunately, pop science articles and books continue to propagate this notion, explained to people by famous atheist physicists like Stephen Hawking and Lawrence Krauss and others. This was first suggested by Edward Tryon in the year 1973 in a paper published in Nature magazine titled, Is the Universe a Vacuum Fluctuation?, where he based his understanding on the assumption that the sum total of all quantities upon which the laws of conservation of energy work equals zero. And since the sum total of negative and positive energies is zero, then the universe might have emerged as a result of quantum fluctuation. And according to the law of conservation of energy, positive energy being represented by matter equals negative energy, which is represented by gravity. They're not necessarily always equal. As for example, planet Earth's matter is greater than its gravity, and the gravity of a star is bigger than its matter. And this is the reason why stars collapse and explode, formulating black holes. If the universe's positive and negative energies are equal, this observation would support this hypothesis, and this can be tested by measuring the shape of the universe. If it's a flat universe, omega equals 1, then this means that both these energies are equal. The experimental proof of a vacuum energy which cause all these phenomena to spring into existence is Casimir effect. As Steven Weinberg asserts, perhaps surprisingly, it was a long time before particle physicists began seriously to worry about quantum zero-point fluctuation contributions to lambda, despite the demonstration in the Casimir effect of the reality of zero-point energies. Also, S.M. Carroll states, and the vacuum fluctuations themselves are very real, as evidenced by the Casimir effect. 1-2-. And now comes the time to answer the question and also discuss the introduction of this chapter a little more. As certainty principle is in reality just the relationship between the momentum of a particle, p, with its position, x, as illustrated in equation 3. As for the relationship between time, t, and energy, E, it's not a fixed principle. Because even though time and energy are conjugate variables, just like momentum and position, and Fourier analysis will provide an amount of uncertainty necessary to make the spreading of any wave energy possible, the relationship between time and energy is still not fixed, like the relationship between momentum and position, because time is not an operator in quantum mechanics, but rather an instrument or a parameter. And models were already created, where energy was successfully measured with perfect precision. This breaches the relationship between the uncertainty of time and energy, and invalidates it as a law. The truth of the matter is that nobody knows whether there really exists such a thing as vacuum energy or not, especially in the absence of any experimental proof of it. And even if we hypothetically believe that vacuum energy exists, it is not considered a violation of the law of conservation of energy, because what is subject to measurement here is only a segment of vacuum fluctuations. And in order for us to determine whether there is a real violation, we must first be able to measure all the vacuum energy that exists in the whole universe, and then find actual changes in these measurements. If we really could measure this energy, we would always find a fixed amount of it, because fluctuations occurring in one place in the universe would always be compensated by other fluctuations in other places, as the sum total of the energy is fixed always. As Lubos Mottl, a professor of theoretical physics, asserts in his blog, in his answers to those who express their desire to build a perpetual motion machine that works with perpetual vacuum energy, exploiting the possibility of violating the laws of conservation of energy, stating in the same article, "Quantum mechanics works perfectly. It works for all systems in the universe exactly, and it leads to many phenomena that weren't possible in any classical theory. However, it also 100% confirms certain laws that have already existed in classical physics. And the momentum and energy conservation laws belong to the latter category." And here is Professor Steve Luttrell, also professor of theoretical physics, in one of his articles on his blog, stating that there is no violation of the law of conservation of energy anywhere, and that the common understanding that uncertainty principle allows the violation of this law, even if for a very short period of time, is a myth, and explaining that Feynman's diagrams show that a system's energy is always preserved in all steps of the reaction. I keep seeing Heisenberg's uncertainty principle described in popular journalese as allowing a temporary violation of the law of energy conservation, or of the law of momentum conservation. The argument goes that HUP allows you to lend or borrow energy as long as settlement is made very soon, and that this arrangement represents a temporary violation of the law of energy conservation. The truth is that there is no violation of the law of energy conservation. The lending or borrowing of energy and momentum is done in a way that always respects energy and momentum conservation. Steve and Lubos' statements are based on the assumption that vacuum energy does exist, considering that the uncertainty relationships between time and energy can be passed as real, and can be dealt with like its counterpart relationship between momentum and position, i.e., if we acknowledge that vacuum energy exists, it's an energy that appeared into existence as an effect of a physical law, and it never violated the law of conservation of energy, and it didn't appear out of nothingness. Even if we acknowledge that vacuum energy exists, this doesn't mean that something succeeded in violating the principle of causality, or that it managed to exist without a cause. And the models that assume that the universe resulted from vacuum energy have no value, not only because there is no proof that vacuum energy is real, but also because if this could have happened, then vacuum energy itself would be an event, just like all other things, because it, too, would be governed by physical laws, and consequently governed by causality, being one event in a chain of events, and it can't be described as eternal, nor does that make the universe a self-created and self-organizing phenomena. But the truth is that the relationship between time and energy is not equal to that between momentum and position. As research shows, there is no principle that supports the existence of vacuum energy. 2-2. But what about Casimir effect? Isn't this a proof that vacuum energy exists? Casimir effect can be explained without the need of vacuum energy. Therefore, it can't be an evidence that vacuum energy exists. And here is a scientific paper explaining this. I have presented an argument that the experimental confirmation of the Casimir effect does not establish the reality of zero-point fluctuations. Casimir forces can be calculated without reference to the vacuum. 2-3. What about hypothetical particles? Doesn't the existence of such particles prove that vacuum energy exists? The answer is, of course, not, because quantum field theory can be completely formulated and explained without the slightest reference of hypothetical particles or to vacuum fluctuations. The quantum field is where these hypothetical particles exist, as Schwinger did in his reference book, Particles, Sources, and Fields. Moreover, the very existence of the hypothesis of the existence of such particles goes back to using an approximating mathematical method appropriate for the indefinite and turbulent wavy nature of the quantum world, called perturbation theory, a mathematical method that deals with unsolvable problems by providing approximate solutions in order to override the problem, and not by presenting real and cut solutions. But such a mathematical method can be dispensed with, and therefore the hypothetical particles will completely disappear. And this is what exactly happened with quantum chromodynamics, QCD, the theory that explains the strong interaction between quarks and gluon, being one of the two branches of QFT, the other branch being QED, quantum electrodynamics, which describe the interactions between electrons and photons. QCD abandoned the hypothetical particles because of a theory known as lattice gauge, where other non-perturbative approaches to solving the quantum chromodynamics were used and resulted in the non-existence of hypothetical particles. There is more to this concerning the hypothetical particles, as this scientific research describes dealing with hypothetical particles as physical reality, as one of the biggest myths, not only in the world of quantum physics, but also within the entire physics world. The calculational tool represented by Feynman diagrams suggests an often abused picture according to which real particles interact by exchanging virtual particles. Many physicists, especially non-experts, take this picture literally, as something that really and objectively happens in nature. In fact, I have never seen a popular text on particle physics in which this picture was not presented as something that really happens. Therefore, this picture of quantum interactions as processes in which virtual particles exchange is one of the most abused myths, not only in quantum physics, but in physics in general. Indeed, there is a consensus among experts for foundations of QFT that such a picture should not be taken literally. The fundamental principles of quantum theory do not even contain a notion of a virtual state. The notion of a virtual particle originates only from a specific mathematical method of calculation called perturbative expansion. In fact, perturbative expansion represented by Feynman diagrams can be introduced even in classical physics, 52, 53, but nobody attempts to verbalize these classical Feynman diagrams in terms of classical virtue processes. So why is such a verbalization tolerated in quantum physics? The main reason is the fact that the standard interpretation of quantum theory does not offer a clear canonical ontological picture of the actual processes in nature, but only provides the probabilities for the final results of measurement outcomes. In the absence of such a canonical picture, physicists take the liberty to introduce various auxiliary intuitive pictures that sometimes help them think about otherwise abstract quantum formalism. Such auxiliary pictures by themselves are not a sin. However, a potential problem occurs when one forgets why such a picture has been introduced in the first place and starts to think on it too literally. So, hypothetical particles are only a mathematical calculation. And what we see in Feynman's diagrams is not a description of a real phenomenon, but rather a description of our way of calculating it. Thus, the diagrams never claim that the hypothetical particles, the fluctuating lines in Figure 9, is a reality that exists in the world. Thus, it's meaningless to speak of universes springing into existence because of these particles, or that the void is not empty because it's teeming with them. It's also meaningless to say that these particles appear into existence out of nothingness, then go back to nothingness, or any similar deluding expressions. Equally meaningless is the saying that these particles violate the law of conservation of energy. Because this law is fundamental to quantum physics. It's the foundation upon which Schrödinger built his equation, and also one of the foundations of classical physics, an established fact that has been proved by laboratory observations and mathematical proof. The mathematical expression of Noether's theorem and a quantum equivalent to the Ward-Takahashi identities in the equations of QFT. Thus, in Feynman's diagrams, energy must be conserved at each interaction vertex. Energy and momentum are conserved at each vertex. This causes the energy of the sum totality of the particles before and after the interaction always fixed. And that's the meaning of the law of conservation of energy. Therefore, measuring the energy of one particle is meaningless. We should measure the total energy of the particles and also of all the diagrams, and then we'd find that the system's energy is always fixed and conserved. The laws of conservation of energy are presented by the vertexes, because these vertexes represent the real particles on shell, with which the interaction began and ended. As for the hypothetical particles off shell, their presence in the diagram doesn't mean they exist in reality, and they can never be verified in real existence, because the very fact of them being off shell means that they can't be observed, and that the impossibility of observing them doesn't mean that they rapidly decay either. That would be a great mistake, because unstable particles which rapidly decay, like W boson particles and others, are actually on-shell and not off-shell particles. This causes a lot of confusion when you know that beta decay, for example, which Feynman's diagrams describe, includes W boson, referring to it as a hypothetical particle that possesses an energy greater than the particle from which it emanated, which means that the law of conservation of energy is violated if that particle really exists. Then you come across a scientific research speaking of observing the W boson. The truth is, the W boson particle that is being observed is the real unstable particle, and not a hypothetical one. And that's because the real unstable particle can exist in specific ways. But beta decay is not one of these ways. Because W boson is a hypothetical particle and a mathematical expression, and it doesn't exist in reality, so it can't be observed in the first place. Any particle is either real or hypothetical, a real or hypothetical photon, a real or hypothetical electron, etc. But the existence of a real particle doesn't mean that a hypothetical particle also exists, because a real particle exists within certain conditions, while hypothetical particles exist only in the mathematical world, inside diagrams and calculations, and can never be observed in the interactions where they're assumed to exist. 2-2-4. What about antimatter particles? There is a situation very similar to that of the W bosons. That is, antimatter particles, most famously the positron. Also hypothesized by Feynman, it's defined as a positively charged electron that travels from the future into the past, which makes its existence contradictory to the principle of causality, because it's an effect that happens before its cause. This phenomenon is known as retrocausality. But positrons do exist, and they're already used for medicinal purposes, positron emission tomography. So, does that mean that a positron as it exists really travels from the future? The answer is definitely no. This is only jargon expression, describing a mathematical tool that's being used to facilitate calculations by making the positron's time negative, so it seems to move backwards in time. But this can never exist in reality. As Shum asserts in his book, note that regardless of whether the particle travels forward or backward in time in our quantum field theory calculation, particles we observe in the laboratory always travel forward in time. Are there real infinities in the material world and the quantum field? There is another argument also related to QFT, that is the assumption by some people that QFT theory reveals the factual existence of infinity in the material world, and that mathematics also reveal that we are able to assign finite values for infinite sums, and that proves that the existence of infinite chains in the material world is possible. So why can't our universe be an eternal chain of infinite self-subsisting events? There are indeed mathematical methods indicating that the sum total of infinite positive integers equal -1/12. Moreover, this formula is employed by the most precise scientific theory that exists. QED theory, which precision can reach 1/10 in a trillion. This formula is directly used in measuring vacuum energy and hypothetical particles, a process known as renormalization. So, does this mean that there can exist a physical object that can be described as infinite? The answer is of course not, because hypothetical particles, as we previously discussed, are only mathematical tools and not a real phenomenon. Therefore, to say that a hypothetical electron possesses an infinite mass, for example, is not a description of a real phenomenon, but only mathematical existences. And there exists no single professional scientist who thinks of them as real when they use these expressions as mentioned in this book titled Achilles in the Quantum Universe. When mentioned that a hypothetical electron's mass is infinite, the electron must have infinite mass. Of course, no one believes this is literally true, but it happens to be true in the best theory that we have at the moment. And until a better theory comes along, viewing the electron in this matter will continue to be unavoidable. So in conclusion, all this doesn't prove the existence of an infinite object in the material existence. The same thing applies to the mathematical methods that deal with these particles and assign definite values for them. Whomever propagates this assumption in order to make it seem that the material world or even mathematics have finally acknowledged these infinities are actually practicing fraud. Because renormalization is an approximating method that assigns finite values for the infinite possibilities that these hypothetical particles carry with them. For example, renormalization of QED is a process of reducing all infinite possible solutions of this semi-triangular surface in Figure 10 to this specific pathline marked with X in Figure 11. And if we know that hypothetical particles don't have real existence, and that the fallacious assumption about the existence of an infinite object in the physical realm is invalid, there remains another problem. That is, if the process of renormalization turns infinite values into finite sums, then how did mathematics permit assigning finite sums to infinite values? Helga Krag had already communicated with Paul Dirac's vehement criticism towards the scientists who are currently satisfied with the high-precision results that QED provide us with, and because they neglect the fact that these are only approximate results or mathematical generalized reasoning, and that they neglect the values when they're small, but at the same time neglect infinity great values, just because they don't want them, and that is meaningless in mathematics. Most physicists are very satisfied with the situation. They say quantum electrodynamics is a good theory, and we do not have to worry about it anymore. I must say that I am very dissatisfied with the situation, because this so-called good theory does involve neglecting infinities which appear in its equations, neglecting them in an arbitrary way. This is just not sensible mathematics. Sensible mathematics involves neglecting a quantity when it is small, not neglecting it just because it is infinitely great and you do not want it. Feynman himself, the founder of QED, describes this practice as a dippy process and renormalization as not mathematically legitimate. The shell game that we play is technically called renormalization, but no matter how clever the word, it is still what I would call a dippy process. Having to resort to such hocus-pocus has prevented us from proving that the theory of quantum electrodynamics is mathematically self-consistent. It's surprising that the theory still hasn't been proved self-consistent one way or the other by now. I suspect that renormalization is not mathematically legitimate. And finally, the statement that the sum total of all positive integers equal -1/12 is a statement that needs a lot of explanation. And if I'm to summarize my response, I would that we have efficiently returned to the game of jargon, because the sum total of any group of infinite sums in the world of mathematics doesn't imply equality and containment, but rather mathematical methods that sometimes use geometry and other methods to stimulate infinite values and try to get an approximate idea about them. But in the end, this doesn't mean that the result equals in value the infinite group of numbers in reality. And also, the word sum in the mathematics of infinite values doesn't have the literal linguistic meaning the word is implying. The subject is similar to comparing sizes of different groups, as when you organize objects in stacks, putting the one beside another, so you can compare between them, even though you haven't actually calculated the number of objects in these groups. This is known as one-to-one correspondence, like these grains of sweets in Figure 12. This allows one to make as many comparisons as they like between infinite groups without needing to calculate the objects within these groups, as that would be impossible. And those who desire to learn more about the subject can read a great article in a blog of an associate physics professor from Charlotte University entitled Infinite Series, not quite as weird as some would say, where he responds in detail to the claims that the value -1/12 really equals the sum total of all positive integers. Do the centers of black holes possess infinite mass? There is another argument that states that the centers of black holes, singularity, possess infinite mass, and this proves the existence of infinities in the material world as well. Black holes are one of the predictions of general relativity theory, and their existence causes a great distortion in the fabric of space-time, which caused the density of a black hole center to be infinite, but nevertheless its size is finite, which makes it similar to Gabriel's horn, illustrated in Figure 13. This hypothetical horn expands indefinitely, the space of its surface being infinite, unlike its volume, which is finite and small, which makes one capable of filling it with paint from inside, but equally incapable of painting it from outside, because it expands indefinitely. The black hole of physics assumed the same characteristics, and in general, the emergence of infinities in the results of any physical theory means that there is some error within that theory, and that there is a missing link somewhere. It never means that the theory proves the existence of anything infinite in the material existence. And the best evidence for that is the phenomenon known as ultraviolet catastrophe, as, according to Rayleigh-Jean's equation of classical physics, a black body would absorb all radiations incident upon it, and doesn't reflect back any of them. It would emit radiations that possess infinite intensity in all frequency ranges, if at thermal equilibrium. And that's because the wavelength of the radiations emitted by the black body would continue to decrease, and as the wavelength decreases, frequency increases, and the intensity of the radiation emitted also increases rapidly, and the wavelength becomes zero. And so the intensity of the radiations become infinite. Such infinity, which resulted from a physical equation, the scientists didn't consider it to be an evidence for the presence of something infinite in material existence, but actually considered it to be a flaw or imperfection in our understanding of the physical laws. And this was the reason at the beginning of quantum physics, when Max Planck published the solution to this problem by assuming that radiations existed in spatially localized packets, which he called quanta of light. Thus, the problem of an infinite density of radiations was overcome, and that is why scientists deal with these infinities as weak points in the theories of physics we have today. And that's also why Dr. Paul Dirac says, the most important challenge in physics was to get rid of infinity. And Paul Davies also says, there is an unwritten rule in science that when anything potentially observable is predicted to become infinite, it is a sure sign that the theory is breaking down somehow. The argument for the absence of scientific proof that past eternity is possible. Another argument claims that there is no scientific evidence that proves that it's impossible for the universe to have had an infinite past, or that it's an eternally self-subsisting phenomenon. Although this argument doesn't directly challenge the principle of causality, it does challenge using causality as evidence to prove that a creator exists, because the universe then won't be needing any force to create and sustain it. When physicists provide models describing an eternal quantum vacuum capable of producing as many universes as it wishes by means of vibration or quantum tunneling, or models describing space-time as originating or emanating from previous space-time fabric, or hypothesizing that this universe of ours is one among infinite and multiple universes, all these necessitates the question, can there really exist infinite chains of events in the material physical world? And can the universe be described as eternal, consisting of infinite chains of events extending indefinitely in the past? This question was powerfully posed in a conference in Cambridge University in the year 2013 titled Infinities and Cosmology, which was attended by physicists, philosophers, and mathematicians. They may not have reached a consensus at the time, but let's see whether that subject is really settled, or is there a reason to suspect? Chains, or infinite groups, are two types. The first one being potential infinities, which means that you can divide things or quantities indefinitely, or add to them, also indefinitely. As for this kind of division, it's almost non-existent in the material world, because there is the Planck length, which makes it impossible for anyone to divide anything into smaller objects beyond Planck length. And there is also the quanta, because of which energy cannot be divided into smaller amounts, etc. Quantum physics makes infinite division theoretically impossible and very limited in material existence. As for addition, it's like future, for it's possible for you to infinitely add time to eternity. One of the characteristics of potential infinities is that the totality of the elements or individuals within these infinite groups is a definitive value. It's just like when you divide 1 meter into an infinite number of small fractal distances by dividing it into 2 halves, then dividing each half into 2 more halves, and so on indefinitely. But the sum total of all these parts will always be 1 meter. In mathematics, this process is known as convergent series. As for the second type of infinities, it's called actual infinities, which is an infinity which boundaries or the total number of its elements are impossible to determine, known in mathematics as divergent series, infinite regress, or like a chain that has infinite links that you can never get to the first one, and so on. Physicists, especially atheist physicists, claim that the latter type can exist in material existence, and that they leave the door open for this option as though it's a legitimate possibility, claiming that there is no definitive proof against it. But in reality, it is impossible and can never exist in reality, because the existence of such a chain in reality is impossible, as David Hilbert, a mathematician, showed in his famous paradox. The paradox of the Grand Hotel, a mental experiment invented by him to show the impossibility of the existence of infinities in the material world. Hilbert's hotel consists of an infinite number of rooms, inhabited by an infinite number of guests, and no vacant rooms are available. But when a customer goes to the hotel and asks for a room, his request is never denied, and a room can always be arranged for them inside this infinite hotel. This is done by asking the guest in room number 1 to move to room number 2. And the guest in room number 2 to move to room number 3, and so on and so forth, indefinitely, moving infinite guests to the next infinite rooms, indefinitely, thus always having vacant rooms for infinite number of new guests. This is an impossible paradox that shows the impossibility of the existence of infinities in real existence. Hilbert's proof is correct and effective because infinity is not a number, but an idea, a thought. And infinity symbol in mathematics doesn't describe a definitive value, but a thought, because mathematics can't restrict or reach the borders of infinity, because infinity has no borders. That's why there are no numbers beyond infinity, but every number that you can think of exists before eternity. So, if you're incapable of dealing with any value as a number, and if mathematics is incapable of including it as a definitive value, then it's all the more natural that the physical world can't contain infinity, or be described as such, because the physical world is definitive, with everything in it existing with perfect amounts, manifested in observable dimensions of space and time. Then how can a finite thing contain the infinite? And if we assume that the past of our universe is endless and eternal, then we are today living in the first moment after infinity, which is impossible. This argument is used by William Lane Craig, one of the contemporary theologians, as an evidence that the universe is an event and not eternal, in what he names Kalam cosmological argument, which he always mentions that he learned it from Muslims. As any chain or an infinite eternal correlation of events which has no beginning or end cannot exist or be observed in the physical world, even assuming the existence of such a chain is impossible, because it leads one to a clear contradiction, that is, describing the chain itself as finite and infinite at the same time. And that is why, if the existence of a hotel like David Hilbert's is impossible, then the existence of an infinite past for this universe is equally impossible, and the paradox of Hilbert's Hotel is sufficient to show this impossibility, and enough to show the impossibility of the existence of any infinite chain in material existence. The universe is but a chain of things, related and bound together by causes and conditions. Whether this chain is the events of the cosmos or its characteristics, conditions and laws, and so on, it's in the end a chain. And Hilbert proved the impossibility of the existence of such a chain if it's to be described as eternal and self-subsistent. And consequently, any chain that's already in existence must be an event, non-eternal and finite, including the universe. Carl Friedrich Gauss, one of the most important mathematicians in history, referred to as the Prince of Mathematics, says, "I protest against the use of infinite magnitude as something completed, which is never permissible in mathematics." And Hilbert says, "The infinite is nowhere to be found in reality. It neither exists in nature nor provides a legitimate basis for rational thought. The role that remains for the infinite to play is solely that of an idea." And that is why a great physicist like George Ellis refuses the idea of the existence of infinity in the physical world, as he says in an article he published in Nature magazine, criticizing the hypothesis of infinite multiverse. Green, to his credit, devotes a chapter to the question of whether the multiverse idea is a scientific theory or not. He believes it is, but again, there is no way to test it, because infinity is always beyond reach, and so will not plausibly exist in physical reality, as mathematician David Hilbert argued. Here, George argues that any theory that speaks to us about a chain of events that's eternal in the past, an eternal cosmos, or an infinite chain of universes, multiverse theory, would be an unscientific theory, because it doesn't meet the condition of experimental testability, as we can't possibly test it, because it speaks to us of something we can't reach or observe, that is, infinity. Thus, it will always remain an unscientific theory. He repeats these words in many researches and books, all of which were published in strict scientific journals. Whomever says that there is no scientific evidence that proves that it's impossible for the world to be eternal in the past or self-subsistent, to him we would say that the truth points to an opposite direction, because saying that the cosmos is eternal or that there are eternal multiple universes, such a statement is one that's not supported by any scientific evidence, and it's even impossible to have a scientific evidence for that, because any theory speaking of the existence of an infinite chain in physical reality will always remain an intestable theory, and therefore an unscientific theory. And maybe the real reason behind casting the lights on the hypothesis of multiverse is that it makes the universe one among infinite universes, coming into existence and fading away since eternity, which invalidates any attempt to prove the existence of a creator by means of cause and effect, even if it doesn't deny causality itself, because the universe then won't be an event that needed a creator. And on the other hand, it casts shadows on the manifestations of perfection, shown in the design and perfect precision of everything in the universe. And this is also the role that the theory of evolution of living species plays, as the theory of multiverse provide an arbitrary material explanation for the high precision in cosmic constants, or what is known as fine-tuning, by telling us that this one trial succeeded because there were, on the other hand, infinite number of trials and errors for other universes. And that's why we, for instance, find someone like Leonard Susskind, one of the founders of string theory, saying in a TV interview that in the face of the perfect precision of the value like the cosmological constant 10 through 123, you are confronted with one of three choices. 1. God. 2. Chance, silly and naive. 3. Multiverse, which is one of the hypotheses of string theory. There are obvious materialistic atheist ideologies behind this theory, and that is why light is always focused on it, even though it's an unscientific theory, and even though it's impossible to test it experimentally and empirically. You still hear it here and there, and those people would invent the flimsiest proofs in order to put it in front always, just like Steven Weinberg did during his latest interview with Quantum magazine, when his interviewer said to him that the theory of multiverse is not testable, and Weinberg dealt with the subject as a matter of buy one pizza and get another one for free, and said that they accept the theory of multiverse for the reason that it's one of the hypotheses of string theory, because if experiments support string theory, then we accept both hypotheses. For someone who never heard of string theory before, they would think that it's a very well-established scientific theory, to the degree that it surely provides legitimacy to its sister, multiverse. But the truth is completely different, because string theory is also accused of being unscientific, because it, too, is not testable, as many professionals like Lee Smolin and Peter Voigt explained. Can we arrive at a theory that can explain everything and prove that we don't need a God? Another argument says, someday we will have a theory that explains everything, and then we will be able to explain the whole universe with pure material reasons, without the need of a God. And the answer is no, this will never happen. As natural law, since the time of Archimedes, is comprised of principles and axioms that describe nature and enable one to make testable predictions, and that is the framework of the scientific theory in general, and not just in physics. And the more we are able to unify the theories, the less axioms we have and the broader our vision is. So can we discover a single theory that describes everything and the natural material axioms that govern everything? And here, we first need to confirm that it's a theory that describes everything, and not only one that describes and unifies basic physics principles, because there is a big difference between the two approaches, because there is no problem with the second approach, and it doesn't provide any support for the materialistic atheist claim. But the first approach implies that the universe is self-created and self-subsisting, and thus doesn't need a creator, having appeared into existence because of known materialistic causes which we learned by the knowledge of the basic physical laws that alleged final theory provides us with. The question here is not how or when we get to have this theory, but the real question is the existence of such a theory really possible? Or is there conclusive evidence that makes its existence impossible? The answer is no. There is no such a conclusive evidence against a theory of everything. Then the possibility that the cosmos is self-subsisting is legitimate, and the universe could really be the result of physical and materialistic causes which brought it into existence. And then positivism philosophy wins. The philosophy which core is to remove any supernatural causes and considers nature to be the only power in control. But, thanks to God's providence, the answer to this question is yes. There is conclusive evidence that proves the impossibility of the existence of such a theory. Examples are Gödel's incompleteness theorems, and also Turing's halting problem, and many other proofs that destroy this ugly materialistic nightmare. Because in fact, the theory of everything contains within it the paradox of self-reference. And what Gödel did is that he presented a mathematical simulation of the old Greek paradox, known as the Cretan liar paradox, that goes like this. A man from Crete says, "All Cretans are liars." So do we believe him, even though he himself is Cretan? Or likewise, do we believe a man when he says, "What I'm saying now is a lie," if what he's saying is the truth? Then he is lying, and if he's lying, then he's telling the truth. This is called logical antinomy, which in turn shows that any chain of events, which events are connected to each other by cause and effect, can't be the cause of itself. Or, as Gödel puts it, there must remain in this chain even one sentence that can't be proved to be right or false from inside the order, chain, but needs a proof from outside that order or chain. And this implies to any logical mathematical system, or any system governed by logical mathematical order. So whether you get to have the axioms or mechanisms or principles that describe a certain system by means of observation, as it is in physics or biology theories, etc., or have made your conclusions from logical premises, as it is in mathematical theories, the result is one. That is, you now have a system described and governed by a finite set of axioms. So all subjects are governed by the same things that govern the ruler. The ruler, her being mathematics, and whatever this alleged theory claims to do, it's in the end a set of axioms that describe a system. So either this theory is incomplete, and in this case, calling it a theory of everything would be misleading, or it is inconsistent, meaning that it's contradictory, stating something and its opposite at the same time, which means that the theory is not correct. And the impossibility of combining between completeness and consistency is what Gödel proved. For example, the theory of special relativity is based on two axioms. The first one is the principle of relativity, and the second one is the concept of the stability of the speed of light. The concept of survival of the fittest is also known as an axiom in evolution theory, and likewise theories mostly depend on this kind of mathematical construction of axioms. And the set of the axioms that describe any system will always stay incomplete, and consequently, there is no theory of everything anywhere, whether in mathematics or in any system, that could be described as a logical mathematical system. That is why, and in spite of all the big media noise, you find the atheist physicist Stephen Hawking, the biggest advocate of the idea of looking for a theory of everything, compelled to say that unfortunately, Gödel makes it impossible to have a theory of everything, and that was in the year 2002, in a memorial lecture held in memory of Paul Dirac. Some people will be very disappointed if there is not an ultimate theory that can be formulated as a finite number of principles. I used to belong to that camp, but I've changed my mind. I'm now glad that our search for understanding will never come to an end, and that we will always have the challenge of new discovery. Without it, we would stagnate. Gödel's theorem ensured there would always be a job for mathematicians. A great scholar in theoretical physics, an associate of Feynman in founding the quantum mechanics theory, Freeman Dyson said that mathematics and physics are subject to the same principles, and if there can be no theory of everything in mathematics, the same thing applies to physics as well. Gödel's theorem implies that pure mathematics is inexhaustible. No matter how many problems we solve, there will always be other problems that cannot be solved within the existing rules. Because of Gödel's theorem, physics is inexhaustible too. The laws of physics are a finite set of rules, and include the rules for doing mathematics, so that Gödel's theorem applies to them. And here, Sten Oldenwall said, Gödel said that every mathematical system has its roots at a set of propositions which are beyond the system to prove. This makes every logically consistent system fundamentally incomplete. The much vaunted theory of everything will doubtless be such a system. Rudy Rucker, professor of mathematics, argues that Gödel's theorem applies to nature and the physical world. I think this puts an end to the dreams of man-made materialist philosophy and those of atheist physicists, the nature worshippers, because nature cannot have made itself, not with any chain of physical or casual relationships, and there is always a need of something outside that system. This is what Gödel proved. This thing is surely not part of that casual relationship, and is not governed by it, and is not part of the natural systems. And all those systems need him, as he is the soul, the supreme provider, who is needed by all his creation, and there is nothing like him. Is the question about the cause of the Big Bang invalid? Another argument states there is no meaning to the question. What caused the Big Bang? Because the dimension of time didn't exist before the Big Bang. Therefore, the word before is meaningless. This statement was famously said by Stephen Hawking, and he used it to reply to those who consider the Big Bang an evidence for the existence of the Creator by saying, Big Bang has no cause, because there was nothing before the Big Bang in the first place, because time began with the Big Bang. Therefore, it's meaningless to ask what was before the Big Bang, because there was no such thing as before. Hawking's reply is very silly and naive, because this statement was based on the Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems about the existence of a beginning to the universe, the beginning of time and space and everything in existence. But this theorem is based on classical physics. Therefore, it doesn't give a valid criteria to judge what existed or didn't exist before the Big Bang, as Hawking uses it. Therefore, it didn't limit those who put models for the beginning of the universe of quantum origins, whether it's quantum vacuum or anything else, even though the quantum origin was before the Big Bang. And we didn't hear Hawking object to that, because he simply knows that this theorem doesn't absolutely refuse the possibility of the existence of events before the Big Bang. Hawking himself adopts the hypothesis of the origination of the universe from the quantum vacuum that existed before the Big Bang, which was caused by gravity. But in any case, this theorem failed because it's founded on the general relativity's strong energy condition. And this condition is violated by inflation theory, which hypothesizes that the world inflated exponentially in the very early stages of the beginning of the universe, also a theory that lacks supportive evidence. Hawking's theorem of the beginning of the universe was replaced by another one, Bordguth-Vilenkin Singularity Theorem, or BGV. But nevertheless, Alexander Vilenkin, one of the three scientists who formulated the theorem, is himself the one who created the model of the origination of the universe as a quantum tunneling event, which we referred to while discussing vacuum energy. And that's because of the lack of a theory that unifies between general relativity and quantum mechanics. But I'd like to stress here two facts. Firstly, Hawking's theorem and Vilenkin and others have nothing to do with the quantum events preceding the Big Bang. Therefore, these theorems don't prove that the universe is an event. And at the same time, they don't prevent anyone from asking about what existed before the Big Bang, as Hawking arrogantly claims. Secondly, we don't need the Big Bang theory in order for us to prove that the universe is an event, because the evidence of causality is strong and well established before and after we learned about the Big Bang. This evidence is concrete and flawless, and is in accordance with human intuition and religion. And it doesn't only prove that the universe is an event, but it also proves that God created it. Causality evidence doesn't have the slightest need for the Big Bang. Does the law of preservation of energy mean that energy is eternal? Another question says, does the law of conservation of energy mean that energy is eternal? The law of conservation of energy means that energy is a fixed amount, and not that energy exists eternally. If you say the humans existed on Earth for 1,000,000 years, for example, you know that this doesn't mean that a single certain human being lived until the age of 1,000,000 years. This kind of confusion happened with the old philosophers, and it's only being rephrased in our time and age. There is a difference between mental perception of existence and existence in reality. And of energy we say what the great Islamic scholar Ibn Taymiyyah said of animals and human beings in this quote. Do you mean by that the absolute universal meaning only exists in the mind, or the fixed perceived particulars in the external world? As for the first one, it doesn't exist in the outside world, just like a universal animal doesn't exist in the outside world. For a universal man or a universal animal abstracted by the mind can only exist in the outside world in a particularized and specific manner. And the same thing applies to any universal notion. It can only exist in the outside world in particularized and specific manner. And they admit that there can't exist a universal entity in the outside world, but they think it exists as a part of the whole. And that is also wrong, because there is only a particularized and specific entity. No particular and specific entity can be absolute, and no single part can be whole, as it is impossible for the absolute to be restricted by what's particular and specific, and the whole can't be restricted in the partial. He also said, may Allah have mercy on him, and there is no doubt that bodies share a certain measure of commonalities, like length, width, and depth, and that is the abstract measurement that is not peculiar to a certain body. But the abstract measurement is only in the mind, and not in the outside world, like the abstract number, the abstract surface, the abstract point surface, and like the educational frame, long and wide and deep, but is not peculiar to a certain subject, as this common substance they are mentioning is in the mind, and there is no certain external quality that the two bodies share. We then infer that there is a specific and a fixed amount of energy the same way we infer the occurrence of anything else. That is, it's governed by principles, as there must firstly exist certain conditions superseding the emergence of something, which without, that thing can't exist. And anything that is superseded by something is an occurrence, an event, and not eternal, because what eternal means is that it has no beginning to it, and nothing before it. And it doesn't matter if the chain of the events is long and extended, as long as we know that it's impossible for it to have started itself. And for something to have been created by God from another thing demonstrates supreme prevalence and subjugation than creating a thing directly from nothing. As Shaykh al-Islam here says, what is always perceivable and known to all people is that everything appears into existence from something else, not out of nothing. And that's why Allah, be He exalted, said, "For I created you before, while you were nothing." Surah Maryam 9. And He didn't say, "I created you from nothing." Allah also says, Allah has created every living creature from water. Surah Al-Nur 45. He also says, Allah may mercy him. Also that a thing is created from matter, or an element, makes it even more subjugated than being created from nothing. and makes it far more impossible for anything or anyone to imitate Allah. For Allah is one, the supreme provider. He neither begets nor is born, nor is there to him any equivalent. There is no source or origin from which he appeared into existence, nor is there an extension or a helper. For if the creature has a source from which it appeared into the outside world, that relationship of the creature with its source would be like that between son and father. And if it is a father and son, it would be the furthest from being equal to being divine and unique. For it comes out of something else and begets something else. Does the experiment of delayed choice violate the principle of casualty? There are those who use the experiment of delayed choice and the similar experiments to arouse suspicion of casualty, and claims that our ability to observe and detect the light that's coming from the stars could change those events that took place in the sources of that light in the past, which means that casualty is not true, and that the effects we are observing at the present moment could change the cause that occurred in the past. And here is a scientific paper that was especially prepared to answer the fallacy that assumes that this experiment invalidates casualty, and that we can change the past with our choices at the present moments. And after the author shows the reasoning behind this fallacy, he shows that the experiment can be interrupted independently from any notion of violating the principle of casualty. The purpose of this paper is to show how the delayed choice experiments can be interpreted without involving retro-casualty. The summary of this chapter and the answers it provided for the arguments. Number 1. Does quantum mechanics undermine casualty? Answer: no. It undermined determinism. Number 2. Is there really no casualty in the quantum world? And is that world run by total haphazardness? Answer: if what is meant by haphazardness is the opposite of casualty or lack of governing principles, then that is wrong. And if it means the opposite of determinism, then it's mostly true, as previously explained. But I would like to add something. There are no scientific research that's still arguing that quantum mechanics is casual and also deterministic, and that determinism wasn't killed basing their arguments on the Bohmian interpretation of quantum mechanics. Among those scientists is the Nobel Prize Award physicist Gerard Hooft. Number 3. Time is but an illusion, and is a non-fixed variable, so it isn't fit to be an evidence to prove whether our world is an event or eternal. Answer: there is a big difference between the physical definition and the philosophical definition of time. But if we have to use the physical definition, then we actually don't need time as a regulator of the evidence for the fact that our world is an event, because casualty functions independently of time. And it shows that a cause must supersede any event or any effect that we observe in this world. And this is a relationship that's independent of time. And the evidence for it is the same evidence for the physical laws and the governing principles that must supersede the existence of a phenomenon. Number 4. General relativity permits traveling into the past, and this means that future events could affect the past. So, does that violate the principle of casualty? Answer: that is impossible to happen. And if general relativity permits it, then that is because it's an incomplete theory, and no scientist said that the paradox of grandfather is possible and unproblematic. Instead, they all agree that it's an impossible paradox, but they differ about the physical reason for this impossibility. Number 5. Do subatomic particles behave as both particles and waves? Answer: yes. And that doesn't annul the principle of casualty, because everything is still governed by its nature and laws. Number 6. Is there really no specific reason for the velocity and the position of the electron, and no cause that makes an atom decay before another atom, and that all these matters are completely haphazardous? Answer: all these phenomena are governed by the uncertainty principle, and so that principle is their cause, as it's a logical and a mathematical law before it can be a physical law. And if we assume that something can violate casualty, then it should be something that exists against logic and can't be obtained by a mathematical method, and it will only be a physical observation. If the randomness in question is the uncertainty principle, then the answer is yes, and casualty exists as long as natural laws exist. If the skeptic means by randomness the absence of natural laws, then the answer is definitely no. Number 7. Can the electron exist at more than one place at the same time, even if there is a vast distance between these places, as superposition theorem implies. Answer is the same answer as question 6, as all these phenomena are governed by the uncertainty principle. Number 8. Can the electron cross over an energy barrier that is higher than the energy they have themselves? So it seems like you are throwing a ball at the wall in front of you and it would pass straight through the wall, the phenomenon known as quantum tunneling. Answer? The same answer as number 6. All these phenomena are governed by the uncertainty principle. Number 9. Hypothetical particles appear into existence out of nothingness and borrow energy from the future by violating the law of conservation of energy for a short period of time, and they can thus produce infinite numbers of universes. And could our universe be one of those universes? Answer. Nothingness here doesn't have the connotation as the linguistic term implies. It rather means the lowest possible energy, and there is no such thing as violating the law of conservation of energy, and there is nothing that can appear into existence out of nothingness, whether we approve of the existence vacuum energy that was generated by time energy uncertainty principle or didn't approve of the existence of vacuum energy. And by investigating this issue, we found that research proves that time energy uncertainty principle shouldn't be a principle like its fellow principle, position momentum uncertainty principle. Therefore, there is no evidence that proves that vacuum energy exists. And as for hypothetical particles, we saw that they are really only mathematical methods that exist only in the world of mathematics and equations, and not in the real world. Number 10. Vacuum energy, out of which vibration, hypothetical particles appear into existence, had been experimentally proved by Casimir effect. Answer: no. There is no physical law that necessitates the existence of energy in vacuum, and its existence hasn't been experimentally proved. And Casimir effect, that's considered the greatest experimental proof of the existence of vacuum energy, can be totally explained without vacuum energy. Therefore, it isn't actually considered an evidence for its existence. And even if we approve of the existence of vacuum energy, it doesn't violate the law of conservation of energy. And it didn't come from nothingness in reality. Its existence doesn't mean that there is something that succeeded in violating the principle of causality, or that it existed without a cause. And the models simulating the commencement of the universe from vacuum energy have no value. Not only because of the lack of evidence of the existence of vacuum energy, but also because if this is what truly happened, then vacuum energy too will be an event like all other things, because it too is governed by the physical laws, and consequently governed by causality. And it's one of the links in a chain of events, and can't be described as eternal, nor can it make the universe a self-subsistent entity. Number 11. In the quantum world, an effect can happen before the cause, and the future can affect the past, and antimatter can travel from the future into the past. Answer: traveling from the future into the past is just a mathematical way to solve equations with easier means. It isn't to be taken literally. Number 12. The positron is an observable particle, and it's a positively charged electron that travels from the future into the past. Answer: yes, they detected the positron, but they didn't observe it traveling from the future into the past, and they don't think that this happens for real. They're only trying to describe it with the best and easiest mathematical means, and not in a philosophical, contemplative way. Number 13. W boson is an observable particle, and it violates the law of conservation of energy during beta decay. Answer: the particle is observed during interactions where it isn't a hypothetical particle, as any particle, photon, electron, etc., can be either hypothetical or real, but can only be detected during its real interactions. As for hypothetical interactions, these belong to the world of equations and mathematics, and not in reality, i.e. W boson hasn't detected and won't be detected during beta decay where it exists as a hypothetical particle. Number 14. Infinite chains, or things that possess infinite values, do exist in physics, and we deal with them in black holes, and in quantum field theory, and also mathematics revealed that the sum total of all positive integers equals -1/12. So why can't the universe be an eternal chain in the past that's self-subsistent? Answer: no, there are no infinities in the real physical world. But there are infinities in our understanding of the physical world as a result of lack in our knowledge. And these infinities have always been a beginning of revolutionary theories that present radical solutions to remove infinities and match reality. As for mathematics, it doesn't have a rule or means to say that an infinite group, which both ends are indefinite or the sum total of its elements is unknowable, can be equal to a definite value in reality, because that would be a logical paradox that's mathematically impossible. But it provides us with approximate solutions for unsolvable problems, using professional terminology, as there is actually nothing in physics or mathematics that says that the existence of such infinities in the physical reality is possible. Number 15. There is no scientific evidence that proves that it's impossible for the universe to be infinite in the past or eternal and self-subsistent. And even though this doesn't negate causality, it does refuse to look at it as evidence for the existence of a creator, because the universe then won't be needing a power to create and sustain it. Answer: the truth is exactly the opposite. Because saying that it's possible for the universe or multiple universes to be eternal is a statement that's not based on scientific evidence. It is a statement that is impossible to have a scientific evidence that supports it, because any theory describing the existence of an infinite chain in the physical reality will always remain an untestable theory. And that is why it would be an unscientific theory. And Hilbert's hotel paradox is sufficient to show the impossibility of the existence of any infinite chain of events in the material existence. And the universe is a chain of events linked together with causal and conditional relations. As whether this chain represents the events of the universe or its characteristics or conditions and governing principles or similar things, it is in the end a chain. And Hilbert presented the clear evidence for the impossibility of the existence of such a chain in reality, if that chain is eternal, self-subsistent, and infinite in the past. Consequently, any chain that does really exist must be a finite event, including the universe. Number 16. One day, we will have a theory of everything, and then we will be able to explain the whole existence of the universe with pure material causes, without the need of a God. Answer: no. We will never have a theory of everything because it doesn't exist, and that's because the world can't explain itself by itself. And Gödel's theorem testifies that this is impossible. Number 17. There is no meaning to the question about what was there before the Big Bang, because there is no time. Therefore, there is no before. Answer: this is only the false pride of Hawking, and his theorem about the existence of a beginning to the universe doesn't give him the right to say that. And anyway, his theorem isn't valid anymore, as it was replaced by Vilenkin's model of the beginning of the universe from a quantum tunnel that existed before the Big Bang. So by all means, what's really meaningless is not the question about what existed before the Big Bang. What's really meaningless is lying and false pride. We don't need the Big Bang anyway in order for us to prove that the universe had a beginning. But we prove that by looking at the fact that it's governed by laws and causality, and the evidence of causality doesn't have the least dependence on the Big Bang. Number 18. Does the law of conservation of energy mean that energy is eternal? Answer: no, because the law of conservation of energy means that the amount of energy is fixed, and not that energy itself is eternal. The rest of the conclusion is purely mental. It's just like saying that humans existed on planet Earth for millions of years, for example. This doesn't mean that you are saying that a certain human being had reached 1,000,000 years of age, and the fixed energy existing in the physical world remains an event, like others, because it's governed by laws. Chapter 3. The Evidence for Perfection, Precision, and Providence. Introduction. Some of the greatest and clearest evidence of all the existence of the Creator, be He exalted, is the obvious perfection and precision in the living creatures and providing them with everything they need. Allah, be He exalted, said. Pharaoh said, "So who is the Lord of you two, O Moses?" He said, "The Lord is He who gave each thing its form and then guided it." Taha 49-50. Simple contemplation in ourselves and our surroundings makes us easily realize the greatness of God's creation and the vastness of His provision for us and all His creation, as He gave each one of us what we need for living. Then He taught all His creation the best ways to sustain their lives and search for foods and provisions suitable for their existence, rearing their offspring and fleeing from their enemies, and many other ways of guidance. And this is totally enough for one to be certain of the existence of an extremely wise, omnipotent, all-knowing, most merciful Creator. Because an intelligent human knows a thing by looking at its marks and imprints. And when we find something so intelligently and carefully and purposefully made, we would immediately know that behind such precision a being who has tremendous knowledge and wisdom, because randomness or a being or anything that's deprived of knowledge and wisdom could never produce anything orderly and purposefully. Hence was the great importance of the evolution theory for people who are deluded and deceived. That theory that they use in order to instill confusion and doubt about this is clear, delightful evidence. A theory that tries to present humanity with an alternative explanation of the existence of life with all its rich manifestations, without the need of a knowing and wise Creator, claiming that there are pure material mechanisms that worked on producing this extremely complicated and intricate biological system billions of years ago, almost 3.8 billion years. This theory gained supporters and even whole countries mobilizing their laboratories and armies of professionals to swear by it. And since that time, people were divided into all kinds of groups. Some don't know much about it. To these people, the theory says that humans descended from apes, nothing more and nothing less. And to some others, it's the magical solution to get rid of the thought of servitude and obedience to the great Creator. And some of them know the gaps in that theory and the evil it causes. And some others truly think that it's the fruit of science and enlightenment accumulating through the ages, and that it's the salvation of all humanity from the grip of evil and conflicts. It's needless to say that a believer must learn everything about this theory and understand how to correctly discuss it, in order for them to be armed with the necessary knowledge crucial for our time and age, and also teach their family. A non-believer must also learn everything about this theory so they don't fall into the pit of delusion and mythology, thinking that science had already proved it all, even though science has got little to do with the delusions of this theory. But this time, our battle won't be with the game of jargon as it was in the previous chapter, but a true battle with the theory itself, because there is no misunderstanding here that we should correct. Instead, we have two choices. The first choice: accepting the evolution theory that claims that life can be explained by material mechanisms without the need of a creator. The second choice is to destroy the theory and show the correctness of the evidence for the perfection and precision that points to one creator. I won't be addressing every single detail of the theory, because that would need an independent book, but I will present some of the most famous evidence and their refutations. I will also mention some dilemmas that stab into the heart of the theory and destroy it, God willing. The evolution theory hypothesizes that all the forms of life we know originated in the beginning by means of random mutations of the DNA of simple organisms. We don't know where they came from or how they formed, and these mutations result in new characteristics of the living organism, which might be useful or useless or even harmful. And here comes the role of natural selection to choose and keep everything useful for the organism in order for it to survive and reproduce, which the organism acquired from successive strokes of luck. On the other hand, this same process eliminates most of the traits that are useless or inadequate for living and reproduction and survival. And this elimination would be effective due to the persistent conflict over limited resources in nature. It seems that the origin of this idea was economical, blossoming inside Darwin's head after a lecture he heard from the famous economist Thomas Malthus. The end result of this process is all the beauty and creativity and perfection in the living organisms after this long journey life had spent on Earth, during which it formed this living kingdom in a very slow and gradual manner that we can observe during our short lives. And every time the theory faces a dilemma, it is transformed into a new alternative theory, or it too evolves into new theories, so it can escape problems. And wow, how many times it's shifted since Darwin's time until today. Because what matters is that evolution stays right in its pure material explanation of life, without the need of a creator. Because then all this precision would be a direct result of blind natural mechanisms, and the notion of the existence of a wise and knowing creator would be just an illusion. That is why any attempt to reconcile between evolution theory and religion is in actuality fabrication and joining between two paradoxes.
But refusing the existence of the natural mechanisms or their effects is also a wrong approach to refute the theory. And this is what I alluded to in the last question in Chapter 1, with the example about the Sun and the nuclear reactors on planet Pluto. The true battlefield is proving or disproving that these mechanisms are capable of bringing this living kingdom into existence or not, and if they are able to present a sufficient explanation for the phenomenon of life or not. If they are, then evolution is true, and if they aren't, then evolution theory is wrong.
Number 1. Some of the most famous evidence of evolution. 2. The tree of life. One of the foundations of the evolution theory is that all living beings have a common ancestor. That's why Darwin depicted the scenario of life evolution as a single tree, which always branches indefinitely. And this is a picture of a paper from Darwin's notebook, Figure 14, dating back to 1837, i.e. 20 years before publishing the book of Origin of Species, 1859. So the idea of the tree of life is essential to Darwin. And this is very logical. Because if species have really originated from each other by means of mutations and natural selection, then surely if we go back in time, we will see the species merge together until only one kind remains. That is the base of the tree from which life flourished. But did science prove the accuracy of this original hypothesis in the evolution theory? The answer is no on all levels, even by using all what could constitute a measurement of this alleged kinship between all living things. 1. Building Darwin's tree through genetic similarity. For example, if we find a gene in one living species and find the same gene in another species, then this orthologous gene in different kinds of species within different kinds of species can be evidence for the existence of a common ancestor between these different species. But studying this matter closely and attempting to assemble a tree based on this polygenetic approximation, we find that such a tree is pulled from its roots and is ripped to shreds. Because as this scientific paper says, such results suggested that the simple notion of a single tree of life that would accurately and definitively depict the evolution of all life forms was gone forever. And similarly states this other scientific paper, a tree thinker may choose to ignore conflicting signals, as if it was noise even if legitimate evolutionary events underlie it. Also from the same paper, in this paper, we investigate the phylogenetic signal of 4 data sets in order to address a simple question. Do the phylogenies of orthologs really favor tree thinking and thus justify attempts of tree reconstruction? Can we be reasonably confident that their history is free of LGT? We observe that no unique common history can be established for these genes. In all cases, genes fail to favor a single tree. We also observe that some of these genes support incongruent histories. Consequently, the tree thinking on which gene concatenations rest does not precede the phylogenetic conclusions, nor is it a priori a safe phylogenetic practice. So if we use genetics to depict the relationship between living beings, we won't find any tree, nor will we find any branches extending from each other, and this is considered a refutation of the evolution theory and its prophecies. 1-1-2. Building Darwin's tree through similar proteins. What if we put genes aside and try to assemble Darwin's tree using a different component, similar proteins in different species? In reality, we will get the same result, and we won't be able to find any trace of that alleged common ancestor. 1-1-3. Building Darwin's tree through the fossil record. Okay, let's put all of this aside and go to the fossil record and dig through the layers of the earth for traces and fossils of animals that lived millions of years ago. Maybe these can tell us the full story of life and bring life to Darwin's tree. But the truth is that the fossil record doesn't support the idea of the common ancestor, nor does it even support gradual evolution from a being into another. Here we quote the book, The New Evolutionary Timetable, Fossils, Genes, and the Origin of Species. Species that were once thought to have turned into others have been found to overlap in time with these alleged descendants. In fact, the fossil record does not convincingly document a single transition from one species to another. Another quote from the same book, the fossil record itself provided no documentation of continuity, of gradual transition from one animal or plant to another of quite different form. And here's a quote from the book Macroevolution, Pattern and Process. The known fossil record fails to document a single example of phyletic evolution accomplishing a major morphologic transition. 1-1-4. Building Darwin's tree through the external morphology. All right, let's just forget about all of this and try comparing between species by means of morphological appearance, the outward appearance of a living organism, which was the basic method of observation in Darwin's days that he used to assemble his alleged tree. Because during that time, information about genes wasn't available, of course. For example, when you observed the resemblance between humans and monkeys, or between several living species, you could deduce that these have a common ancestor, meaning that all these similar-looking species are granddaughters and grandsons of a single grandfather or grandmother who could be extinct now. This is the origin from which all species appeared into life, and he is the focal point out of which extended these species like distant rays. So if we see these similarities, we could easily conclude that they have a single origin. Then this idea expanded from morphological appearance to similarity of genetic makeup, or genes as discussed above. So similarity, morphological or genetic, in the literature of evolution theory is an evidence and a clue that proves the existence of a common ancestor. And if we find two species which are similar to the point that they are identical and no common ancestors could possibly link the two, then this will contradict the evolution theory axiom that states that morphological appearance is evidence that the two species have a common ancestor from which they both evolved. But evolutionists are astonishing in their excessive use of logical paradoxes. They use morphological appearance as evidence for the existence of common ancestry, which in turn they consider an evidence for evolution, which is an effect. So if the similarity can't be due to common ancestry, they don't admit that the evidence is refuted and that it had lost its value. They rather use evolution as evidence for the evolution of those similar and distant species, calling this convergent evolution. So similarity here becomes an effect, which happens some way or another because of the evolution. And that is a logical fallacy known as circular argumentation, or arguing from the point of difference, where the premise is just as much in need of proof or evidence as the conclusion. For example, if the chimpanzee has the most resemblance to humans of all animals, then the evolution theory predicts that there are a common ancestor between humans and chimpanzees, and also predicts that this common ancestor's order on the tree of life is closer than that of the common ancestor between humans and cockroaches, for example, because a cockroach's morphology is far different than humans. So if there's a new evidence that cockroaches are closer to humans than chimps, then that would refute Darwin's idea of considering the resemblance of morphological appearance of different species as evidence that they evolved from each other. And this would also destroy the tree Darwin imagined to be a big family tree of all living species. And that is exactly what convergent evolution did when it showed that morphological resemblance to the point of being identical is never an evidence of kinship or the existence of a direct common ancestor. For example, placental mammals, who give birth to fully developed offspring like humans, monkeys, and elephants, and marsupials, whose fetus's formation is perfected inside their marsupium, like kangaroos and flying squirrels. The morphological resemblance between these cannot be due to a direct common ancestor, because, according to the Darwinian scenario, their ancestors diverged from each other before the extinction of dinosaurs, i.e. around 160 million years ago, when that alleged common ancestor was an animal that looked more like contemporary rats and rodents. And then placental animals evolved from each other independently, from the marsupials, meaning that this placental flying squirrel in Figure 15 is closer to elephants and humans than the marsupial flying squirrel on the left, which in turn is closer to the kangaroo and koala than it is to the placental flying kangaroo. Similarly, when you look at these two fishes above in Figure 16, you would think that they have a common ancestor, which is the fish underneath them, or so predicts the evolutionary theory. But you could be shocked when you learn that the gray fishes below in Figure 17 is much closer to the yellow fishes above than the yellow fishes are close to each other. The same thing is repeated in all these species in Figure 18. As this is not an individual or an exceptional case, but rather it's the dominant case, and tens of examples of this phenomenon can be observed in all living beings: birds, reptiles, insects, fungus, fish, plants, amphibians, and proteins and enzymes too. More examples can be referred to on Wikipedia by searching under List of Examples of Convergent Evolution. And here are some photos of some examples of this convergent evolution that is not based on a direct common ancestor. Figures 19, 20, 21, 22,
23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Figure 19. Old Dutch Capuchin and Commoner Tumbler. Pill Millipede, Pill Bug. Figure 20. Euphoria and Cactus. Figure 21. Yellow-throated Longclaw and Eastern Meadowlark. Figure 22. Hedgehog and Tenric. Figure 23. Hypoconemus subflava and Hypoconemus peruviana. Figure 24. Woodchuck and Wombat. Figure 25. Astrophytum asteri. Euphorbia obesa. Figure 26. Praying Mantis and Mantispody. Figure 27. Number 1. Junk DNA. One of the famous evidence of evolution is junk DNA. These are parts of the DNA that don't carry the genetic codes necessary to create proteins, and which, until now, have no function. So evolutionists claim that this non-coded DNA is the remains of the accumulations of the evolution theory that has been in action for millions of years, and that all that junk used to be functional one day, but then were replaced by better ones. Therefore, those were suspended from work until they are completely gotten rid of. It's like you've bought a new television set and threw the old one in the place where you keep the old junk until you get rid of it. You might be disappointed if you know that 98% of our DNA is junk DNA. But this concept collapsed when a group of scientists developed a big international project for the objective of creating an encyclopedia of human DNA called ENCODE, where these non-coded parts of our DNA were examined, and they were concluded that 80% of this non-coded DNA perform biochemical activities. So, these perform a specific job inside the body that we are still discovering until today. The researchers in this project published 30 scientific papers in 1 week in one of the most famous scientific magazines, Science Nature, in an action that looked like offering condolences to the theory of junk DNA, which became among the dead junk, or so it seemed. This week, 30 research papers, including 6 in Nature and additional papers published by Science, sound the death knell for the idea that our DNA is mostly littered with useless bases. A decade-long project, the Encyclopedia of DNA Elements, ENCODE, has found that 80% of the human genome serves some purpose. Biochemically speaking, I don't think anyone would have anticipated even close to the amount of sequence that ENCODE has uncovered that looks like it has functional importance, says John A. Number 2. Bad design. Another favorite evidence among evolutionists is the bad design of some organs in the living beings. One example they keep singing tirelessly is the bad design of the inverted retina in humans especially, and in the vertebrates in general, because when light enters the eye, it has to pass through several inner layers of its neural apparatus before reaching the photoreceptors, which prevents some of the light from reaching the retina, causing blind spots. The atheist Richard Dawkins mockingly says in his book, The Blind Watchmaker, any engineer would naturally assume that the photocells would point towards the light, with their wires leading backwards towards the brain. He would laugh at any suggestion that the photocells might point away from the light, and their wires departing on the side nearest the light. But again come the studies and research to reveal the fallibility of evolution evidence, and to confirm the importance of the existence of the retina with this specific bizarre design. Because photosensitive retinal ganglion cells have high metabolism rate, and they need this direct supply of nutrition of the interacting cells. And because the retina in vertebrates is distinctive from that of cephalopods, where photosensitive cells exist in front of the network of nerves and capillaries directly in front of the light, it is distinctive because of the existence of the layer of retinal pigment epithelium, RPE, and this strange construction of the vertebrate's eye performs an important role with respect to this layer. And there is also a recent study that confirms that this situation is the most perfect for us, because we need the red and green colors in our daylight vision and blue in our night vision, and this network of nerves in front of the photosensitive cells intensify red and green colors more than 10 times, focusing them in rods and focal points on the photosensitive cells, especially on the cones, which process the colors, and those are less sensitive than the rods. Therefore, they needed this specific design to support this process. This was first proved by using computers, then with practical experiments on guinea pigs. The conclusion is that evolution evidence is mostly based on fallacies, supported by a lot of noise.
accompanied by oppression towards anyone who would dare face Darwinism with its problems to expose its fallacious arguments, or show that there is an intelligent order created by the most genius of experts, and prove that life phenomenon can't be explained unless by attributing it to an all-knowing, all-wise creator who created life in all perfection and beauty, be he exalted. That, or at least the arguments which support intelligent design, if we are to use terminological language. And in the rest of the chapter, I will list a number of arguments that contradict Darwinism and support intelligent design. Number 1. The problem of coding. The revolution of communication we are witnessing is all based on the idea of coding. And we've been using this simple idea in much more developed ways since Samuel Morse invented the telegraph, the result being great inventions like the telephone, the radio, TV, computers, faxes, printing devices, CDs, and almost everything around us. The case is simply to define the basics of the system you want to encode, then assign a specific code to each one of them, using your own dictionary, then send it using a speedy medium, an electromagnetic wave, for example, to the receptive person after you previously informed them with the dictionary you used for encoding, so he could decode the symbols. And this is what the International Morse Code Dictionary looks like, Figure 28. If someone sent me a message like this, and I don't have a Morse Code dictionary, it won't mean anything to me, of course. Or I could misunderstand it. I could think that they're being funny or something. But if I know Morse code, I will understand that these symbols mean SOS, a well-known expression that means save our souls. And the conclusion is that the text has no value without a dictionary familiar to both the sender and the receiver. And as we know, the scientific name of DNA is the genetic code, as it doubtlessly is a code system. Even our 5 senses are encoded too. The eardrum converts the sound waves into different forms of mechanical energy. Then they are sent to the winding tunnels of the inner ear, and it transforms them into electromagnetic pulses with different wavelengths and frequencies. And they are sent to the brain, which in turn decode these signals, and we get to hear the different sounds we hear. This is the same mechanism with which our senses of smell, taste, and vision, and touch. Modern technology is really impressive, but the great mechanics of our bodies are even more mind-blowing. Decoding systems are everywhere around us, and with our good knowledge of the decoding systems, we know the importance of the existence of an established dictionary required for both the sender and the receiver. And now the question is, if we assume the probability for a decoding system to formulate in a random way, and if we assume that no one interfered in writing that preserved text within each living being, the genotype, and that no one also interfered in understanding the meaning of the significance of this text, the phenotype, and that all of this took place spontaneously and without intentional planning from anyone, and that it happened in accordance with the well-known evolution mechanics. All of that show that there is a dictionary that's being used to decode the genome. But it doesn't tell us how this dictionary managed to stay changeless in an environment that's bombarded with mutations from every direction. It also doesn't tell us how this dictionary was imposed upon the biological system. As the principles of heredity do preserve the text, but there is no known mechanism that guarantees preserving the dictionary itself, which is necessary for decoding the text. And there is no mechanism that interprets why nature chose this particular dictionary and not another one. Nor does it tell us where it's kept, because programming and decoding need both consciousness and will. Where out of an infinite number of symbols, specific ones are chosen. Then each one of this specific number of symbols is given a special interpretation, which both the sender and the receiver are obliged to use. This was a dilemma for the materialist model that evolution theory employs to explain life. Some tried to find a physical solution to this problem, assuming that the genetic code is only an illusion, and that there is a chemical or a biological or a physical deterministic necessity that drove things into this direction. So is this materialist solution actually possible? 2. We already know there are 20 enzymes of amino acid tRNA synthetases, AARSs, which serve to attach the appropriate amino acid onto its tRNA. And each one of those 20 enzymes is assigned to a specific amino acid utilized in producing all the proteins in living organisms. as the enzyme chemically and physically recognizes its specific amino acid, exactly like a key that fits a specific lock. The enzyme here is the lock and the amino acid is the key, and these locks are for the boxes of the tRNA. Each one of these boxes is labeled with an anticodon. So if the message comes from the DNA by the mRNA carrying a group of specific codes and codons and enters into the ribozyme, which is the part responsible for interpreting this message, the result is then that the boxes of the tRNAs that hold specific numbers are brought, and they consequently bring with them their keys and locks. Then these keys are arranged, amino acids, each beside each other according to the message's instructions. In the end, the totality of these keys will be the functional protein that's utilized to form part of the body structures of the living organism, as shown in Figure 29. But this can't be a deterministic chemical explanation for the way genetic code works, for many reasons. 1-1-2. The right-handed and left-handed amino acids have the same chemical composition. If chemical interactions are what control this process, the attachment of codons, the number in the message, to the opposite codon, the number on the box, to the specific enzymes, the locks, then the right-handed amino acids will be also coded like the left-handed ones, because there is no difference in their chemical composition. And because all the difference there is, the geometrical shape of the enzyme, the lock, which always matches with the left-handed amino acids and never with the right-handed ones. But this geometric shape of the enzyme is not a result of necessary chemical reaction, but it's a result of being formed that way, and that happened in accordance with the coded information and not by a chemical necessity, stereochemical. And here we fall into contradiction, because we depend upon coding in order to deny that coding is needed and necessary. 2-1-2. There are other reasons for the inaccuracy of the stereochemical interpretation mentioned in this scientific paper, which when the authors tried to get through all the possible solutions to explain the existence of this genetic code, reviewing all the exiting theories since the discovery of the DNA until this day, and concluded the research with this question: why is the genetic code the way it is, and how did it come to be? The question is still one of the most complicated ones facing the science of biology, and it seems that we're going to spend another 50 years in addition to the previous 50 until we get to have a satisfying answer. The paper also says that questions like, why are there only 4 nitrogenous bases, not more and not less? Why the codon constitutes of only 3 nitrogenous bases, and why only 20 amino acids? These are all legitimate questions we need to answer. To the author, the stereochemical theory wasn't a satisfying interpretation, and he mentioned some of his reasons. 2-1-2-1. There are many amino acids that have more than one codon, like leucine, who has 6 codons, Schedule 1. This goes against the stereochemical idea, because if the codon, the number in the message, was stereochemically attached to a specific amino acid, the key, there wouldn't have been a space for multiple codons for one amino acid. 2-1-2-2. The paper also mentioned another reason. That is, there are amino acids other than the known 20 biological ones which are a part of the protein composition in the living organisms. And these were inserted in practical experiments inside the cell with some genetic engineering, and they acquired genetic codes, like this research shows. And this is evidence that there doesn't exist any stereochemical necessity preventing the encoding of these amino acids. Likewise, there is no stereochemical necessity that requires specifically 20 amino acids out of a great number of them to perform the encoding. 2-1-2-3. It also mentions another reason: the existence of dictionaries different than the standard genetic code. In the mitochondria, for example. And that's the reason this living organism is considered to be one who lives in symbiosis with humans and other living organisms, and not part of them. The existence of more than one dictionary means that there is more than one way to decode the genome. And this clearly shows that the case is not a chemical or a physical necessity, but rather it's one of many possible codes that needs to be chosen out of all the others. And this doesn't have a satisfying explanation within the materialistic frame that uses blind mechanics that don't have a will.
That's why Francis Crick suggested 40 years ago the theory of frozen accident, which is like choosing 64 random choices out of 10, then freezing the rest and making these a law. What made Crick say that is that he was trying to combine between the fact that there is an mandatory dictionary and the absence of a chemical necessity to explain it. So he devised this mythical solution, and it has been accepted since it's a materialist solution, even though it's an unsatisfactory one. The evidence that this is an unsatisfactory solution is that the scientific community until this very moment still see that it's necessary to investigate the secret behind this magnificent code. So if coding can't be explained with pure materialist ways, then this invalidates the evolution theory. 1. The problem of consciousness. A lot of people think that science knows how the process of consciousness and rationalization take place, and that it's a finished case. And they don't know that all what science has is a knowledge of the brain interactions with these processes. And this happened by observing the loss of these processes for reasons of injuries in certain areas of the brain, or by observing the brain's activity during these states by using some electrical and electromagnetic devices, like electroencephalography or magnetoencephalography. But do these provide us with an adequate analysis of consciousness itself, how it happens, and why humans are endowed with this special gift? The answer is no. As the proponents of materialist atheist thought always wish and sometimes think that science proved that the brain or the nervous system possess something that can give us a full explanation of the process of thinking and realization, and consequently be able to explain the phenomenon of consciousness in a materialist way. And this can't be done unless we first know what really happens during these states, and what are the mechanics. This hasn't happened yet, and it might never happen. For example, the part of the brain that's responsible for thinking consists of the 2 frontal lobes. These, like the rest of the brain, consist of nervous cells, which have the sole job of transmitting electrical and neurological signals, neurotransmitters. These are chemical substances controlling the pathways of the signals, so they can be transmitted across the brain. Examples of these are serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, and GABA, and others. And using psychoactive drugs, we can raise or lower the level of any of these chemicals. So if consciousness is restricted to the brain chemistry, it would be easy to create a drug that can make you believe in an idea or disbelieve in it, and another that could make you love something and hate another, and a third one that could make you invent something totally unique, and many other things that make human consciousness unique. But all this doesn't exist, as not all drugs affect the brain interactions necessarily for consciousness. But they don't affect consciousness itself, because just like someone can hit another on the head and make them lose consciousness, having caused alteration of the interactions necessary for consciousness, but don't alter consciousness itself, and they can't hit someone on the head in order to convince them of some idea. This is what drugs do. As changing the chemistry and the electricity of the brain don't change consciousness, but it can weaken or strengthen it, or affect its presence or absence. That is why physicist Leonard Mlodinow said in a TV interview that there is no physical explanation for consciousness. The justification for the presence of human consciousness had been always that humans had a relatively bigger cerebral cortex than other creatures, especially in the frontal lobes. This is like explaining the existence of water with water, as it doesn't provide us with any valuable information to explain why and how and what consciousness is made of. But this concept too was recently destroyed by studies scientists performed using MRI to compare the cerebral cortex of humans to that of great apes. As trying to portray the mind as merely the brain, or that it's a process that can be explained within the frame of a natural materialist frame, is a delusion and a foolish attempt. The same thing applies to the illusion of creating a computer that can possess a human-like mind, because computers can't understand and rationalize and make decisions any more than what they are previously programmed to do. And this is the core difference between algorithms and things like free will and awareness. Because although the computer handles coded electrical signals just like a brain cell does, it's impossible for the computer to understand or rationalize something, which shows that consciousness is not mere handling of a bunch of algorithms. Gödel himself argued, based on his famous theorem we discussed in the previous chapter, the incompleteness theorem, that it's impossible to invent a computer that can rationalize and have free will like humans. This argument has been revived by Roger Penrose in his book, The Emperor's New Mind, then again in the book Shadows of the Mind, and also the Scientific Magazine, which is specialized in investigating the truth about human consciousness. And the magazine listed these 3 questions in its introduction to show that these puzzles are yet to be solved, and they need more research. How does the mind relate to the brain? Can computers ever be conscious? What do we mean by subjectivity and the self? And there are those who think that self-learning skills in computers are considered consciousness, and that's not true, because that is called artificial intelligence and not artificial awareness. It's an unconscious way to achieve efficiency, meaning that the machine performs data analysis and then adopts the strategies that achieve the highest profitable actions. And the wider the database gets with time, the more efficient the performance of those computers get. And all of this takes place without awareness or consciousness. And there is no professional who questions that, because once again, consciousness and awareness and feeling and free will are not data analysis and following the pathways that achieve the highest profit. If consciousness can't be explained with purely materialist ways, then this contradicts the evolution theory and materialist doctrines in general, and at the same time a clear sign that we all have an awareness of something beyond the world of matter within us, which can't be explained unless by attributing this awareness to powers superior to the limitations of nature. 3. The problem of irreducible complexity. If evolution theory is based on the premise that the extremely complex functions happening within the living organisms accumulated gradually through billions of years, and that all the things beneficial to life had been selected during this period of time, until these reached the current state of complexity we are witnessing today, performing all these biological functions in the living organisms, then such a premise is doubtlessly in danger if we find in these living organisms irreducible functions, impossible to have happened by gradual selection. And this is what Darwin himself admitted in his book, The Origin of Species, where he says, "If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed, which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down." This means that such an organ is complex in a way that's irreducible, i.e., the job it performs can exist before all the parts consisting that organ are in place. And if a single part is missing, the organ's function absolutely disappears. When you look at such an organ, you know for certain that it must have been purposely designed and perfected, because the function it performs, which is the reason for keeping it, according to the materialist Darwin theory, can only exist as whole. So, if 99% of the organ is in place, its benefit to the body is 0, and it won't be able to perform the job it was assigned to, just like the modern complicated appliances. If you cut a single wire or took a small part out of it, they would be completely non-functional. It's of course very unlikely that these appliances were assembled gradually because of accumulation of the benefits and advantages offered by primitive parts of these appliances. For example, the electric elevator's job is to carry people from lower levels of a building to the upper levels and vice versa. And this function can't be achieved before all parts of the elevator, wires, ropes, and engines, and the big cabin, and before all these things are in place and supplied by the necessary power. All of this has to happen before the elevator can move 1 centimeter. This is irreducible complexity and can't exist randomly without previous planning or wisdom and purpose. But if an organ or an appliance that's complex in a reducible way, meaning that its parts can be independently used, doesn't necessarily need a designer for it to exist as a whole, and it can't be assembled by means of chance and the accumulation of the benefit of its parts provided, because each part performs the same job in the end, but with less efficiency. Because if the parts are not beneficial, then natural selection won't find a reason to select them, and gradual accumulation is only helpful in increasing the efficiency of the job and not the job itself. And compared to the electric elevator as an example of irreducible complexity, an example of reducible complexity would be the stairs. 1 step in the stairs would elevate you 1 step from the ground. And if you have 25% of the steps necessary to build a staircase in a building that consists of 10 floors, you would have the benefit of being able to move between 2 or 3 floors, unlike the elevator, which can't be useful at all unless you fully assemble its parts. The staircase way is what Darwinism thinks that nature adopted in order to accumulate the beneficial parts in the living organism, so its current complex parts can now perform their specific jobs. And this theory collapses if this is not the general case for all the organic functions in the living organisms. The truth is that a lot of these organic functions are irreducibly complex. Take the example of the flagellum, blood coagulation, DNA coding, and the immune system, and a lot more other examples. Faced by these, the evolutionists invented the idea of co-option and said that all these irreducibly complex organs, its parts indeed couldn't have the ability to perform any job until all of them are completed. But they had other functions. Some of them disappeared and some others developed and merged into the final function we currently know. And this is how we find the reason that makes natural selection select these parts so they are gathered in order to perform this new complex and irreducible function. Imagine how funny it would be if we apply this concept to the example of the electric elevator. This would be something that only belongs in children's cartoon movies, because we'd be acquired to use the power of our imagination enough to believe that all the parts of the electric elevator assembled themselves in one place and connected themselves together in the right way, not with the intention of creating an electric elevator, but they had completely different intentions. For example, the hardwire ropes hanging from the top of the roof to the bottom of the building have been brought by a thief so he can break into one of the apartments. And he also brought strong pulleys so he can use the ropes to lift a big safe he was going to take from inside that apartment. And that safe was big enough to lift 2 or 3 people inside it. And at the same time, there was a person in the next building who vowed to God that if a certain wish happens, he would buy an elevator engine and sneak into the next building to put it in the hollow place in the middle of the building. And because of a stroke of luck, there was a third person who'd put it in this specific building too, electric transformers and connections in order to host a party for all the dwellers of the building. And during the time the thief was moving the safe out of the building, his foot slipped, and the big safe fell on the engine, and the wires mingled together, and the ropes were pulled, and a primitive electric elevator appeared, which the dwellers of the building could use later to develop a more sophisticated one. Because even though it's an irreducibly complex apparatus, it came into existence for completely different reasons, and the purposes other than creating an elevator. This is the logic of evolution which Dr. Michael Behe questioned in his famous book, Darwin's Black Box. So whomever doesn't find the story of the thief and the elevator difficult to believe is rightfully an evolutionist. And whomever can see this as an extremely superficial way that no sane person can believe or adopt, they are accused by the evolutionists to be irrational and a believer in the myths and the fictitious stories of the ancestors. Moreover, any way of thinking that goes against the logic of evolution is being criminalized, and Michael Behe and his like should be presented at court, as happened in the famous Dover trial, during which the judge issued a decision of prohibiting teaching the theory of intelligent design. On the other hand, evolutionists regard the theory of co-option, the story of the thief and the electric elevator, as hard science, and a scientific method that we can use to interpret all cases of irreducible complexity. This is how the evolutionist's mentality deals with any crisis or dilemmas as they reveal some aspects of its lethal deficiencies. And lastly, I'd like to mention something important, which is the fallacious argument the Darwinists use to argue for partial organic functions, or co-option. The complexity argument doesn't refute the existence of partial functions of the organs, but it disproves the notion that natural selection has any role in affecting the current complex functions by means of accumulated partial functions that have nothing to do with the desired complex function. This means that the Darwinian hypothesis of partial organic functions is in truth hollow, and what they're saying doesn't bring natural selection back into the scene. They are only portraying this matter as pure chance, and saying that the existence of these complex organic functions happened because of chance and without a guiding mechanism like selection is an act of sheer folly that can't be called a scientific theory. The example of the electric elevator didn't say that its parts have no independent partial functions, but it mentioned that each part had a function, and mentioned the reason of assembling all these parts at one time. But even if each part had a beneficial use on its own, and had been selected for a purpose, assembling a complete elevator was complete chance, a chance that happened on separate levels. But it's chance anyway. Imagine 3 people standing in front of the elevator in the example. The first one says that the elevator was assembled by chance. The person is foolish, of course. The second one says it was intentionally designed because it couldn't have any beneficial use unless all its parts are in place and in perfect coordination, and this can't happen haphazardly. And the third one says that it's neither chance or designed, and he tells them the story of the thief and the elevator as a possible scenario. So, is there a difference between the first person and the third person stories? The answer is no, as both of these stories support chance. Only the first person story depicts a single stroke of chance, and the third one story is also chance, albeit divided into smaller strokes of chance, so it can seem more logical. But this doesn't actually change anything, because if natural selection selects things that have nothing to do with the final function in order to affect that function in the end, this is really aimless and not a selective mechanism, but a completely random process that could keep on moving between partial functions indefinitely without ever affecting any irreducibly complex organ. Just like this rat, representing natural selection, which keeps chasing the cheese parts in the opposite figure, which represents partial functions, because there is no reason driving it to go for the pizza, the irreducibly complex function. So it can't be said that the rat possesses a special sense or affinity with the pizza, and if it does reach the pizza one day, this would happen because of pure luck. And it can keep on moving in these closed paths forever, chasing and eating the cheese bits without ever reaching the pizza. Number 4. The problem of Cambrian explosion. In the beginning of this chapter, I mentioned some of the evidence that refutes the idea of the tree of life, which Darwin imagined, but there is no evidence stronger than the Cambrian explosion evidence, because it's an observation that completely contradicts the idea of gradual evolution by means of natural selection, which is the core of the theory. The Cambrian explosion is a term assigned to a biological phenomenon that happened 550 million years ago, preserved in the fossil record, and it means the sudden appearance of most major animal phyla, around 95% of the living animals phyla we know today. This one contradicts the theory of evolution on two sides. 5-1- First, all these phyla appeared without having to have evolved from common ancestors. They continued to exist the way they appeared during the Cambrian period until this day, and this applies to the vast majority of the living animals' phyla. The evolution theory predicts that the fossil records will reveal to us long-chain links of transitory animals in between all these phyla, as presented in Figure 30. But then the data of scientists found in the Cambrian explosion indicates that the relationships between these phyla are completely independent. They started this way and remain this way, as shown in Figure 31. 5-2- Second, the time span of the Cambrian explosion is believed to be around 13 million years, as this explosion took place sometime between the Cambrian period and the Precambrian period. And this period of time compared to lifetime on Earth is considered a few moments or a few minutes if we imagine that life began on Earth 24 hours ago, in other words. The Earth would be devoid of almost all life forms, except for some primitive forms of life and very few multicellular organisms, until 21 hours pass, and within the next 2 or 3 minutes, the Cambrian explosion happens, and most of the animals we know today appear into existence. This completely contradicts the idea of the slow, gradual transformation with time, the idea in which Darwin based his theory, as evolution theory predicts the appearance of these phyla with such flowing gradual manner, crescendoing with time, as in Figure 32. But these observations and clues that the Cambrian explosion provide made the appearance of the phyla happen with such a sudden way, shown in Figure 33, which shows that the scientific evidence pointing in the different direction of predictions of the evolution theory, and this contradiction is so obvious that it can be seen by everyone, as one just needs to put these observations beside the predictions, as in Figure 34. And that's why Darwin admitted that the Cambrian explosion is one of the strongest evidence that refute his theory, where he says, if numerous species belonging to the same genre or families have really started into life at once, the fact would be fatal to the theory of evolution through natural selection. But Darwin was depending on the incompleteness of the fossil record, and he was predicting that the fossil record would be complete one day and become the way the theory predicts, and then it will reveal the existence of creatures before the Cambrian period, and then this big leap which destroys his theory would finally get out of the way. But here we are, after more than 150 years after this theory was published, and after the discovery of hundreds of thousands of fossils, the Cambrian explosion is still the same as it was in Darwin's time. And this observation was proved to be completely true, and not because of our lack of knowledge about the remaining fossil record. And we verified that these observations do certainly contradict the evolution theory's predictions. 6. The problem of the tragedy of common resources, an obstacle that the evolution theory can't overcome. Introduction. This subject is an attempt to approach one of the most important paradoxes that can destroy the evolution theory. But it's not only the mere demonstration of the argument that destroys the theory, but rather a showcase of what the evolutionists have presented and what they are now presenting to deal with this problem, and a demonstration of what they themselves admit without question, because the result is really shocking. And for the reader who is searching for the truth to become a person who is able to make the correct judgment about this matter, even if they're not professional, because even the solutions that can be presented to deal with this problem can't be attributed to the evolution theory or its mechanisms. And this means that when the atheist searches for an explanation for the presence of life, they will find themselves facing one of two choices: believe in nothing or believe in the great creator. And evolution theory won't be one of those choices. This paradox doesn't only destroy the theory, but it also delicately proves direct intervention of an expert and knowledgeable power. And the biggest advantage it offers is that it achieves the condition of experimental testability like any acceptable scientific theory. And this advantage allows it to overcome the biggest obstacle intelligent design is also facing. Because as I mentioned in the first chapter, experimental science is unable to encompass all the truth, especially abstract truths like the meaning of design. And this has been exploited by evolutionists in order to make intelligent design seem like pseudoscience. But with God's help, we can make experimental science get to understand what design is, one way or another. Because this is not impossible, and this is indeed what this paradox will do to experimental methodology. In this chapter, I will, God willing, explain what is the paradox of the tragedy of common resources, and what kind of experimental evidence is used to prove it, and why it is a dilemma that the evolution theory can't overcome, and at the same time can't ignore, and how it is a direct evidence of the intervention of an extremely wise and knowledgeable power, and how we can verify it experimentally. 6-1. Evolution Theory and Cooperative Traits. The cooperative behavior in living organisms was and still is the biggest challenge confronting the evolutionists, as the presence of cooperative traits among living organisms is a very perplexing evolution dilemma. It doesn't just exist, but it's a very widespread and dominant phenomenon, as the living kingdom is rampant with many forms of such cooperativeness, from the smallest organism to the biggest ones. But cooperativeness is always costly, because when you are able to give or do something for the benefit of other members of your society, you are then standing in opposite direction of the materialist way of thinking, even out in human society and our daily lives. Because from the point of view of materialist thinking, what could you possibly gain from regularly giving a certain amount of your salary to the poor, for example? And what would you gain from sympathizing with others when they have problems, and giving them help and good advice? What would you gain from trying to rescue someone from sinking, or from burglary, or killing, or rape? All this might cause you losses, and you could even lose your own life. And of course, there is no material gain worth mentioning if you do these things. Cooperation is a real problem for the evolution theory, as the theory embodies the materialist thinking in dealing with animals and all living systems. And discussions about this problem were heated during the 60s of the last century, until the evolutionists came out with new inventions to enhance the situation and present us with materialist and pragmatic interpretations for these cooperative traits, saying that some of these traits benefit the cooperative individual one way or another, mutualism. And when some behaviors don't fit in this category, like altruism, for example, can have an indirect benefit in cases of altruism among relatives, for example, because relatives carry the same genetics and they pass them on to the next generations. And this benefits the individual who sacrificed themselves. In other words, benefit to the genes which cause them to behave this way. A mechanism known as kin selection, as the higher the degree of the relativity of these individuals who benefit from your cooperative traits, the more the benefit you give them comes back to you, one way or another. Because if these people succeed in surviving, this will cause all of your genes, or at least most of them, to be successfully transmitted to the next generations. And this is what supposedly motivates the living beings to transcend their instincts, from the evolutionist point of view. There is also the mechanism of spatial structure, which is the result of the way these animals grew, or them having to live separately for one reason or another, or other restrictions imposed by the environment, which in the end guarantees that all creatures living in this closed society are cooperative, and the costs of this cooperation are equally divided between them, without any relative losses for the cooperative individual among all others. And this is enough to guarantee the continuation of cooperativeness. Also, there is the mechanism of punishment employed by the insects, being builders of large cooperative societies, like ants, bees, and hives and others, as there are individuals in these communities who punish those who fail to perform their active roles inside these communities by excommunicating them. There is also a similar mechanism that is coercion, which consists of forcing the individuals to behave cooperatively, or do behaviors beneficial for the community as a whole and not the individual, like the pheromones which queens release in order to suppress the ovaries of the worker bees so they don't produce eggs, to limit the sources of eggs, because that would corrupt the bee cell, and the queen's eggs won't get the necessary attention and care. Another mechanism is the diminishing returns, and it's an attempt to restrain the competition for gaining benefits within the community in order to limit uncooperative or exploitive selfish behaviors. For example, if you feel really thirsty, then the first glass of water would quench your thirst 50%, and the second glass of water would make you 20% thirsty, and if you reach for a third glass, you might not be able to drink all of it. This saturation performs a role in limiting the competition for the resources, and consequently has a role in restraining the evolution mechanisms which push everyone to gain as many profits and gains they can despite of any costs. For example, blood-sucking bats compete with each other for the best position to suck the victim's blood. But when they return to their dwellings at the end of the day, there will be those who would be about to burst from the loads of blood they had, and others whose bellies are empty. And then, after they were competing for this blood, they begin to share some of it among themselves, because of saturation. And this cooperative behavior guarantees that everyone gets what they need most days, because the same individual who would share the blood it sucked with its thirsty brother could be unable to find its food in the next day, and then it would borrow blood from others, and so on and so forth. So, saturation becomes the reason for this cooperative behavior. There are other mechanisms the evolutionists have been digging for years, so they can explain the presence of cooperative traits among the living species. But why did cooperative traits need all these efforts? Because if we were to ask for the reason for the presence of any trait in any living being, the answer will be always ready: mutations and natural selection. So what makes the basic evolution mechanisms unable to find an explanation for these cooperative traits? Why did it need outside help and many additional mechanisms like the ones I mentioned above? And do these additional mechanisms really solve the problem or not? The evolution theory predicts that the uncooperative, selfish individual within the living community would gain bigger profits because they are already inside a cooperative community without having to pay the expensive cooperation costs. And so they would beat the cooperative individual anywhere, supported all the time by natural selection wherever they go, as in Figure 35, symbolizing the cooperative individual as W and the uncooperative as C. So if any circumstances arrive, like immigration or mutations, the cooperative individual is present in the same society as well as the uncooperative. And so the inescapable result will be the uncooperative individual beating the cooperative one until cooperative individuals get fully extinct. And this result is affected by the very mechanisms of evolution. And here appears the contradiction, because natural selection always selects those who cause the deterioration of the group and their efficiency, instead of selecting ones who raise the level of the well-being of this group as time passes. Because when the uncooperative individual beats the cooperative one, they would lose the cooperative traits on which the society basically depend, which would weaken the whole community to the degree that it might get totally extinct. And this includes the uncooperative individual too, in a phenomenon known as evolutionary suicide. And also the mutations, which are supposed to always bring the new traits for the community, will cause an inescapable confrontation between the cooperative and uncooperative individuals. And consequently, the basic evolution theory mechanics lead to the extinction of the cooperative traits, then destroy all life instead of preserving life. And that's why this theory needed resuscitation from these additional mechanisms, which presented nothing in actuality, as we'll see later. And hence comes the problem, and failed all the attempts of begging mercy for materialism. and this had been proved theoretically and experimentally. Theoretical mathematical concept expresses this truth using a method called the prisoner's dilemma. In this dilemma, the selfish strategies are always favored, despite the lack of efficiency it causes for the whole community. And that's why it's called a dilemma. The prisoner's dilemma consists of a mathematical model of the results of a meeting of all the different strategies. And what is the end result of this, based on the resulting benefit? In which direction things will always evolve. The dilemma consists of an offer from the police to two suspects, from whom the police don't have an evidence of criminal conviction. And this offer is presented to each person independently, that if one of them confesses with what the other person did, they will be rewarded by releasing them, and their partner would get a 3-year sentence in prison. If the opposite happens, the person gets imprisoned for 3 years, and their partner gets to be released. And if none of them confess, then each would be punished with 2 years in prison, as shown in Schedule 2. So turning the partner in is selfish, the bottom column of the schedule, and being silent is the cooperation, the upper column of the schedule. So, selfishness is always favored over cooperation, because each partner doesn't know what the other will do. If they keep silent, their partner might confess, and they get imprisoned for 3 years. And if his partner cooperates with them by being silent, both of them will be imprisoned for 2 years. So he has only the choice of either 2 or 3 years in prison. But if they are selfish enough, they will be released. Or in worst-case scenario, they get imprisoned for 2 years. So he has a choice of either 2 years in prison or 0 years. So everyone agrees that cooperation is subject all the time, anywhere, to be exploited by uncooperative individuals, and agree that the result of this interaction between the exploitive and the cooperative is in the interest of the exploitive. But reality doesn't support this premise, because living beings still exist, and their communities are rampant with cooperative individuals. And evolutionists admit all that, as whoever reads any scientific paper in the field of social evolution, for example, these ones, they would find that all what I mentioned here are axioms, which none of the evolutionists argue, and just some random quotes here and there. And for example, I will mention something easier than this, from this paper, the same reference 101. Cooperative behaviors that benefit other individuals have posed particular problems for evolutionary biologists. From the same paper, if explaining cooperation is one of the greatest problems for evolutionary biology, then explaining cooperation in microbes is one of the key aspects of this problem. And also this paper, which says, social evolution theory has devoted considerable attention to the fundamental problem of the evolution of cooperative behavior. And also in this paper, the origin of altruism is a fundamental problem in evolution. But despite these desperate attempts to present an evolutionist satisfying solution and interpretation of these cooperative traits by means of those additional mechanisms, after the fundamental mechanisms failed to do so, the problem is not over yet. It might have even just started, because these mechanisms might explain the birth of cooperation from the womb of materialism, but they soon fail to make materialism mercy its offspring, or let it reproduce and proliferate, as these are all completely partial solutions, just like a painkiller that a patient takes to alleviate their pain. The painkiller alleviates the pain a little bit, but it doesn't remove the cause of the disease. And as the effects of the painkiller go away, the pain comes back. As all these partial mechanisms don't deal with the source of the problem, because it can never be solved with materialists' ways, as I will show you later, because a solution like spatial distribution can limit the confrontation between cooperative and uncooperative individuals in a society. But this, of course, doesn't last for long, and there is no mechanism among these that present a general and substantial solution to the problem. And as we mentioned, cooperation is really widespread in reality, and even interconnecting with all forms of life, because using general resources in an organized way, preserving the resources, is a cooperative behavior, and all nature's resources are considered general, common resources. Moreover, cooperation is a helper in the production of these resources, and not just a wise consumer for them, as most simple-celled organisms depend on resources consisting of secretions produced by the cooperative individual, and this achieves the well-being for both of them, and not just the organism's personal advantage. And this happens in many forms, like absorbing and assimilating the nutrients, reproduction and fighting against other species, and other life essentials, as cooperation is the producer of resources in the life of a big part of the animal kingdom, and it's the wise regulator of its consumption in the lives of the remaining living beings. So, if materialism won't heed wisdom and admits the importance of cooperation in the living kingdom, there will be no resources, no life, and no existence of anything. The bias towards cooperation necessitates a general mechanism to change the direction of things, and this mechanism doesn't exist in the fundamental mechanisms of the evolutionary theory, nor does it exist in the additional ones either. And if the mathematical modeling of the problem of cooperative traits is the prisoner's dilemma, the real-life modeling of it is the tragedy of the commons. 6-2. What is the tragedy of the commons? The tragedy of the commons, or the common resources, is a term invented by Hardin in an important scientific paper. It means that the cooperation among individuals to consume a resource can result in the disappearance of the resource itself, and consequently, the disappearance of the whole biological system. And this can happen to all the natural resources because of the presence of uncooperative individuals who destroy these resources because of their unwise consumption, or by them beating the cooperative individuals and pushing them towards extinction. So the whole community gets destroyed because of the disappearance of the cooperative individuals. Evolutionary suicide. And those exploiters can be present in any living society, whether by means of mutations or by means of immigration of individuals from one place to another. This means that life must have ended billions of years ago, as it can never exist anywhere beyond the age of protozoa if things go normally. And evolution theory stays completely incapable of coming up with a solution that's consistent with its materialist philosophy to this lethal dilemma. 6-2-1. How is this dilemma a direct evidence of the intervention of a wise and knowledgeable power? Conscious intervention. Evolution goes in only one direction. That is, pushing the individual towards acquiring the greatest amount possible of the benefits and gains without maximum limit. And since there is a threshold beyond which resources can't renew themselves, if consumption reaches it, the presence of this threshold is a fundamental condition for the existence of the resources. It's similar to the capital investment necessary for starting a business, which if any amount of it was consumed, the whole business collapses. Because if partners in any business happen to spend from the investment capital, because they don't count their profits and spend all the money coming into their safe, thinking that all that money is their net profit and that their capital investment is safe, then this business is unquestionably sinking into oblivion. And that's why counting the profits is the only way to avoid this problem. But this counting process needs awareness, because there is no physical mark to distinguish between the money that belongs to the capital investment and the profit money, but only calculations mathematically distinguished between them. And this is what makes things worse for the evolutionary theory, because this minimum limit has no physical existence, but only a mental mathematical existence that can only be recognized by calculating it. Therefore, blind materialist mechanics can't deal with it. Only one who has knowledge and wisdom can organize this by calculating this minimum limit and preserving it, to spite the materialist philosophy's nose. And the example Hardin puts forward in his paper to illustrate the tragedy of the commons was an open pasture where all shepherds were allowed to bring their cattle. The grass in this pasture has a minimum limit which it needs in order to renew itself, and if any of it is eaten, the whole pasture will be destroyed, and it won't be able to renew itself. And this minimum limit has no physical existence, but only a mental mathematical one, which comes by calculating the number of shepherds and the number of cattle owned by each shepherd, and the time the grass needs to re-begin its cycle. So, it's in everyone's interest to commit to a specific number of cattle, and to bring no more into the pasture. But on the other hand, it's also in every shepherd's interest to bring more cattle into the pasture, because that would bring them more money. And the costs, the pasture, will be divided among everybody, and hence transgression can occur, and the pasture gets damaged, and everyone loses the pasture they depend upon. So all the solutions Hardin put forward in his paper required great skills and awareness. He suggested that the government gets involved in organizing this matter, or privatization, to assign a care provider for each section of the pasture. And all studies in this matter revolve around the same solutions, negotiations, agreements, etc. And this necessary intervention of ones who have knowledge and wisdom to organize this matter is shyly proved by the research. And this completely destroys the materialist approach adopted by the evolution theory, which is devoid of any awareness or intelligence of one who has wisdom and knowledge. But this simple example shows the need for such an intelligent care provider. And here, blind materialism commits suicide, and all attempts to revive it fail. Conscious intervention is the only general mechanism capable of handling infinite possibilities of the tragedy of the commons to take place in any society and in any time, by preventing selfish exploitation of the resources which causes the society to surpass the minimum limit necessary for the existence of these resources. And this can only be done by intricate mathematics, which can only be done by an all-knowing, all-wise being, and impossible to be subject to a blind materialist mechanism. 6-2-2. What are the experimental evidence for the occurrence of the tragedy of the commons? Scientific research provided experimental evidence detecting the way this tragedy took place, or almost did in reality. And these are a few. Because the basic principle is that this tragedy is rarely allowed to happen, because there is organization and care. Unexpected if things were at the mercy of blind, purposeless mechanisms. But, because of God's providence, these few occasions took place, or almost did, to give a clear proof that solidifies the mathematical and logical proofs. For example, 6-2-2-1, a kind of cooperative bacteria called Myxococcus xanthus. This is a bacteria that lives in groups and attacks its victims in collective swarms. And when the food supply diminishes, it builds something called a fruiting body, which is a way to survive harsh conditions by producing germs that can endure enough to reproduce their next generations in better future conditions. Be he exalted, the one who thus inspired such weak creatures. The fruiting body's lower half consists of supportive rod-shaped spore producers, and its upper half consists of spores, as in Figure 36. And each individual can either invest in building those rods or building spores. But without question, those who invest in building the spores are the ones whose offspring survive, because each spore will turn into a new bacterial colony, while those who continue to build the rods won't be able to survive, as if the dominant strategy of a certain strain is non-cooperative exploitation. The green-colored ones, cheaters, in Figure 36, because these want the biggest share possible, and so they only invest in building spores. The result will be that those get to survive, and the cooperative strain, which invests in building both rods and spores, will be extinct. Those colored in red, Figure 36, because they will keep producing only rods because of this uncooperative competition. And in the end, the selfish, exploitative strain fails to build the fruiting body on its own, because all its individuals are looking for the biggest profit, the result of which is that both strains get extinct. So here in this example, the resource which should be preserved is the minimum amount of the cooperative strain, which can only be detected by study, and they can only be preserved by restricting the selfish strain from being with the cooperative one. And all this can't be regulated by any blind mechanism. 6-2-2-2. Bacteriophages, or the viruses that invade the bacteria cell and proliferate inside it, eventually destroying the cell. Here, the bacteria is the prey and the resource the viruses compete with each other in order to obtain. There are those who consume this resource wisely, and these are the cooperative strains. And there are other most vicious strains, and these are the exploitative strains, which consume the bacteria in a very short period of time. And this causes them to take over the cooperative ones, because they are stronger and they proliferate faster and exist in greater numbers. But they at the same time destroy themselves, because they proliferate strongly and in great numbers and consume all the existing bacteria, destroying the resource on which they feed. And this vicious proliferation can happen with all living beings, because if mutations favored the exploitative vicious individuals, nothing can stop them. And natural selection will support them as we previously showed, because they are the strongest in acquiring profits. Therefore, the ability to consume the resources must be determined and their reproduction regulated early, and regulated according to previous knowledge. There is no room for experimentation in reality, because the balance of the biological system can't afford it, especially that it consists of food chains. If each living being's reproductions is left unchecked or reproduced beyond a certain limit or less than their necessary needs, this will cause a general disaster in the food chain of which they are a part. And that's because each species are both hunters and preys at the same time. And all this proves the existence of high precision and balance, and previous planning for everything, and that there is no room for random experiments inside the biological system. 6-2-2-3. Cancerous cells are strongest in proliferation and spreading, and enduring lack of oxygen than all the other body cells. They are death-resistant and have multiple strategies which make them more efficient than normal cells. Therefore, they are more profitable, and mutations and natural selection powerfully support their existence. Cancer eventually causes the death of the patient, and consequently cancer itself dies, as this evolutionary suicide that cancer commits is the natural result of the evolution mechanisms, which in reality is hostile towards life, as it's a genius micro-example of the process of destroying life, the furthest from creating and preserving life. In the case of cancer, the tragedy of the commons takes place because the gaining of profits overcomes the need of capital investment, the minimum safety of the normal cells, the resources of this system on which the system's existence depends, and because there nothing separates between the profits and the capital investment in reality. All that cancer knows is that it's competing with the normal cells for food and place, and all the cells it destroys in the process have the same qualities, and so cancer isn't able to tell which of them are profits and which are capital investment that it shouldn't touch, or else the whole system collapses and all gains are lost. The author of this book has a scientific paper published in a professional scientific magazine, discussing the subject of cancer disease as a practical example of the tragedy of the commons, titled as Invasive Cancer as an Empirical Example of Evolutionary Suicide. And evolutionary suicide is a term that means the same phenomenon we are discussing here, the tragedy of the commons. 6-2-2-4. In the Atlantic Ocean, in front of one of the beaches in Canada, there is a place known to be a focal point for the gathering of codfish, known as the Grand Banks, which was abundant with this kind of fish, and then a great industry was established to hunt these fish with huge ships, and this caused a transgression of the threshold, the minimum survival and proliferation needs of the fish. And all the pressure of this hunt on the fish caused the selection of the fish that reach puberty and reproduction age faster, even though they reproduce less because of the diminishing of their fertility, the result of which was the inevitable end of all the codfish there, and the collapsing of this industry within 30 years, 1960 to 1990. This collapse was caused by the vicious competition among these huge companies and ships, the inevitable result of which was the destruction of the very resource they depended upon. And because there is no physical mark distinguishing between the profits and the capital investment that should have been preserved, all the fish look like each other. Therefore, the transgression happened. Because such distinguishing can only be known through earnest studies to determine the minimum limit of fishes needed in order to proliferate, and by enforcing a law punishing those who disobey it by making them pay fines if they hunt more than that limit, which would provide the desired protection for this resource to maintain its existence and reproduction. And all this needs awareness and power imposition, as such an aware intervention is the only solution to the problem. So what kind of a blind force among those blind evolution mechanisms can surround these things with its knowledge, that can organize things if we are to replace these huge ships with living predators who eat the same amount that these ships hunt? The ecosystem will just get rid of them, even if mutations and natural selections bring them. The deliberate conscious handling of the delicate biological system cannot be denied or ignored and can never be conned. And those humans with their big ships represent this predator that the ecosystem could not support. Because humans have no special privilege among the living beings from evolution's point of view, and it's one of the species fighting each other for survival. 6-2-2-5. This example is an experiment conducted on the Japanese male Medaka fish, where a transgenic modification was performed through planting the growth hormone gene of the salmons, which caused those fish to increase in size, but at the same time it caused the diminishing of its fecundity. The females began to favor bigger modified males to the normal ones, which caused a gradual decrease in the numbers of this community until it crossed its threshold and its existence ended. Here also mutations can prevent this problem, because the size trait is genetically possible, and it already exists, but only it has been transmitted from the salmons. And that's why we say that the tragedy doesn't happen because of new traits, but it's enough for a species to be replaced by another profiteer in a resource that can't handle it. The resource here being the minimum numbers of males and females that a species can't survive without. The natural selection represented in sexual selection can't prevent the tragedy because the modified males have better advantages, ornament advantage, which make them better candidates. Taking a single trait from the salmon fish and putting it in the Medaka fish caused the absolute extinction of the Medaka. So how great is this precision and organization that the Creator had put in His creation? And what kind of mind can say that billions of years of random distribution of the traits by means of mutations, then redistributing and refining them by means of natural selection caused all this, when seeing that a minimum change of the traits or its distribution causes total destruction in the biological system? 6-2-2-6 Competition among plants to reach for light and consuming all the energy provided by light, which causes lack in the amount of energy necessary for the process of reproduction and producing seeds, and consequently of the whole species. As in the beginning, the exploitative individuals blocking light from the others took over and destroyed the shorter cooperative breeds, then the exploitative breeds failed to preserve the species, because they have all wasted their energy in building longer stems, and then they couldn't find the means to produce seeds, causing the whole species to get extinct. And here is another form of the tragedy of the commons. Even if the resource here, light, still exists, because light is still there, but the ability to reach for it was destroyed, causing the same result. And the same thing that happens during this competition to reach the light using longer stems happens in the roots as they compete for water. And all of this can be prevented by restraining the exploitative individuals from the beginning, like stopping one or two of the football audience from standing during the game. Because if they do, then everyone will have to do the same so they can continue watching. This doesn't cause better vision of the game, but a big hardship for all the audience and depriving those who can't stand from watching the game. So whether they all stand or all sit, it won't make a difference. That's why this behavior should be stopped from the beginning, so everyone can watch without hardship. But mutations can't tell the future, nor can it prevent one of those possibilities. It just brings and allows everything for the sole reason that it's genetically possible, without exception. This necessitates the gentle intervention of an all-knowing and wise Creator, who organizes everything and creates as He wills. Otherwise, the extinction of all plants with this manner would have been a very legitimate possibility. And surely, if plants disappeared, all animals and birds and everything else will follow. Because as we know, plants are the source of storing energy on Earth for the rest of the living animals, and they're also the source of oxygen on the planet. So how delicate and precise is the living system that God created, that if the minutest manipulation takes place, terrible and unimaginable consequences follow. And all this contradicts the current evolutionist scenario, based on continuous manipulation of the biological system, and on the premise that it can afford all these manipulations without collapsing. And what's worse, imagining that this continuous manipulation and random shooting is what drives the evolution wheel forward. 6-2-2-7 Cooperative insects like ants, bees, and hives. Everyone knows that these species are rampant with many different forms of cooperation, and each one of these cooperative traits can lead to the tragedy of the commons if uncooperative individuals appear. One of the most intriguing things on which experimental studies focused is the response of worker bees to a chemical that the queen secretes called the pheromone, in order to suppress the ovulation in these worker bees' ovaries. Because the only female in the bees and ants colonies who has got the right to reproduce is the queen. And this is in the good interest of the whole colony, because the new generation have the best and strongest traits, and the workers get to save the energy necessary to take care of these eggs until they hatch and everyone takes its own role inside the colony. The existence of a mutation that doesn't cause this response in worker bees is a very possible occurrence. And if this happens, the whole colony gets destroyed because the queen's eggs won't find the necessary attention and care, and the worker bee's offspring will inherit weaker traits, which won't enable them to survive, especially with the escalation of the conflicts between the offspring of each worker and between the queen's offspring if they exist, and thus everybody loses. The tragedy happens and the whole species gets extinct. And here, a preventative mechanism was discovered that prevents the tragedy from happening. That is pleiotropy, or the gene that influences multiple phenotypic traits, meaning that the gene's interpretation inside the body is two traits, and not just one. And the two traits have no relationship between them whatsoever. They found that the gene responsible for affecting this response in the worker bees, which the queen secretes, is the same gene that stimulates the worker's ovaries. So, if a mutation that causes the loss of the ability of the workers to respond to the pheromone, they will lose at the same moment the ability to stimulate their own ovaries. And bees avoid the occurrence of this tragedy because of the existence of this additional mechanism. And instead of the evolutionists asking themselves why specifically these two traits binding to one gene of other infinite traits, they are happy and satisfied now that they know the reason why the tragedy doesn't happen to this trait in the bees, even though it's something that belongs only to these social insects, and can't be generalized over all cooperative traits within bees themselves. If they are intelligent, they would know that this is the work of a wise and knowledgeable creator who knows what would happen if the response is lost. So he tied it to something that would make the bees avoid this disaster. But these people don't understand, and in spite of that, we can attribute the existence of that obstacle to God's will, because organization and knowledge of the consequences of things and this high precision clearly exist. They attribute this to pure chance and the blessings and support of the natural selection. But unfortunately for them, mutations and natural selection support the getting rid of this gene at the same time, and thus the evolution mechanisms get out of the scene completely, as I will show soon in detail, God willing. To summarize, the tragedy of the commons is general in the biological system, and its result is total extinction of the whole system. And this can be only prevented by the intervention of a knowledgeable and wise being. And this lets us know that life can only be explained by attributing it to the great Creator. 6-2-3. The inevitable question. If the whole biological system is subject to the tragedy of the commons, then why does life still exist? And why didn't everything get extinct? And that's it. I didn't invent this question, but rather it's a central question in the science of biology, and a challenge that will always remain in front of the evolution theory as long as it lasts. It's a well-known and famous question that you can find in many scientific papers, like this one, for example. What keeps competition from destroying the common good that could be created by cooperating? Egbert Lee, Jr., Lee, 1999. The question is considered one of the fundamental problems in evolutionary biology. Lee, 1977, 1983, 1999. Buss, 1987, 1999. Frank, 1995. Maynard Smith and Zathbury, 1995. Wilson, 1997. Michaud, 1999. Reeve and Keller, 1999. Foster and Ratniks, 2001. Then the paper's author lists an assortment of old as well as recent research dealing with the same question. This paper also asks the same question. The observation that evolutionary suicide can result from common evolutionary phenomena, such as selection for higher harvesting intensity or for higher growth rate, raises a fundamental question. If this phenomenon is widespread, then why does life generally persist? All the solutions that have been presented for this problem are insufficient and purposeless because they are partial solutions for a general phenomenon that has infinite possibilities, which makes these solutions only a deviation from the right answer, no more and no less. The truth is, the existence or the non-existence of these additional partial mechanisms are equal, and they can't save the evolution theory from this problem. And this is what I will show you in the coming section. 6-3. An example that shows the complete fallibility of the evolution theory's mechanisms, the fundamental as well as the additional ones, when it comes to the tragedy of the commons. There is a very widespread phenomenon among bacteria called the stationary phase, because if bacteria proliferate in greater numbers than the available resources, it will get extinct within a few hours as a result of the tragedy of commons. And that's why the Creator instilled in it a very complex machine consisting of chemical compounds which enable the bacteria to know the number of other bacteria around, how much of the resources is available, and it determines the rate of its proliferation accordingly, meaning that they will willingly stop or carry on with the reproduction according to its calculation of its share of the available resources. This behavior saves it from the tragedy of the commons, represented here by the outside available resources. And this behavior is considered one of the additional mechanisms I listed in the beginning, improvised to save the evolution theory, which is the mechanism of coercion. Because restricting the growth happens because of the activation of certain genes working on restricting the growth. And this happens to the bacteria in a coercive way. In fact, it's hard to imagine that such a system can exist without previous knowledge and strict planning in its design. So, be he exalted, the Creator who planted this orderly system in these creatures to work forcefully in a bacteria that doesn't have consequences. This system governs a lot of genes within the bacteria, and it's called quorum sensing, which consists of complicated interactions as shown in Figure 39. And this mechanism is called an irreducible complex mechanism because it can't come to existence gradually. Quorum sensing organizes most of the cooperative traits in bacteria, and it can be likened to a huge network between individuals of the same species and different species. And there is a language between gram-negative bacteria and another language between gram-positive bacteria. There is a third universal language, and an example of universal connection through this network. Luminous bacteria, like the V. Harvey, coordinates with massive numbers in the sea in order for all of them to start emanating light at a specific time and end at a specific time, to achieve a certain purpose, which causes the illumination of a vast area of the ocean that can be seen by satellites. And this is what one research recorder for 3 consecutive nights, during which the satellite detected these bacteria illuminated an area calculated to be 15 square kilometers of the Indian Ocean, as shown in Figure 40. And of course, the presence of such high-tech networks is in itself enough for any truth seeker in order for them to know that this universe has an all-knowledgeable, all-wise Creator, and that such high-precision order is irreducible, because a network of unfailing communication cannot have appeared into existence through chance, nor can it come into existence gradually by means of natural selection. Yes, primitive networks can develop into more sophisticated ones with the evolution mechanisms, because the more strength they achieve, natural selection will select them. But without the foundations that form something called network, the evolution mechanisms have no function whatsoever, and whomever approves that networks can formulate themselves in a haphazard and spontaneous manner, and consecutive strokes of luck, like the thief and the electric elevator, they then contradict reason and sane people, and join the evolutionists, because they approve this without any hesitation, and they regard this system as an additional mechanism or a preventative method that stops the bacteria from destroying its resources. They don't find anything amazing or astonishing in this matter, and they don't find it a strange phenomenon that these complicated, irreducible networks exist. To them, this matter doesn't provoke them enough to stop and reconsider the situation or look for a more suitable explanation. For them, it's just like waking up each morning to find complicated networks appear out of random beating around in our cities. But it's okay. We will tolerate our opponents and ignore all of this and accept the existence of the fragmentary additional mechanisms or hindrances, like the quorum sensing and others, which save the biological system all the time and everywhere from destroying its resources, and thus saves it from the tragedy. And we will convince ourselves for a moment that is completely normal, and that there is not any madness in Darwinism.
But the biggest surprise is that the tragedy of the commons will destroy the biological system, in spite of the existence of these hindrances and additional mechanisms. That's why any partial success of these can't save the evolution theory. That's why this matter is amazing and worth our attention. And that's why I say that the tragedy of the commons is the problem that the evolution theory can never overcome or ignore. If hindrances that would stop the individuals from transgressing the minimum limit the resources need as a condition to survive, and this successfully resulted in protecting the resources and keeping them, whether they are external common resources like food and water and others, or internal resources like represented by the individuals who have the cooperative traits that the community can't survive without. and the reason for the presence of these hindrances is random mutation or chance, then natural selection will doubtlessly keep these hindrances, because they saved the whole community which was on the verge of collapse. But the most intriguing point in this subject is that chance will also bring exploitative individuals who can surpass these hindrances or additional mechanisms, something that no evolutionist denies. And natural selection will select them too, as we mentioned in the prisoner's dilemma, as selfish exploitative individuals are always favored by natural selection. And that's the reason I said in the beginning that evolutionists succeeded in extracting the cooperative traits from the womb of materialism. But they completely failed to make materialism protect this weak offspring of hers. The paradox here is that chance and natural selection support the presence of these mechanisms, and at the same time support overcoming it. There is no evolutionist solution to the problem, because the evolution theory is completely neutral in this case. Therefore, it can't choose one side and leave the other. These mechanisms can either be kept or overcome. One can't describe a thing as both neutral and not neutral in the same case. And a neutral judge can't make a conclusive decision on the case. If two people disputed over the color of a car, or a house, or shoes, for example, it would be unimaginable for this dispute to be resolved by a blind man, because he is totally neutral in this case. He can't prove which one of them is right. The evolution mechanics seemingly announce that they are neutral and have no conclusive decision about this problem, or in other words, that it should be completely gotten out of the scene when trying to solve this problem, because it won't be useful and can have no effect whatsoever. Reality, on the other hand, announces every moment and everywhere that cooperative traits tips the scales of truth, most of the time, or else the biological system would have never existed. We're still with the example and the system of quorum sensing as a hindrance mechanism, and we now know that evolution mechanisms would support and maintain it if happy chance brings it to the scene. Now we will see how evolution mechanisms will also support overcoming this system, and that the theory is completely neutral. Experimental research on a type of bacteria called E. coli proved that the most widespread strain of this bacteria is the wild type, the original strain of which enters into a stationary phase when resources and nutrients are depleted, as a best adaptation technique to the situation at hand, and to postpone its reproduction to better circumstances in the future. In this case, it stops growing and proliferating, and it reduces its vital functions as much as it can, and to guarantee its supply of the limited nutrients the longest time possible. Thus, it survives the tragedy of the commons, which could have happened to it if it surpasses the minimum limit of the resources by its continuous growth and reproduction. And bacteria regulates all these genetic and environmental changes by using quorum sensing, so it becomes the hindrance stopping the bacteria from overconsumption of the resources, and consequently, the extinction of both resources and the bacteria. But this hindrance, having supposedly appeared into existence by means of mutations and continued to exist thanks to natural selection, is subject to violation, also thanks to mutations and natural selection, by a selfish individual who doesn't respond to this system because of a mutation that happened to him, and consequently it exploits the fact that the original species stopped its reproduction, so it can reproduce faster and consume all the resources, destroying the cooperative kind. Then it gets extinct because of its consumption of all its resources and ignorantly trespassing the minimum limit. And here the tragedy of the commons takes place on two levels: the general external resources and the cooperative individuals, considering these as a common internal resource. And natural selection gets to support the exploitative individual mutant because it's more vicious in acquiring profits. And this has been described in many researches, including this one. It has also been observed in other kinds of bacteria and viruses, cancers, insects, birds, fish, and plants. Its occurrence is possible in all of the biological system without exception, and that's why it isn't possible to ignore or go around this problem, and Darwinists can't turn the blind eye to it, or postpone it to the future like they did with many very obvious dilemmas, like irreducible complexity, and the emergence of the vast majority of the living beings all at once in the Cambrian explosion, and the contradictions between the fossil records and the predictions of the evolution theory, and many other dilemmas. And that's because the tragedy of the commons is not a historical event that ended, but a problem that renews itself, anticipated each moment and everywhere, and it can also be subjected to experimentation. So where's the way out? So, it's not possible to have a solution for this problem in an evolutionary context, whether hindrances exist or not.
and whether these are many or few, because these additional mechanisms in reality can't stop the fundamental mechanisms of the evolution theory, mutations and natural selection, from supporting the selfish who's going to violate them, and thus it will always be breachable, like the common resources protected by the hindrances in the first place. And there remains one approach that can provide us with a general and inclusive and substantial solution. That is bringing the mechanism of conscious intervention into the scene, because it's the only mechanism that can deal with the mathematical existence of the minimum limit of the resources, which is the essence of the problem. 6-4. Is the conscious intervention mechanism testable, and can it be verified experimentally? Bacteria is the best candidate for studying all the evolution mechanisms in a practical way, and choosing among the evolutionary scenarios. And this is due to its short lifespan, its existence in great numbers, and the easiness with which its environmental conditions can be controlled, and also because it's easy to effect genetic modifications within it in order to either make it acquire new traits or eliminate its original ones. And that's why the biggest battlefield that can either make the evolution theory victorious or totally destroy it is inside the labs of bacteria and prokaryotic organisms. And most of the fundamental conditions that the bacteria needs in its life are based on cooperative traits, as bacteria only live in organized groups. And in addition to that, they literally build cities so they can live inside them. And these cities are surrounded with strong walls from all sides, made of materials that have special characteristics that protect what's inside these cities from any external attack. There are passageways inside those cities to take out the excretions and others to allow the nutrients inside and distributing the oxygen. Even work is distributed among the bacteria by means of genetic orders, determining the specialty of each cell. The city is called biofilm, and it includes 99% of the microbial life. And this biofilm sticks to the surfaces of living beings' bodies, or to the surface of non-living things, and it gives the bacteria tremendous strength to cope with the surrounding harsh conditions, and keeps it alive, even if it's boiled, or if the liquids carrying the bacteria are boiled. And this makes it 1,000 times more resistant to antibiotics, compared to its resistance when it's outside the biofilm. This biofilm, in its construction and development, is a group work, and a perfect example of cooperation. Therefore, it's subject to invasion by the uncooperative individuals, as we previously explained. And the biofilm is the cause of the chronic diseases that don't respond to antibiotics or to any medicines. And it could keep the patients chronically diseased with these vicious ailments for tens of years, with symptoms that could be sometimes severe and some other times less severe, or vanish for some time. But soon these symptoms return, and the cycle goes on indefinitely. This is why attacking this disease with injecting the patient with uncooperative individuals modified genetically inside the labs will result in the destruction of the original type, and afterwards it can be easy to kill the uncooperative individuals. This means that we will deliberately create the tragedy of the commons inside the patient's body, which will result in the destruction of the whole microbial society, and the patient gets cured. Some evolutionists did begin to mention timidly this remedial approach in many researches, while preserving the respect facade of the evolution theory until now. In this research, for example, the researchers demonstrated the idea of invading disease causing bacterial biofilms by means of injecting the patient with uncooperative individuals to eradicate the original type. The latter, of course, is based on cooperation, and they called this model the Trojan horse, after the old Greek myth. In a metaphor that fits those matters which have strong outer appearance, but in actuality they're lethal, because those uncooperative individuals which will be injected will comfortably mingle with the cooperative individuals inside their strong, impenetrable fortress, then destroy everything totally. Those who have written this research and similar researches are evolutionists. This explains why there's an obvious hesitation in the manner with which they produce these researches, because releasing this idea completely destroys the evolution theory, as the first obvious question that comes to mind is, if cooperative traits are dominant among the living species, and if they don't withstand the exploitative traits that lead to the destruction of all life forms, and if the evolution mechanisms can't stop this inevitable result, then who organizes and brings such order to life? Restricting these exploitative traits from existing in the amounts and degrees which can cause the extinction of life on Earth. Because this question has one answer, the evolutionists handle this subject with extreme caution. because they know that elaborating on this subject will destroy their theoretical foundations of understanding life in a Darwinian manner. The medical benefits that can be acquired from this new remedial method are big, because it can cure difficult bacterial diseases, and also viral infections, and maybe even cancer, because cancer cell communities are based on cooperative traits too. But each selfish genetically modified strain we take out from the laboratory succeeding in wiping out the natural type is an experimental evidence for the mechanisms of conscious intervention, because the lack of its existence in the first place can only be explained by the presence of a provident one who intervenes to stop it, just like its existence in an evidence for someone who wanted them to exist for medical reasons, because this selfish trait, which was made inside the laboratory, and its non-existence in nature reveals that there is previous knowledge of the harmful effect it can have, and that its existence inside the bacterial society will cause transgression of the minimum limit of the resources, and consequently cause the tragedy of the commons, and the wiping out of the whole bacterial existence, and that's why he wanted to prevent it. Because the existence of this trait, which we manufactured by means of genetic modification, is possible in nature. So why did mutations bring this trait into the living world after billions of years? If it appears, no evolutionary mechanism can stop it, as we previously mentioned. And the result would have been the extinction of all forms of life, because all living beings will be subject to the same thing, the invasion of the selfish and the tragedy. Consequently, the evolutionary mechanisms don't and can't have a real explanation for life unless we add to it the mechanism of conscious intervention, and it's a necessary mechanism that can be verified experimentally. But because it contradicts the materialist atheist philosophy which the theory of evolution was originally founded for the sake of strengthening and supporting it, and so it won't be easy for the scientific community to admit the existence of this mechanism, in spite of the obviousness of its theoretical and empirical supportive evidence. And the author of this book has a scientific paper published in a pre-publishing website, which is a website where researchers get to publish their papers for a period of time until they're verified by the experts and published in scientific magazines. In this paper, I gathered all these ideas I proposed in this book about the dilemma of the tragedy of the commons, and I proposed the conscious intervention mechanism as a mechanism that fulfills the condition of experimental verification. But I'm still suffering from the obstinacy of the evolutionists, and I wasn't able to publish it in a scientific magazine until now. But with God's help, I will not stop trying. 6-5. Conclusion. The tragedy of the common resources is a dilemma that kills evolution, and its fundamental or additional mechanisms with which the evolutionists tried to save the theory will never work, because they all remain subject to the tragedy itself in the end, and there is only one solution for this dilemma: the presence of someone who can preserve the minimum limit required for the maintenance of the natural resources. This limit is a mathematical calculation that doesn't have a material existence, meaning we can never know it unless we do extremely intricate calculations. And this is only in the power of someone who has great knowledge and awareness. And this shows that the matter can only be solved by the all-knowing, knowledgeable, all-wise to bring order to this matter. And this is what's meant by the conscious intervention mechanism. This is a mechanism that can be empirically verified by deliberately creating the tragedy in the disease-causing bacterial communities by means of growing genetically modified bacteria with selfish traits, which causes the wiping out of the bacterial community altogether. If the occurrence of the tragedy in this experiment proves the existence of deliberate creation of the selfish traits, then the lack of occurrence of this tragedy in real existence proves that there is a certain power that wants to stop the selfish traits from existing in enough numbers to destroy life. 7. Comparison between evolution and intelligent design. Statement 1. The phenomenon of life is explained in a fulfilling and correct manner with the materialist evolution mechanisms. Evolution theory? Valid. Intelligent design? Invalid, because it's an extra hypothesis that's not needed and should be eliminated according to Occam's razor principle. 2. Statement. If there is a phenomenon or many phenomena that can't be explained by evolution mechanisms. Evolution theory contains an error or a deficiency or simply needs adjustment, and this adjustment is probably another materialist mechanism. Intelligent design. It doesn't have to be right,
because if the evidence for its correctness is our lack of knowledge of the true explanation of the phenomenon, then this is a logical fallacy known as appeal to ignorance. Number 3, statement. If there is a phenomenon or a number of phenomena like the Cambrian explosion, irreducible complexity, the avoidance of the tragedy of the commons, which can't be explained by means of evolutionary mechanisms but can be explained by intelligent design or conscious intervention. Evolution theory, invalid. If intelligent design mechanisms succeed in fulfilling the condition of experimental verification, and there is no other experiment that refutes the intelligent design's hypothesis. Intelligent design, valid. Succeeding in fulfilling the condition of experimental verification, and there is no other experiment that refuted the intelligent design's hypothesis. Number 4, statement. Testability and empirical verification is one of the conditions of scientific theory. So what is the position of evolutionary and intelligent design mechanisms in regards to this condition? Evolution theory. Some mechanisms met this condition like mutations and natural selections. These are testable in regards to their occurrence, but they fail to meet this condition when new complete organic functions of the living organism appear, let alone the emergence of a new living being. Intelligent design. The mechanism of conscious intervention meets this condition, as it's a testable mechanism which hypothesizes that there are infinite possibilities of the existence of uncooperative organisms which have been deliberately prohibited from existing in the first place. And if these organisms come to life, they would be supported by the evolutionary mechanisms instead of prohibiting them, causing a grave disaster to the balance needed for these organisms to live, which results in destroying the original cooperative type and also the selfish type. And this didn't happen in reality, and this empirical verification will be affected by means of genetic engineering inside the microbes and using them to attack the original kind, which causes the extinction of both in the end. Therefore, we can't assume that the evolutionary mechanisms will prevent those selfish traits, because in fact, they support their existence and proliferation, and we can't assume that these infinite possibilities of the existence of selfish individuals, something that can cause the extinction of all life, and a very real possibility in every part of the living kingdom, we can't say that we're lucky we're still alive, because chance prevented these from appearing into our existence in the first place, and the only reasonable explanation is that these have been prevented on purpose, because we can reverse this process and deliberately create these selfish individuals in order to verify this mechanism experimentally. So if the occurrence of this tragedy in the experiment is real, then this proves deliberate intervention to create these destructive organisms. And likewise, because the tragedy doesn't occur in nature, then this proves that there is a power that wanted to prevent the existence of these selfish traits. Statement Number 5. Falsifiability is one of the conditions a scientific theory must meet. So what is the position of the evolution theory and intelligent design in regards to this condition? And are there any refuting phenomena and experiments? Evolution theory. Contradictory phylogenetic relationships in the polygenetic tree, if we try to assemble it using similar genes or proteins by any means, is a contradictory observation and refutation of the evolution theory. And also the fossil record doesn't match with the scenario the theory predicts, especially in regards to the phenomenon of the Cambrian explosion. As the evolutionary scenario is falsifiable in some of its aspects, and this is in the good interest of the theory, and it fulfills this condition, but it's certainly not in its good interest that the contradictory observations are happening in reality, and this is what happened. Intelligent design. 1. Irreducible complexity is falsifiable, because if an irreducibly complex organ or system developed in accordance with the evolutionary mechanisms, this could be a refutation of the argument of irreducible complexity. 2. Conscious intervention is falsifiable. If there is a general materialist mechanism that can prevent the selfish traits from destroying the biological system, and if such a mechanism can cover all the great many possibilities challenging life each moment and everywhere, then this would be a refutation of the conscious intervention mechanism. But such mechanism simply doesn't exist in reality, and it's improbable for it to exist, as all the proposed mechanisms are fragmentary. They can prevent the selfish traits, but only in certain conditions, and it can't deal with all the possibilities. And the reason for that is that the key solution to the problem and the root of the problem is knowing the minimum limit that the natural resources need in order to renew themselves, the threshold beyond which the whole living community gets destroyed. And this limit has a mathematical existence and not a materialist one, which necessitates the presence of intelligence and awareness. Chapter 4. The Attributes of the Creator and Their Requisites. What is based and depends on them, which can be deduced from the previous two proofs. The evidence of causality and the evidence of high precision and perfection don't only prove the existence of the Creator, but they also demonstrate some of the attributes of the Creator, be He exalted. An honest contemplation of these proofs leads one to believe in the existence of a Creator. They cause many atheists to become deists who believe in a Creator. But the role these proofs play don't end there, as they are sufficient as well for bringing the deist to the gateway of Islam. Because when atheistic misconceptions are clarified and the belief in the existence of the Creator starts to enter the heart, one would search for the qualities and attributes of the Creator. And at this point, the deistic misconceptions come along and block his way. Deists believe in a Creator, but they don't approve of any religion, so they're also as irreligious as the atheists. And they believe that the Creator didn't send any messages to the world, and that He created the world, then left it without any further intervention. So, they don't feel the need for any methods of worshiping the Creator, and there is no hereafter, or judgment, nor is there reward and punishment. Thus, they are similar to the polytheists in their denial of the messages and the hereafter, despite their belief in the presence of the Creator. And they forget that the qualities of God have requirements and consequences that are in complete disagreement with their disillusions. In this chapter, we will investigate some of these qualities and attributes in order to refute these delusions. Number 1. Is there a logical proof for the absolute perfection of the Creator? Answer: yes, on two aspects. First, the absolute perfection can be inferred from the quality of self-subsistence, which is proved by the causality evidence, because a self-subsistent being must be perfect. And that's because perfect subsistence within the self and the qualities and actions of such self indicate absolute self-sufficiency. And absolute self-sufficiency is absolute perfection, as lack only exists within the circle of causality and the domain of neediness and poverty. If you need something or a reason to do something or acquire a certain quality, then you lack such a thing or quality. Your ability is imperfect and you are governed by causality. But if you don't need anything or any reason to do or be anything, then you are perfect. There is nothing imperfect about you, and you're not subject to cause and effect relationships, but rather you will prevail over everything. This is only realized by the self-subsistent and self-sufficient who doesn't need anything or anyone, be he exalted. From this aspect, self-subsistence is a proof of absolute perfection. The second, absolute perfection can also be inferred from the action of creation, and that's because who creates everything without needing anything or for the reason of learning or ability must be capable of everything and knowledgeable of everything, or they wouldn't create anything. And anyone who possesses such qualities would be perfect in every action they perform, because imperfection in action is caused by the ignorance of the doer of the manner with which they should do things. So they are incapable of creating perfect things, or ignorance of the beauty or ugliness of things. So they don't know, and this is impossible for they who are knowledgeable of everything. Or the imperfection of action could be because of lack of ability to accomplish the perfection they desire, or lack of ability to desire creating perfect things, because they are overwhelmed by evil desires. And all of this is impossible for who is capable of everything, as He, be He exalted, is perfect in His names and qualities and actions. Thus we can infer the perfection of the Creator, be He exalted, from the qualities demonstrated by the evidence of causality, like self-subsistence, creation, and perfect capability and knowledge. Number 2. Why can't there be more than one Creator for the universe? The presence of two or more creators will certainly cause corruption of the heavens and earth, because these two or more gods, 3, if they have conflicting wills, then there will certainly be corruption over the heavens and earth. Imagine one of them desiring to create a sun, while the other god doesn't. 4. If one of them prevails over the other, the weaker one cannot be a god. 5. If both wills are in agreement, then one of them is a follower, and a follower can't be a god. 6. Even if they agree to the same things, then there isn't a leader and a follower in this relationship. Then which of them gets to act and which doesn't? And this God, whose will isn't in effect, what aspect of perfection caused him to be incapable of action? Is it humility, for example? Or does he let the other God act in order to avoid trouble with him? Such humility is never appropriate for a god, because he must be a great superior king, not a frail and humbled god, as humility is expected from a servant of God. And this would be a perfect attitude for a servant, because it demonstrates the servant's knowledge of God's truth and their need of him, because everything the servant is or has in life is a gift from his Creator. But to a god, it's an imperfection that doesn't suit him, because the truth of God is greatness. As for fear, it contradicts every aspect of perfection, and we can never imagine the presence of two gods unless we have a faulty perception of God's qualities. So, our knowledge of a single causal system governing the universe is evidence of the presence of a singular will behind it, and consequently, there's only one single God. Number 2. Is sending messages and messengers a requirement necessitated by the Creator's attributes? Sending the messengers is one of the requirements of the Creator's qualities, and one's intellect recognizes that. As just like we can intellectually deduce divine qualities like the perfection and the oneness of the Creator, be He exalted, we can in the same way deduce that He would send the messengers and send down the Scriptures. And whoever thinks that the Creator can leave His creation in vain and without purpose after He had created them, they would be assuming evil nature of God. Or, like Ibn al-Qayyim said, Allah be He exalted said, "Then after distress He sent down upon you security, in the form of drowsiness, overcoming a faction of you, while another faction worried about themselves, thinking of Allah other than the truth. The thought of ignorance saying, 'Is there anything for us to have done in this matter?' Say, indeed, the matter belongs completely to Allah. They conceal within themselves what they will not reveal to you. They say, if there was anything we could have done in the matter, some of us would not have been killed right here. Say, even if you had been inside your houses, those decreed to be killed would have come out to their deathbeds. It was so that Allah might test what is in your breasts and purify what is in your hearts. And Allah is knowing of that within the breasts." Surah Ali Imran 154. And whomever thinks that he leaves his creation in vain without informing them of the instructions to show them the purpose of their lives, that he doesn't send his messengers or send down his books, letting them live like cattle, whomever thinks that assumes evil nature and intents of God, and whomever thinks that he won't gather his servants after their death in order to reward their good doers and punish the evildoers, and show his creation the truth about what they've been conflicting about, and show the whole creation his truthfulness and the truthfulness of his messengers, and his enemies were the liar ones. They would assume evil nature of God. End of quote. And God described the assumption that He Himself cannot send messengers or books as an evil assumption that doesn't fit Him, and only those who are ignorant of God's true nature and true appraisal, Allah be He exalted, says, "And there did not appraise Allah with true appraisal when they said, Allah did not reveal to a human being anything. Say, who revealed the scripture that Moses brought as light and guidance to the people? You Jews make it into pages, disclosing some of it and concealing much. And you were taught that which you knew not. Neither you nor your fathers say, Allah revealed it. Then leave them in their empty discourse, assuming themselves." Surah Al-An'am 91. So, sending down the books and choosing the messengers of His books is a requirement of His qualities, on many aspects. 7. A requirement of His merciful nature. Because if you know that you are created by Him, then no one else has ever done a greater favor to you than He who created you, and gave you all of the bounties and gifts you're enjoying inside yourself and enjoying around you, as He subjected for you everything you need for your own comfort, and favored you among the rest of all His creation, and provided for you everything you need, and gave you of His mercy, as He is the beneficent, who doesn't need anything from you in return, the most bountiful, the most wise, who put every minute thing in its perfect place. We can understand all these qualities with our minds as we observe the traces and marks in the universe. Can such a Creator let you struggle by yourself in this life without guiding you and teaching you to achieve the best quality of life on this earth? Or worse, can He deprive you of the messages to provide you with the best answers for your existential questions He embedded within you? Those questions that you just can't ever ignore as long as you live. Who created me? Why did He create me? What's the purpose of life? And where am I going when I die? Is this consistent with His mercy? You yourself are capable of mercy only because He created mercy in you. And without this mercy, no one would ever be able to mercy another. So how about His mercy? Be He exalted. Why did God teach us the meaning of mercy and made it part of our nature, and the nature of everything inside ourselves and in everything in the universe, while constantly depriving us from it? And we would never know mercy in our lives as long as we don't know the meaning and the purpose of our lives and the right path we should take. Allah, be He exalted, says, He said, Our Lord is He who gave each thing its form and then guided it. Surah Taha 50. I'm mentioning these verses for the purpose of consolation and not as supportive evidence in this place, because these are saved for arguing with those who don't believe in Islam's truth. But if for the intellectual and intuitive evidence, it's inside of us all, as we all have deep natural knowledge that He who created us will guide us, and that He who guided all creatures to their best benefits will never leave the creature He favored among all of them without guidance, or to be prey for his or her whims and impulses. And the forms of His merciful guidance are too many to be counted. But I'll mention a simple example here. The good food which you smell and taste, you immediately like and eat a lot of it. But if the same food gets decomposed by bacteria and fungus, they produce a nasty smell. And if you eat of them, you'd find a very rotten taste, and you'd get it out of your mouth as soon as possible. The bacteria and fungus growth in the food could very well have given it a delicious taste, and some beneficial fungus like yeast already does that. This is a natural guiding system and a mercy from God, and every guidance and care humans find in this world should remind them that God won't let them live a purposeless and an unhappy life. And this is called priority measure, as He who takes care of you in the simplest matters of life won't leave you to face greater challenges without guidance. And there is no question that the greatest wish of any human, if they are human, is to feel secure, know the truth, and know what does the future hold, and what is their destiny, and what are the best ways for them to survive destruction in the present and in the future. So saying that the Creator didn't send down guiding messages and messengers to inform people with them leads to one of two options. Both are invalid. Either God knows that human need for guidance in regards to the most important aspect in their whole life, the purpose of life and their destiny. He knows that this is a gift greater than all of the other gifts He gave them, like food, for example, but He was incapable of guiding them. Which is nonsense, because a Creator must be capable of everything. Or He's not aware of this dire need. All nonsense, because a Creator should be knowledgeable of everything. To my best knowledge, God knows better. This is the evidence the Quran used in order to argue the polytheists of Quraysh, who admitted that there is a Creator, but denied the message. So the Quran reminded them of a guidance familiar to them, as He says, "And if you should ask them, who has created the heavens and the earth? They would surely say, they were created by the exalted in might, the knowing, the one who has made for you the earth a bed, and made for you upon it roads that you might be guided." Surah Az-Zukhruf 9:10. Because they travel using the guidance of the most famous mountains as marks, and they use the roads and pathways between these mountains, and the stars in the heavens guide their directions. And if not for these visible marks, they wouldn't have been able to travel in vast deserts. They would have easily died in the middle of the road, and all their trades and lives would stop. So how can He give you this guidance and deprive you at the same time of the most important one, in your lives and the hereafter? Some people would surely ask, if things are that obvious, then why can't we expect all God's deeds and be able to predict what will happen in our lives beforehand? My answer is that this is a useless comparison, because the person asking this question confuses between the private guidance that a human gets to learn throughout their life and the guidance of his species and kind as a whole, the greatest guidance, without which all other forms of guidance would be useless. And there is no way we can acquire this kind of knowledge, because as you can't use personal things to infer the existence of other personal things, you also can't use a general thing to deduce the details of the personal. And that's why Allah, be He exalted, says, or do they say, He has invented about Allah a lie. But if Allah willed, He could seal over your heart, and Allah eliminates falsehood and establishes the truth by His words. Indeed, He is knowing of that within the breasts. Surah Ash-Shura 24. In this example, we can know for sure that God certainly eliminates falsehood, but we can't know the details and the manner with which He does that, and that's why He attached it to a condition. He could seal over your heart, or do anything else according to His wisdom. But He exalted, like the other retribution He mentioned in another verse, it is a revelation from the Lord of the worlds. And if Muhammad had made up about us some false sayings, we would have seized him by the right hand. Then we would have cut from him the aorta, and there is no one of you who could prevent us from him. Surah Al-Haqqa 43-47. So be He exalted, He who sent down the Quran as clarification for all things. And here I mention another example. If I open a book without first looking at its title, and I happen to be looking at page 35, I read it and find that it's talking about subjects and chemical formulas, then I can deduce that the book is mostly a chemistry book. I used a detail to infer the general structure of a thing. But can I similarly use the contents of page 35 in order to know what's on page 210? The answer is of course not. Very well, suppose I didn't open the book, but I only looked at its title, and I found that it's a chemistry book. Will I be able to know what is written in page 35 before I open the book? The answer is also no. That is the difference between accurate and inaccurate inference. 3-3. Divinity. Having the knowledge that God is the great creator rids the heart from clinging to anything else, or loving anything else better than its love for God, or to humiliate oneself or need anything greater than the need of God and humility toward Him. Because a human loves perfection and loves those who are kind and giving toward them. And this isn't possessed by any other than God alone. And humans show humility toward something if they know that their future lies in someone's hands and has the power over them. And this too should only be to God alone. Be He exalted. This is true servitude and nothing else. That's why people have always been servants, no matter how hard they try to deny this fact. They are, in the end, slaves to those people whom they are always glorifying and asking for their approval. But they might be guided to the true God who deserves this kind of servitude, because He's the only creator. Or they might not be able to be guided, and they consequently worship other gods than the true God, attributing to them some or all His qualities, thus doing great injustice to themselves by following their whimsical wishes, either because they want to allow themselves to do whatever they want to do, or because of ignorance. And Ibn al-Qayyim eloquently describes this situation in these poetry verses. They escaped the servitude they were created for, so they were afflicted with the slavery of the self and of Satan. As honest contemplation of the Creator's qualities and human's true nature and intuition leads one to the knowledge of one true God, because if the Creator alone is the one who's absolutely perfect and absolutely bountiful, He had thus embedded within our nature love and humiliation toward Him. And this requires asking for His approval and fearing His punishment. So how are we to know what brings God's love into our lives and what brings His wrath in each and every detail of our lives without a clear and undeviating message? It would be an impossible task. And even if we know, by means of our intellect and intuition, that God loves goodness and despises evil, this would be insufficient for us when we apply these concepts to our life. Because a human can unwittingly do evil things, thinking that they're good, and they could mistake good things for evil ones. And minds can be various in their assessment of things, and natural instincts can be perverted and changed. So how would God let the humankind struggle blindly without a clear message to which they can refer, in order to observe the right path that leads to His contentment, which is the path of truth and goodness for all human beings as well? 3-4. the requirement of the quality of wisdom. If God didn't send down the scriptures and didn't send down the messengers, He can never hold us accountable for our deeds, because we didn't have the chance to know which things and behaviors He approves of and which He doesn't. So how are we going to be responsible if we are ignorant of these? Consequently, we would think that this life of ours is only the life we have, and that everything ends with it, without any accountability afterwards. And this means that all are equal. The transgressors are equal with the victims. The killers are equal with their victims. The builders are equal with the destroyers. And everything and every meaning in this universe becomes meaningless and empty. And even attributing such foolishness to God, be He exalted. As such horrible imperfection can't be attributed to God, and God inspires us by means of intuition, our natural compass, with the ability to know that wisdom is not like foolishness, and corruption is not like reformation. As He, be He exalted, says, "And we did not create the heaven and the earth, and that between them aimlessly." That is the assumption of those who disbelieve. So woe to those who disbelieve from the fire. Or should we treat those who believe and do righteous deeds like corruptors in the land? Or should we treat those who fear Allah like the wicked? Surah Sad 27:28. He also says, "Indeed, in the creation of the heavens and earth, and the alternation of the night and the day, are signs of those of understanding, who remember Allah while standing or sitting or lying on their sides, and give thought to the creation of the heavens and the earth, saying, O Lord, You did not create this aimlessly. Exalted are You above such a thing. Then protect us from the punishment of the fire. O Lord, indeed, whoever You admit to the fire, You have disgraced him. And for the wrongdoers there are no helpers. Our Lord, indeed, we have heard a caller calling to faith, saying, Believe in your Lord, and we have believed. Our Lord, so forgive us our sins, and remove from us our misdeeds, and cause us to die with the righteous." Surah Ali Imran 190-193. Chapter 5. Why Islam? If a human admits the existence of the Creator, then they acknowledge that He sent the messages and messengers. At this point, they will start searching for the true belief, and then you would probably hear those who say to you, "Which God is the true God I should worship? Zeus, or Krishna, or Buddha, or Marduk, etc." And also say, "There are thousands of religions out there, so how do I know which is truest?" And the answer for this question is, there are not thousands of religions, or thousands of gods, or anything. There are only Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Those are the ones sent down from God, and all the other religions never claim that they are messages from God, but rather they are positively human philosophies constructed by some individuals. But let's assume for a moment that there are indeed 1,000 religions out there. What is our criteria in our search for the true religion? I will here summon the story of God's prophet, Abraham, peace be upon him, arguing his people who did believe in a creator, but they were setting partners with him. And the beloved Abraham showed them by being an example of a genuine truth seeker where they should begin their search, using, during his blissful journey for the truth, his intellectual and intuitive faculties, which naturally seek for the true God. So he was ready to worship any being or anything that fulfilled the qualities he intuitively knew, and abandoned everything that doesn't meet his criteria. Allah, be He exalted, said, "So when the night covered him with darkness, he saw a star. He said, 'This is my Lord.' But when it set, he said, 'I like not those that disappear.' And when he saw the moon rising, he said, 'This is my Lord.' But when it set, he said, 'Unless my Lord guides me, I will surely be among the people gone astray.' And when he saw the sun rising, he said, 'This is my Lord. This is greater.' But when it set, he said, 'O my people, indeed, I am free from what you associate with Allah. Indeed, I have turned my face toward He who created the heavens and the earth, inclining toward truth, and I am not of those who associate others with Allah." Surah Al-An'am 76-79. The first criterion then was, he said, "I like not those that disappear," which indicates that we are naturally guided to worship God and be near Him, and ask for His help each moment. One can't be a servant to God half the day, and spend the rest of the day without a need for Him. So,
a God who would disappear and be present only at certain times, a God who doesn't see me all of the time, who doesn't hear my calls all of the time, who doesn't guide me and be always present, is not fit to be a God, according to my intuition. And this is similar to what Abraham said to his father. Mention when he said to his father, "O Father, why do you worship that which does not hear, and does not see, and will not benefit you at all?" Surah Miriam 42. The second criterion. But when it is set, he said, "Unless my Lord guides me, I will surely be among the people gone astray." Only a God worth worshipping can speak and clarify and guide. This is like his saying, "Be he exalted." And the people of Moses made, after his departure, from their ornaments a calf, an image having a lowing sound. Did they not see that it could neither speak to them nor guide them to a way? They took it for worship, and they are wrongdoers. Surah Al-Araf 148. And also his saying, "Say, are there of your partners any who guides to the truth? Say, Allah guides to the truth. So is he who guides to the truth more worthy to be followed, or is he who guides not unless he is guided? Then what is wrong with you? How do you judge?" Surah Yunus 35. The third criterion. Rising, he said, "This is my Lord. This is greater." Which means that God should be greater than anything else, because if there is anything greater than him surrounding him, then that would be a terrible imperfection. And intuition loves greatness and absolute perfection. And so perfect love and humility can't be achieved, which are true servitude, unless if they are directed toward the greatest and most perfect of all. These intellectual and intuitive qualities never apply to any of the pagan or polytheistic religions, because it includes setting partners with God and making them equal to him, which is nonsensical, and putting God in an inferior position. And the same thing applies to Judaism and Christianity, which are unfortunately distorted, because when you read the Quran and the New and Old Testaments, you will then be able to discern which contains the true words of an omnipotent and all-knowledgeable God, and through this distorted, obvious human intervention with lack of respect for God, and attributing terrible imperfections to him, be he exalted, like regret, fear, lack of ability, ignorance, stinginess, as shown in the distorted Old Testament, where they detected Jacob, peace be upon him, as a human being who physically struggles with God, also making Jesus a son and an equal to God, as shown in the New Testament. And this is an outright obscenity toward God too, because if you say that God, who there is nothing like him, made Jesus, peace be upon him, his own son, you would have created equals for God, because a son is part of his Father. God be exalted over all of these things. Imagine being an employee at a bank where one day you're visited by a number of people carrying personal checks, and each one asks you to cash from an account that belongs to one of the sons of the original account holder. And as you look at the checks, you find many different signatures on all of the checks. The only option you will have then is to match the signatures with the signature in the bank's records, and then you will get to know which checks are authentic and which aren't. Honest and objective contemplation of the Quran lets us know that it's indeed Allah's words, and not just the work of the sheer genius of a poet or a philosopher, surpassing all his contemporaries, because genius people in all walks of life do bring into their societies knowledge in ways none of their contemporaries are able to duplicate. But the source of the knowledge they bring remains the same one everyone can take from: accumulated human knowledge and human intellect. But the Prophet's messages, including the Quran, are totally different than what any humans or jinn can ever produce. Thus, these words hold the signature of God. Going against the norms is but excellence over the contemporaries or some of them. But in the end, it can happen with other people within a certain profession or certain field of knowledge. And this genius person who surpassed others is but someone who had to, intellectually though, benefit from the causes he needed to employ in order to achieve the results they achieved, while a divine sign indicates that the one who sent it possesses perfect capability and perfect knowledge, and other qualities of perfection possessed by none other than the Creator, thus revealing the qualities of the sender. So when people see it, they'd be able to know that it came from their God. Quran is not the same as human words, but rather its words indicate supreme knowledge and capability surrounding everything. As Allah said, "Say,
O Muhammad, it has been revealed by He who knows every secret within the heavens and the earth. Indeed, He is ever forgiving and merciful. Surah Al-Furqan 6. And that is why no one ever could or ever can imitate it or produce something like it, because it's Allah's words. To have a clearer picture about the difference between Quran and human words, let's look at these examples. Number 1. The Quran style. I don't just mean its eloquence, which indeed crippled the most eloquent of Arabs. I mean the unique way it helps ingraining the meanings in one's psyche. Whether these meanings constitute beliefs and great argumentative skills, or meanings that help correcting and purifying deep human feelings. If we investigate Islamic history, we'd find that correct Islamic faith based on deep understanding of the Quran and the Sunnah was and still constitute the greatest resource of powerful answers for all kinds of questions and arguments, renewing themselves in different ages and different places. And to have such ability to present firm arguments and evidence appropriate for answering and refuting all kinds of arguments indicates a dynamic, comprehensive approach fit for all times and all kinds of thought that nobody can produce. As detailed explanations and arguments are always the best way to narrow and reconcile the gaps in the human thought process. But at the same time, this detail is restricted within a certain frame, which it isn't able to surpass, as though it was previously designed only for this purpose, and one needs only reassemble the argument in a new way so it can fit the new changes. Quran's arguments never mention details. They just mention the unchanging basic foundation of the issue, which will always exist, no matter how multiple and varied are the ways the skeptics come up with. For example, the distinctive measurement method to prove the occurrence of events, what Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah used to call the Quranic method to prove occurrence, answers many of the arguments of modern physics in this time and age of ours. Also, the distinctive measurement to clarify the meaning of casualty and prove the impossibility of nullifying it is within Allah's words. Had there been within the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined. So exalted is Allah, Lord of the throne, above what they describe. Surah Al-Anbiya 22. Because if we assume the presence of something at any time or space which isn't governed by causality and natural laws, this thing will surely dominate everything else, and nothing would be able to stop it from overcoming any other law or system, or the very characteristics of its makeup. And it will be just like another God who wanted to bring about a new system other than the one Allah made to be governed by casual interactions. And knowing that this never happened lets us know that there is only one system, as nothing actually exists outside of this system, and a single will. There are no two gods, and our knowledge of the presence of a single system in this universe is sufficient to prove that causality governs the existence of all living beings. Also, the argumentative style of the Quran is far from being human, because they are exceptionally deep and easy and devoid of any false premises. They are also perfectly interactive and correlated, as each part needs the other in order to present a complete and full picture of our existence, as the evidence for the existence of Allah and the evidence of His wisdom and His perfect knowledge and mercy necessitate justice and holding the human kind, endowed with intelligence and free will, accountable for their deeds, and require the presence of a system of reward and punishment in perfect accordance with these deeds, and previous information and warning through sending the messengers and revealing the lies of those who claim to be divinely inspired. Quran also has a unique style addressing the human self and purifying it, as one's able to perceive in all the stories of the Quran basic lines drawing and depicting humanity with all its good and evil capabilities, stories that you can relate to and find your true position in life and the path you should take, and also all the kinds of obstacles you could be confronted with along the path, and the ways and solutions you can use to overcome them. That is why most of these stories always end with a verse that reminds all of us with the prophethood of Muhammad, peace and praises be upon him. And because Quran stories are not like humans, one could read them again and again indefinitely without ever getting bored, learning new things every time we read and contemplate them. Number 2. Quran's laws are not the same as humans, as they contain no contradictions at all, and its laws are applicable to any human affair, anytime, anywhere. They are comprehensive and wise and appropriate for all people. For example, the Quranic order of preserving family bonds is a general one. It doesn't tell you how you can do it, nor does it tell you how many times you should do that. It just leaves it open. After confirming that it's a form worshiping on equal footing with prayer and fasting, leaving it open to be determined by people according to the traditions of their different societies. For example, you could achieve this by giving some of your money to family members, and other times you could provide them with emotional support and good advice, etc. This is an extremely wise manner of presenting an important instruction because it expands the things that should be expanded and restrict those which must be restricted. Also, the easiness of the instructions in the Quran and their ability to be flexibly applied to people's lives at all times and everywhere in forms and ways that can fill hundreds of books. And yet you find in the Quran and the Sunnah concise descriptions of all the varying issues people can ever meet during their lives, by mentioning varying issues and the reason it could apply to you or anyone else. Number 3. The influence of the Quran over one's heart, inner being, is not like the influence of poetry that could cause boredom if repeated over and over, but rather its effect, known to every believing Muslim, is an evidence that shows that it wasn't made by any humans. As after the Quran clarifies the truth and doing away with falsehood in ways only befitting the most knowledgeable and wise Allah, instead of matters ending at this point, paving thus the clear path for everyone who wishes to succeed, we find the Quran ordering us with things like prayer, fasting, preserving family bonds, and supporting the orphans, and tells you that your faith increases as you do these things. What do these things have to do with an abstract thought in your head? In addition, it tells you to stay away from evil things like adultery, lying, usury, stealing, bad manners, breaking bonds with your parents, or insulting them in any way, and tells you that your faith decreases if you do these things. And indeed, all of these effects take place, and Muslims do feel the increase or decrease of the light of faith inside their hearts. The Quran tells that whomever turn away from these instructions is subject to be deprived of the gift of belief, no matter how intelligent they are, and they won't be able to see the truth and the evidence again after they were able to perceive the truth in the beginning. As Allah, be He exalted, says, O you who have believed, respond to Allah and to the Messenger when He calls you to that which gives you life, and know that Allah intervenes between a man and his heart, and that to Him you will be gathered. Surah Al-Anfal 24. And you might even find this same person dying for a cow they were worshipping. Such information can only be inspired by one who is knowledgeable and capable of everything. Otherwise, belief should have been only a fixed, abstract idea, not subject for any decrease or increase. And even if it did, this would be because of the lack or availability of the causes of knowledge, and not because of certain behaviors totally independent of those causes. Number 4. The Quran tells us the future in ways totally different than the practices of any kind of fortune tellers, who could tell you one true thing about yourself among 100 lies in the same single information. As the Quran extensively navigates the past, the future, and present of the world, every single thing it says is true. And one famous example is the Quran's prophecy that the Byzantines would be defeating the Persians in a few years. Few traditionally meaning 3 to 9. As Allah said, the Byzantines have been defeated in the nearest land, but they, after their defeat, will overcome within 3 to 9 years. To Allah belongs the command before and after, and that day the believers will rejoice. Surah Ar-Rum 2-4. Which indeed happened during the period of time the Quran mentioned, and that prophecy was very famous and was heard by everybody. And polytheist at the time challenged the Prophet's companion, Abu Bakr al-Siddiq, R.A., making a bet over the numbers of years it should take before it happens. And because the Islamic library is rich with books about the different miraculous aspects of the Quran and the evidence of the prophethood of Muhammad, I shall stop at this point. Chapter 6. Post-Evidence Phase. Various philosophical and religious questions. The subjects we will be discussing in this chapter aren't directly concerned with disproving the principle of evidence of belief, and that's why I named the chapter Post-Evidence Phase.
Because there could be something within a person's heart that is preventing them from believing, even though they know that the evidence for faith is true, and that the doubt they still have in their heart doesn't contradict the fundamentals of belief. This is a condition called emotional atheism, and I don't mean by it that the person's questions or skepticism are trivial, or that they don't require attention, but rather that anyone who has these questions or issues should examine them in the light of the evidence of belief they're already convinced with, letting these be the judge, and consequently being able to hold on to their faith despite the presence of such disturbances. But to do the opposite and start questioning the now established fundamentals of faith, according to the aforementioned doubts, is either emotional behavior or yielding to whimsical wishes, and can never be a correct logical behavior supported by reasonable justifications. On the other hand, I will discuss subjects that demonstrate the real ugliness and terrible contradiction of the irreligious thought structure, but I don't consider that this result can be solely relied upon as independent evidence for the fallacy of irreligiousness. Number 1. What is the answer to the problem of evil? This diagram 41 demonstrates the meaning of the famous dilemma known as the evil problem. The answer to the problem of evil. The first question, does evil exist? The Epicurean's design is 1, if yes, then; 2, if no, then. Our answer is yes. But God's creation of evil is not evil in and of itself, because it brings about greater good, which makes goodness the end result, and achieves higher purposes, such as people who deserve goodness, gaining it through having patience toward evil, resisting it, and struggling against it, or people who deserve punishment being subject to it through the sole means of their willful choice of doing evil. The second question, can God prevent evil? The diagram's answer is 1, yes, 2, no. Our answer, yes, he can prevent evil, as he's capable of everything. But he doesn't, because evil contains necessary goodness, as previously shown. The third question, does God know about all the evil? The diagram's answer, 1, yes, 2, no. Our answer, yes, as he is knowledgeable of everything. The fourth question, does God want to prevent all evil? The diagram's answer, 1, if yes, why is there evil? 2, if no, then God is not good and merciful. Our answer, no, because if he prevented evil, those who deserve goodness wouldn't be able to gain the goodness contained in recognizing evil and resisting and confronting it. And those who deserve punishment because of their choice and their ability to commit evil won't be punished. Because if God holds someone accountable for an evil deed this person never wanted or willed, he wouldn't be just. And this shows that leaving room for evil to appear and be recognized is the way his mercy is given to people who deserve it. And his perfect justice is attained by punishing those who choose evil, unlike the way the diagram puts it. The fifth question, then why is there evil? The diagram's answer, 1, to test us. If God is all-knowing, he would know what we would do if we were tested. Therefore, there is no need to test us. 2, because of the devil. An all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good God could and would destroy Satan. Our answer, yes, to test us, and for the wisdom we mentioned. And God knows what we would do because he is all-knowing. And he did not test us in order to know, as the diagram claims. But the reason for this test is to show, demonstrate, manifest those actual deeds, in order to show us from what we know that we did out of our true free will, that we deserve the assigned judgment, and not because of God's previous knowledge of what we would choose. So, the reason behind the test is to establish in our eyes the merit of whichever assigned judgment, and not to help an all-knowledgeable God acquire new knowledge which he didn't have. The sixth question, can God create a world without evil? The diagram's answer, 1, yes, 2, no. Our answer, yes. The seventh question, why didn't God create a world without evil? The diagram's answer, 1, to test us. If God is all-knowing, he would know what we would do if we were tested. Therefore, there is no need to test us. 2, to give us free will. Our answer, both to test us and give us free will, and for other wisdom too. And the objection to the first answer was already discussed in question 5's answer. The eighth question: can God create a universe and give us free will without the existence of evil? The diagrams answer: 1. Yes. Then why didn't He create a world without evil? 2. No. Then God is not all-powerful. Our answer: no, yes. And no, no. Because this is a meaningless play on words, meaning that it's an inherently impossible question. And that's why they call it the loaded question. Because the true meaning of the question is, can God create a world and give us free will to choose between good and evil, but without free will to choose evil? So the question proves the existence of free choice to choose evil. Then it denies the need for its existence, which makes the end result 0. When these people bring a true question, then we can provide the answer. And here is an open question for them. Mention only one difference between good and evil from your atheist and materialist viewpoint. Number 2. The materialist solution for the problem of evil. Is it atheism or sadism? When a human watches the pain of the people and animals around them and their mental or physical suffering, they naturally experience pain and bitterness themselves because of it. This is called sympathy. They would want to help alleviate their suffering, even if it's at the expense of their personal comfort, due to the natural feelings of mercy and love of goodness God put in each human's heart. They might sometimes wonder why God didn't prevent this when He could, since He's all-powerful, and He is no doubt more merciful toward His creatures/servants than they are themselves. He is no doubt the most merciful toward His servants, for He is the one who installed the mercy in our hearts. The logical answer is that God has a natural will as well as a cosmic will. The first one means that God loves, and the second one means what God willed to happen in the universe. What happens in this world must have occurred in accordance with God's will, but not necessarily what He loves, because He could cause things He doesn't love to happen in order to achieve a certain wise purpose, like shortages of money, or food, or health and well-being, in order for Him to test these people and give them the free choice to perceive the goodness contained within those disasters, and to choose freely the ways to live good lives in this life and hereafter, and other logical reasons, which are correct and very logical to us as believers. But the atheist who loses their faith in God and goodness because of this problem, and who doesn't accept these solutions which Islam provides, falls into terrible contradiction. They on one hand deny God because they persist on not trying to understand what religion says, and insist that God loves evil, thus denying the existence of God, even though the problem of evil doesn't refute God's existence in the first place. And they refuse to worship Him, when they should have recognized looking into the meaning of evil itself, because if we love goodness and hate evil because of our instinctive nature, which we know to be true, by first knowing that God is the one who endowed us with this gift, and secondly because God did clarify in His message that He loves goodness and despises evil, and sent general and specific instructions to do good, promising that He will reward us with the best rewards as we do that. As for the atheist who lost belief in God and in His good intuition and the judgment day, who believes in nothing other than the material existence, they just have to look for better understanding of evil and the pain they themselves suffer when watching other humans and living beings suffer, and the fact they never want to hurt another, because this instinctive hatred of evil doesn't have any real meaning for a materialist point of view that they choose to adopt when they decide to become an atheist. Sometimes enjoying watching these evils can be more appropriate for them, and they start seeing this enjoyment as a form of adaptation with nature. And that's because Darwinism tells you that individuals struggle and fight with each other in order to achieve their personal gain. So, if the pain they experience when they're watching others suffering is genuine and deep, they are certainly more self-defeated and less adaptive and competent than sadists, who enjoy humiliating and punishing people or watching them suffer. And these are certainly behaving in perfect accordance with materialism and the Darwinian natural laws. Because conflict with others for personal gain, which is supposed to be the secret of life and the reason for its existence, certainly have negative consequences for others, as there is an association between personal gain and inflicting pain and harm on others. And sympathy with other people's suffering becomes an obstacle that must be gotten rid of. Sadism is, considering the damage that happened to others, is in itself a personal gain. And this is surely a sign of healing in the materialist doctrine. and the remission from meaningless metaphysical delusions, as sadism is the materialist viewpoint of life's good son, and the correct materialist solution for the problem of evil, because from this viewpoint, it's meaningless to hate evil and feel pain because of it. Why feel pain while we can benefit from the enjoyment of watching it and even participating in it? I hope every atheist will start to contemplate this matter well before they fool themselves and others, trying to convince everyone that the reason for their atheism is their excessive sensitivity and desiring the well-being of others, or what is generally known as the problem of evil, because that would be a terrible contradiction, as we clarified. And maybe that's the reason for the involvement of communism in killing millions of people, and the cruel horrors surpassing all expectations as the iconic leaders of atheism practiced what they believed in on real ground. People like Stalin, Mao Zedong, and others. When you experience genuine pain, and you really despise the horrors and the tragedies happening around you, you have only two choices. The first one is you listen to your intuition and human nature that tell you that evil is ugly, and recognize that those feelings you have were embedded within you by a power that also hates these things. And that is what Islam says. The second choice, you see the world from the materialist point of view and find that there is no legitimate justification for the pain and the desperateness you experience when watching others suffer. And there might even be legitimate reasons for inflicting this pain on others, or at least trying to push away the personal pain and replace it with enjoying and relishing these pains. And that is sadism. Either you become a materialist who feels pain when watching people suffer from evil and agony, atheist because of the problem of evil, and this is a meaningless contradiction. In other words, as each one of us contemplates evil, we are faced with two options: either be a believer or a sadist. But there can never be an emotionally sensitive atheist whose reason for becoming an atheist is the problem of evil. Number 3. Why are all the tragedies inflicting Muslims today? Isn't there any one of them worthy of empowerment? When you contemplate Allah's words, be He exalted, in Al-Qasas saying, "And the wife of Pharaoh said, He will be a comfort of the eye for me and for you. Do not kill him. Perhaps he may benefit us, or we may adopt him as a son." And they perceived not. Surah Al-Qasas 9. You begin to remember that there are other places in the Quran where you read the same words. In Surah Yusuf, "And the one from Egypt who brought him said to his wife, Make his residence comfortable. Perhaps he will benefit us, or we will adopt him as a son. And thus we established Joseph in the land that we might teach him the interpretation of events. And Allah is predominant over his affair, but most of the people do not know." Surah Yusuf 21. And this might make you want to know what kind of relationship exists between these two stories, and the location of the verses in these stories exactly. You soon begin to perceive a great secret about the laws of Allah which govern victory and enablement. This secret is the answer for the question, how is truth enabled to become victorious over falsehood? Which is also the answer for the question, why all these tragedies and hardships in the lives of Muslims? In the story of Yusuf, peace be upon him, we see that Allah, be He exalted, wanted to establish Yusuf in the land. And He did that by making him the offspring of one of the great kings in the land. No, I beg your pardon, please. This happened by making him a slave. Not only a slave, but also a prisoner. And when mentioning how he got to be a slave, Allah, be He exalted, said, "And the one from Egypt who bought him said to his wife, Make his residence comfortable. Perhaps he will benefit us, or we will adopt him as a son. And thus we established Joseph in the land that we might teach him the interpretation of events. And Allah is predominant over his affair, but most of the people do not know." Surah Yusuf 21. He established Yusuf in the land and enabled him to be a leader by being an owned slave? Yes, this is the means Allah chose to enable a human. Then when you look into Surah Al-Qasas, you find that Allah tells us about the criminal horrors committed by the Pharaoh of Egypt, and He, be He exalted, wants to establish those who were oppressed in the land. As He says, "Indeed, Pharaoh exalted himself in the land and made its people into factions, oppressing a sector among them, slaughtering their newborn sons and keeping their females alive. Indeed, he was of the corrupters. And we wanted to confer favor upon those who were oppressed in the land, and make them leaders, and make them inheritors, and establish them in the land, and show Pharaoh and his minister, Haman, and their soldiers through them that which they had feared." Surah Al-Qasas 4-6. Very well. So the next verse will surely be a confirmation that Allah will send to the Pharaoh a prophet leading a great army behind him to free those weak, oppressed people from his clutches, or to invite them for the truth. So if he refuses, he fights him and ends these troubles and afflictions the Pharaoh was causing, especially that Pharaoh used to claim that he is the true God and exploit his authority and power to propagate that, and consequently ending his reign as part of establishing the truth over him and the ones who believed him. Not exactly. As you continue reading, you find the next verses as thus, "And we inspired to the mother of Moses, suckle him. But when you fear for him, cast him into the river, and do not fear, and do not grieve. Indeed, we will return him to you, and will make him one of the messengers." And the family of the Pharaoh picked him up out of the river, so that he would become to them an enemy and a cause of grief. Indeed, Pharaoh and Haman and their soldiers were deliberate sinners. And the wife of Pharaoh said, "He will be a comfort of the eye for me and for you. Do not kill him. Perhaps he may benefit us, or we may adopt him as a son." And they perceived not. Surah Al-Qasas 7-9. How strange. Allah wanted to establish the Israelites in the land, so he sends them a baby boy. In addition, he sends him in the year the Pharaoh decided to kill all newborn boys. Then he inspires Moses' mother to cast him in the river if she fears for his safety, in order to be picked up by none other than the Pharaoh himself. This makes you stop and think. Everything is going in exactly the opposite direction of our imagination and expectations. Allah's prophet Lot, peace be upon him, also received victory in ways he never expected. He was visited one day by angels in the form of extremely handsome men, something which made him worry about the wicked ones and his people's terrible reaction if they see them. And the victory day was the same day he thought it was going to be the worst day in his entire life, because this time his people will terribly humiliate his guests. Allah, be he exalted, says, "And when our messengers, the angels, came to Lot, he was anguished for them, and felt for them great discomfort, and said, 'This is a trying day.'" Surah Hud 77. The same thing repeats itself in Prophet Muhammad's story, praises and peace be upon him. As in this example, he was enabled to enter Mecca, after which people entered into the religion of Allah in multitudes, as Surah Al-Nazir depicts. When the victory of Allah has come and the conquest, and you see the people entering into the religion of Allah in multitudes, then exalt him with praise of your Lord and ask forgiveness of him. Indeed, he is ever accepting of repentance. Surah Al-Nazir 1-3. Entering Mecca was achieved with the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, which was a shattering earthquake for all the great champions of the Prophet except Abu Bakr, because of the terribly unjust conditions the Prophet, peace be upon him, consented to. And everyone who'd watch this event would think that it would be the end of Islam and the declining of its light. But Allah named it victory and sent down Surah Al-Fath, Surah of Victory. So praised be Allah, he made the Prophet victorious and established him in the land the same way he established other prophets before him, as if this is a basic divine law for strengthening and enabling the truth to conquer falsehood. And Allah knows best. Many benefits can be deduced from these lessons. 1. Allah shows his ability because if victory and establishment in the land happened according to normal causes, there wouldn't be any miracle or sign in enabling the prophets and messengers and people of truth to be successful leaders. Number 2. We have firm belief that Allah will eventually make truth victorious and nullifies the falsehood, no matter how strong and great evil seemed. So we never lose hope whatever the circumstances around us look like, as the day of victory might be the very day we think it's going to be the worst day of our lives. If not for Allah establishing this principle in the lives of the prophets and good people, we wouldn't have been able to benefit from that. Number 3. To realize patience as a way of worshiping Allah, which is the faithful partner of certainty in a Muslim's life, because patience is never an exceptional quality, but rather it's a virtue that Muslims always practice. We obey Allah patiently throughout our lives and teach ourselves to be patient by staying away from the things that displease Him. And we are also patient through painful hardships, which are Allah's gifts for us. A Muslim's life fluctuates between many degrees of patience, and that's why you find the Quran mentioning patience as a basic foundation in a believer's life, never departing them until they meet their Lord. The Quran also considers it the key to victory as shown in the Prophet's hadith. Know that with patience comes victory, and that with adversity comes, relief comes, and that with hardship comes ease. This part is the answer for the question, why are there all these adversities inflicting Muslims today? And the answer is, if there aren't adversities in one's life, we wouldn't know relief, and there wouldn't be something worthwhile all the patience we exercise in the face of these hardships. And if realizing patience is one of the most important purposeful ways of life, then religion wouldn't make it the faithful friend of a believer in this way. And the eminent among the people of Pharaoh said, "Will you leave Moses and his people to cause corruption in the land and abandon you and your gods?" Pharaoh said, "We will kill their sons and keep their women alive, and indeed we are subjugators over them." Said Moses to his people, "Seek help through Allah and be patient. Indeed, the earth belongs to Allah. He causes to inherit to whom He wills of His servants, and the best outcome is for the righteous." Surah Al-Araf 127 to 128. Allah, be He exalted, says, "And we caused the people who had been oppressed to inherit the eastern regions of the land and the western ones, which we had blessed. And the good word of your Lord was fulfilled for the children of Israel, because of what they had patiently endured. And we destroyed all that Pharaoh and his people were producing, and what they had been building." Surah Al-Araf 137. He also says, "Those will be awarded the chamber for what they patiently endured, and they will be received therein with greetings and words of peace." Surah Al-Furqan 75. And also says, "And we made from among them leaders guiding our command, when they were patient and when they were certain of our signs." Surah Al-Sajdah 24. "Peace be upon you for what you patiently endured, and excellent is the final home." Surah Al-Ra'd 24. "Or do you think that you will enter paradise while such trial has not yet come to you as came to those who passed on before you? They were touched by poverty and hardship, and were shaken until even their messenger and those who believed with him said, 'When is the help of Allah?' Unquestionably, the help of Allah is near." Surah Al-Baqarah 214. "Or do you think that you will enter paradise, while Allah has not yet made evident those of you who fight in His cause, and made evident those who are steadfast?" Surah Ali Imran 142. "By time, indeed, mankind is in loss, except for those who have believed and done righteous deeds, and advised each other to truth, and advised each other to patience." Surah Al-Azir 1-3. "And when Saul went forth with the soldiers, he said, 'Indeed, Allah will be testing you with a river. So whoever drinks from it is not of me, and whoever does not taste it is indeed of me, except one who takes from it in the hollow of his hand.' But they drank from it, except a very few of them. Then when he had crossed it along with those who believed with him, they said, 'There is no power for us today against Goliath and his soldiers.' But those who were certain that they would meet Allah said, 'How many a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah? And Allah is with the patient.' And when they went forth to face Goliath and his soldiers, they said, 'O Lord, pour upon us the patience, and plant firmly our feet, and give us victory over the disbelieving people.' So they defeated them by permission of Allah. And David killed Goliath, and Allah gave him the kinship and the prophethood, and taught him from that which He willed. And if it were not for Allah checking some people by means of others, the earth would have been corrupted. But Allah is full of bounty to the worlds." Surah Al-Baqarah 249-251. "And how many a prophet fought, and with him fought many religious scholars. But they never lost assurance due to what afflicted them in the cause of Allah, nor did they weaken or submit. And Allah loves the steadfast. And their words were not, but they said, 'O Lord, forgive us our sins and excesses committed in our affairs, and plant firmly our feet, and give us victory over the disbelieving people.' Surah Ali Imran 146-147. Number 4. Is atheism an enemy of paganism, or is it its righteous offspring? For the first moment, some people would genuinely think that atheism is the product of our modern age, and that it has nothing to do with paganism, which was widespread in ancient times, because paganism is the worshipping of multiple deities, while atheism denies the existence of the Creator and many other gods. So these two would be totally contradicting. There are those who propagate this idea as one of the advantages of atheism, and portrays atheism as a necessary result and fruit of the increase in one's knowledge, and makes paganism parallel with the concept of religion and worshipping. So accordingly, as one gets to learn more about modern science, they naturally get rid of the concept of religion and servitude. But the truth is different, because atheism is a negative form of worshipping nature, by implicity, attributing all existence to nature, and this veneration is doubtless a form of worshipping, or positively with the presence of feelings of veneration for the forces of nature in one's mind, or continuously mentioning and announcing it, which is clear worship, and the latter group of people is known as pantheists, or believers in the unity of existence. And there's almost no difference between pantheism and atheism, but one must say that pantheists add a touch of beauty on their bitter atheist relief, because instead of trying to commit suicide after you find out that life is meaningless and that there is no creator, pantheism tells you not to do it. You'd better love and celebrate this fact. This touch is surely beneficial to the atheists, because atheism is a doctrine unfit for human consumption, and without a little beauty, things will be really tough for atheists. So atheism doesn't really do away with servitude and veneration for something, but rather, it's one of its forms. But the interesting thing about this is that the line of thinking has other different names, including sweet names like naturalist paganism. And these are also known as pagan atheists. And this is how their slogan looks, like figure 42, which implies that atheism and paganism are two sides of a single coin. An interested philosopher, Stephen Imris, says in one of his articles titled as, "Can Atheists Be Pagans?" that there is no problem for an atheist to be pagan, or for a pagan to be an atheist. And he cites an online survey about the definition of paganism, the result of which was that 87% of people considered paganism a form of veneration of nature, while only 10% think that it's a worship of multiple deities. The truth is, paganism in a deeper sense is really a veneration of nature, and symbolizing of natural phenomena in our understanding of them. For example, symbols of the sun deity, the moon deity, the femalehood deity, the war deity, etc., where all of these deities are involved in stories full of resentment, rebellion, fear, and greed, and other things in a scene that couldn't be further from true veneration of any god, and nothing like Islam's love and exaltation of God. The polytheists of Quraysh used to insult God, even though they believed that He was the Creator, and that He is one of the gods they worshipped. Allah, be He exalted, said, "And do not insult those they invoke other than Allah, lest they insult Allah in enmity without knowledge. Thus we have made pleasing to every community their deeds. Then to their Lord is their return, and He will inform them about what they used to do." Surah Al-An'am 108. And if you examine paganism closely, you find that it's a mixture of arrogance, weakness, rebellion, and begging. Because as humans know that they are weak, subjugated, and in need of help, whether from the natural forces subjected to humans by God, or His mind, or by lucky chance, or anything else. At the same time, he's very unhappy with his situation, and thinks that he shouldn't constantly be so weak or humiliated. Paganism is but a depiction of this epic scene, and the pagan human created those multiple deities so he can describe his inner conflicts. So it would be very naive of us to think that paganism is real veneration and worship of those deities, as these deities' share of veneration is only the share of human beings of weakness and need for help. Machines will play a significant role in this play afterwards, because a human gets to find an object onto which he can pour his wrath if he doesn't get what he wants, and also the symbol which he can use to express his pride and arrogance if he does get what he wants. As deities in paganism are but a mirror reflection of this human pride and resentment, and this is the same as the atheist viewpoint of nature. Nature conquers him and gets angry and rebellious, and then he gets to have some of its bounties, and he celebrates and venerates it. So his mind and knowledge become great. Paganism and atheism are indeed two sides of a single coin. Or you could say that atheism is modern paganism. So atheism is not getting rid of authority and objects of veneration in reality. And also paganism is not the realization of veneration and exaltation of nature with their true meanings. If you look closely, you'd find that these two concepts are interrelated to a great extent, and you would see that today's atheism is but a repeated form of centuries-old paganism. The best figurative embodiment of this paganist atheist scene, full of resentment, pride, rebellion, and humiliation at the same time, is depicted in the words of O Fortuna, which is one of the first scripts of the poems of Carmina Burana, figure 43, which are a group of anonymous paganist poems dating back to the 13th century. The poems are filled with debauchery, heresy, wine imbibing, women, and sex. But the first part of these, called O Fortuna, describes the problem of evil, the most famous reason for atheism, in the form of addressing the deity of fortune, Fortuna, of Greeks and Romans. And it's a paganistic speech directed from worshippers to their deity. In it, the vast difference between the concept of worship in Islam and the concept of worship in paganism. A speech filled with insults and hatred and belittlement of that God, and at the same time a depiction of the problem of evil in the atheist manner. And many of us might recognize this poem, but we never really searched for the meaning of its Latin words, as since Karl Orff composed the music for some of Carmina Burana's poems in the 30s of the last century, it has become one of the most famous cantatas of epic music in the world. Number 5. Why do we say that there can be no morals without religion? There can be a theist without ethics. But these ethics have no root in atheism. In other words, if there is a believer who has bad manners, then his behavior is inconsistent with his religion. But if an atheist has good manners, then he's inconsistent with his philosophy in life, because there is no logical reason in his philosophy for one to have good manners. And if each human is born with a great reservoir of good manners embedded in their natural intuition, then an atheist should get rid of this unjustifiable reservoir just like they get rid of any unjustifiable primitive thought stuck in their head. Because getting rid of primitive and unjustified manners or thoughts is a requirement of atheism. And Prophet Muhammad never said that he was sent to make people start to have ethical values. But he said, I was sent to uphold the perfect ethical values. As religion justifies keeping these ethical values, it gives them purpose and deeper meaning. And it's the source that clarifies the detail of general ethical values and encouraging them. And this fact has many facets. Number 1. If God didn't exist, then there wouldn't be perfect truth. Everything will be relative because there is no fixed reference for anything abstract. Number 2. If the day of judgment doesn't exist, then commitment to ethical values can be very understandably described as stupidity and foolishness, because then this life will be everything we've got. And that's why Allah, be He exalted, said of those who don't believe in the judgment day that they won't feed the poor, nor would they take care of the orphans. Have you seen the one who denies the recompense? For that is the one who drives away the orphan, and does not encourage the feeding of the poor. Surah Al-Ma'un 1-3. And Allah, be He exalted, also said, and they give food in spite of love for it to the needy, the orphan, and the captive, saying, we feed you only for the countenance of Allah. We wish not from you reward or gratitude. Indeed, we fear from our Lord a day austere and distressful. Surah Al-Insan 8-9. Number 3. If a religious legislation that provides humans with detailed instructions for the correct ethical behavior in a certain situation, or any application of life that they don't know much about, a person could unknowingly participate in the destruction of the very things they want to repair. They might even kill and destroy, thinking that what they're doing is exactly ethical or correct, and that they are doing the right things. Number 6. What did religion give to humanity? Number 1. They made them learn the difference between themselves and animals governed by nothing but their instincts. Number 2. It ordered them to establish justice, and with good conduct, and giving to relatives, and forbid immorality, bad conduct, and any form of destruction or oppression. Number 3. It gave them the only true way to gain the contentment and support of the Lord of the worlds, and enter His paradise in this life and the hereafter. Number 4. It taught them the reason for their creation, who created them, and what destiny is awaiting them, and saved them from the nihilist thoughts surrounding them, which devoid life of any meaning, because the result is one, dying and turning into a pile of dust, as there is no meaning to anything we could do in this life. Number 5. It gave them the Quran, which contains the medicine for every mental struggle and a cure for every destructive lust, turning humans from sick slaves of their lusts into sound people who are able to see the truth. Number 6. It gave them everything they need in order for them to know the most important truths, and the lack of need of any other source of information about their inner worlds and what's happening around them, and guided them for the worshiping ways to solidify and increase faith, and forbid them from doing the sins, because sins harden the heart, causing them to be blind from the truth. Number 7. It told them that if good things come to them and they are thankful and humble, then those things will be increased. And if bad things happen to them, they must be patient and never lose hope, all the time consoling them and telling them to expect good things if they are patient. On the opposite side, what did atheism and irreligiousness give to humanity? Number 1. It told humans that they are animals just like the rest of all the other animals, and that there is no real existence of things like mercy, chastity, abstinence, or good or evil or any humane meaning, as these are empty metaphysical things. Number 2. It told us that there is no God who guides us or mercies us or listens to us or to hold us accountable for the deeds we chose to do, as both the killer and the victim are equal, and unjust and the oppressed are equal, and the sane and crazy are equal, and nothing in life has a meaning, nor is there support or help or reference they could refer to. Number 3. It gave us a product that's unfit for human consumption, which sound minds and souls despise and shrink from. In all ages, some of them even had to worship idols, rats and mice, running away from the harsh loneliness they experience after the devil drove them away from the path of the one God and the religions of the messengers. Number 7. Which is more comprehensive, humanism or Islam? Islam is doubtlessly much more vast and inclusive, as there is not a single virtue out there which Islam didn't encourage. Humanitarianism is a part of Islam, but Islam has much more to say and give. For example, it tells us that we are servants of our Creator, the greatest honor for humanity, and teaches us the best way we can contact with our great Creator and serve Him truly. Islam presents us with the best principles to purify ourselves, physically and spiritually, to keep ourselves and our society safe and prosperous, preventing us from doing evil and destructive things which we sometimes do, thinking that these things serve good purposes, while in fact they open doorways for unimaginable horrors and destruction. Without religion and the knowledge that we have life after death, there would be no meaning for humanity, or good or evil or life itself, because all life is meaningless from a pure materialist point of view, and humanity and ethical values will turn into valueless delusions. Number 8. Why would genius people and those who serve humanity be tortured in hell? Most people who serve humanity and their geniuses and achievements without faith in God did what they did not for the sake of God and humanity, but out of selfish desires to achieve personal gains, to be recognized among people as good and intelligent, or to be popular and gain a lot of money and fame. And they indeed had what they wanted. As Allah said, "Whoever desires the life of this world and its adornments, we fully repay them for their deeds therein, and they therein will not be deprived. Those are the ones for whom there is not in the hereafter but the fire, and lost is what they did therein, and worthless is what they used to do." Surah Hud 15-16. He also said, "And for all there are degrees of reward and punishment for what they have done, and it is so that He may fully compensate them for their deeds, and they will not be wronged. And the day those who disbelieved are exposed to the fire, it will be said, 'You exhausted your pleasures during your worldly life and enjoyed them. So this day you will be awarded the punishment of extreme humiliation, because you were arrogant upon the earth without right and because you were defiantly disobedient." Surah Al-Aqaf 19-20. And if these people have contributed to our progression and well-being, we do owe them a lot. But in front of God, they are more to blame than others, because He bestowed on them and favored them with more knowledge and understanding than all others. But they exchanged this favor for ingratitude and refused to thank Him, and even denied His existence altogether. And they attributed these achievements to themselves out of pride and vanity. Number 9. Why does God create us for venerating and worshiping Him when He doesn't need anything? Isn't He self-sufficient?
The error in this understanding is a result of the erroneous thought that the purpose of any action is only either to gain a benefit or do away with harm. Otherwise, it would be a useless action. This is an erroneous measurement because, in truth, actions are necessary requirements of the existence of a self. If the self is perfect, then its actions are a necessary requirement and a result of its perfection. And if the self is imperfect, its actions are necessary requirement and a result of its imperfection. And as imperfection always seeks perfection, the desired purpose is refining the self by acquiring better qualities and getting rid of harmful ones. Anything else is just complete futility. A perfect self is always in a state of giving and establishing goodness. The desired purpose here is not restricted to acquiring personal benefits for the self. Gaining benefits could never even be part of the purpose. So why does God do things like creation, giving management, infusing life into things, or taking lives and causing death? The answer is that God acts in perfect accordance with His best names and supreme qualities, and we act in accordance with our qualities of imperfection and limited ability. For example, when I ask you why you acted in a certain way, you would tell me that you did it in order to gain something, a pleasure, or a benefit, or to do away with a harmful thing. To us, this is perfection. But in actuality, it's imperfection, because needing something is a lack of something in your life, or self, and this is imperfection and limited ability. Or maybe you'd say that you did something just for the sake of it, without a certain purpose. Acting meaninglessly is imperfection in itself. That's why I can describe any action of any living creature as imperfect, because this creature is fluctuating between two states. Both of them are imperfect. The first state, their action is purposeless. This is fooling around, and fooling around is an imperfect quality. The second state, they do it for a purpose. And for any creature, that purpose is a need of something, in order to either acquire something beneficial or do away with harm. So they can fulfill a certain need, which is itself lack and imperfection. But when it comes to the Creator, on which basis do we apply to Him the same rule and think that He's acting for the same reasons we do? Is He a creature like us? Is He weak and in need like us? We already proved that He's perfect and self-sufficient. The answer is that He acts in accordance with His qualities and not ours. And all these qualities are ones of perfection. For example, He is generous towards you and bestows on you good bounties, because He is bountiful, and is just towards you because He is just, and so on and so forth. These actions are not a fulfillment of self's needs, but they are extensions of His perfection, the influences and requirements of His qualities. He created us so we worship Him, but it's us who need to worship Him for our own well-being and happiness, and He doesn't need us to worship Him because He is the self-sufficient, the laudable one. And it's not logical to think that a self-subsistent God needs anything or needs this worshiping. While He created both the worshiping and the worshiper, He created us and the very capability and the willpower with which we worship Him. Number 10. Can God create a rock which He can't lift, or can He create another creator like Him? God is capable of everything. Anything that can be inherently impossible, i.e., impossible to exist in the first place, is not a thing. It's just an error in the imagination of the one who asks this question, and it's a meaningless question, as if the questioner never did ask the question, and at the same time demands the answer, because the question is meaningless in the first place. If a questioner asks me, name something that's both eternal and an event, I would say to him that their question is illogical and meaningless, because the quality of eternity is in direct contradiction with the quality of occurrence, and the two qualities can't exist together in anything in the world, as that is only an error in understanding. And what you're asking about is not a thing in reality, and it's not even a thing in the mind. That's why it has nothing to do with God's capability of everything, because God is capable of everything. So is the question, can God create something like Him? The meaning of this question is really, can God, the Creator, create a God like Him? God is uncreated. Truth is that this question has no meaning in the first place, and so answering it is impossible. It's like you trying to prove something by negating it, and consequently, the result is zero.
1 minus 1 equals 0. Because how will this second God be a creator like God when he was created by God? And this is the same as our question here. Can God create a rock which he can't carry? Because in order to be able to carry it, his capability must have limits which it can't surpass, despite the fact that in order for him to be capable of everything, his capability must have no limits. The meaning of this question is equivalent to, is God capable of being capable? It's like saying that he who is perfect is imperfect because he couldn't be imperfect. This is just a meaningless playing around with words in order to confuse the meaning, because the inability to be imperfect is not an imperfection in the self, but it's rather perfection itself. Number 11. How do we answer Euthyphro's dilemma? Euthyphro's dilemma is proposed for the purpose of denying that God is the source of morals and ethical values. It says, is what is morally good commanded by God because it is morally good, or is it morally good because it is commanded by God? If you say that God commanded it because it's morally good, then things that are morally good can be good in themselves independently of God, and consequently God is not the source of morally good things. And if you say that what's morally good is good because it's commanded by God, then this devoids good and evil of their meaning, and they become delusional and untrue things, thus canceling the value of morals itself. And our answer is, God commanded moral goodness because it's good, and because it's beneficial and right and wise, because God's actions and his wills are in accordance with his knowledge and wisdom, and with his qualities and names. Allah said, and you do not will except that Allah wills. Indeed, Allah is ever-knowing and wise. Surah Al-Insan 30. Associating his will with his knowledge and wisdom. As for the context of the dilemma, which implies that this means that good morals are independent of God, and that God might not be the source of them, or that he is the one who bestowed goodness on them, is a great confusion between actual and abstract existence of things, as goodness and good qualities are abstract meanings in the mind and not things that have material existence in reality. The dilemma in reality is a question that creates the delusion that there is something that has a material existence, which God didn't create, and that this thing is called goodness or morality, and anyone who wishes to be moral can do so by taking part of this material being. And this is unquestionably a silly and futile imagination. There is no material being that needs to be created, so we can wonder whether God had created it, or found it out there so he loved it. But rather, the existence of all meanings, whether they are good or evil, or wise or meaningless, or beautiful or ugly, the existence of all these qualities are established in God's knowledge since eternity, and not an existence of separate and material selves. This destroys the notion that they have independent existence, because they have only real existence in reality, because of God's knowledge of these meanings. And as for the embodiment of these meanings in reality, if this is of God's qualities or his actions, then it isn't created, and if it's not, then it's a creation of God, be he exalted. So, in our search for the origin or source of morals or meanings or values, we shouldn't fall into fallacies, deluding ourselves that we are searching for the cause of the existence of a thing, a separate self called meaning and morality, because if we did, the answer would be 1. There is no reason. So this self is eternal and independent of God. God is not the source of these morals. 2. This self has a cause, i.e., God created it, and so its existence is possible. And we can imagine that God could have created it differently. Morals are good because God commanded them. Both options are wrong, because from the beginning they fell in a fallacy we created for ourselves. That is the imagination that we are speaking of, a thing that has external and independent existence. The correct approach is to firstly know that the existence of morals is mental and abstract. Then we look afterwards for its source and find that morals are true in themselves, and that these meanings have been established since eternity, inseparable from the Creator and his attributes and knowledge. Number 12. How can a disbeliever get punished for eternity based on a finite lifetime? The questioner's measure of justice is to make the period of sin equal to the period of punishment, as if justice can only be established if the two periods are equal. This is an erroneous assessment because punishment has got nothing to do with the period of time one spent doing a crime, and everything to do with the atrocity and ugliness of the crime. And no sane person doubts that, because there are many examples in our lives that show that it's completely insensible to adopt such an erroneous judgment by making the period of punishment equal to the period during which the criminal was free to do the atrocious things they'd done. This is even applicable in the relations between cause and effect in general, and not just punishment. If a car driver whose attention to the road is distracted for a few seconds, this could cost them their lives or the lives of their families and also others forever. A high school test lasts for only a few hours, but it determines the entire course of the students' lives afterwards. Also, when a man could kill another man in a few seconds, can we put the killer in prison for a few seconds? Of course not. He could spend the rest of his life in prison because of this crime that lasted for a few seconds. So what greater crime in this world that God created and ordered us to worship Him, sending the messengers and the messages, than the crime of someone who understands all of this, then chooses to reject everything? Number 13. Why can't the disbelievers just turn into dust and become nothing after they die, instead of going to hell for eternity? We can put this question differently as thus. Isn't it fair if a disbeliever's life just ends with their death and they become equal to animals which will turn into dust on the judgment day, or just become nothing, as any nothing else God didn't create? The answer is no. That is not fair at all, because the disbeliever committed a crime, while animals and the uncreated things didn't commit any crime. So, equality between them can't be justice. But what about mercy? Answer: no mercy for them, because they don't deserve it. Not because of lack of God's mercy, be He exalted, but because the disbeliever never asked for mercy at the time they should have asked for it, that time being this lifetime. The disbeliever doesn't really want the mercy of the most merciful Creator. Otherwise, they would ask for it, doing the things that were available to them which were in their capacity to do. There is no wonder, then, that those who refuse God's mercy won't find any mercy, because there is no source for mercy other than God's, which they missed while they were equipped with perfect capacity and free choice. This is really a great and fearful scene, which when contemplated makes one deeply feel the meaning of, there is no God but Allah. He alone exists without partners. 14. Why do Muslim imitators, e.g. being born in a Muslim family, go to heaven, unlike disbeliever imitators? Firstly, the survivors are ones who die as Muslims, and not whomever was born in an Islamic environment. And the difference is huge, because dying as a Muslim is success bestowed by God upon those who have goodness in their hearts, and it requires succeeding all temptations to disbelief in God during their lives, which everyone is subject to. Allah be He exalted said, "Do the people think that they will be left to say, 'We believe,' and they will not be tried? But we have certainly tried those before them, and Allah will surely make evident those who are truthful, and He will surely make evident the liars." Surah Al-Ankabut 2-3. That person who passed all trials didn't do that with the help of mere imitation, as the question portrays, implying that imitation caused the survival of others and the doom of others at the same time. Imitation is never enough at times of trial. Those survivors doubtless had other tools very different than imitation, and those tools don't have to be deep knowledge and intelligence, as restricting belief to abilities of deep understanding is one of the sophistries of al-Kalam philosophers. Faith has many diverse paths, and the simplest of people can have faith because of their pure and unperverted intuitive nature, or because of their true love and veneration for their Creator and refusal to set partners with Him, or because of other gentle guidance that God puts in their hearts, or certain situations they encounter in their lives which make them experience the presence of special care and attention very closely, or by answering their prayers, or many other ways. Deep study and intellectual knowledge of the evidence and inferential methods is useful for one who's engaged in discussions and answering arguments more than it's useful for filling one's heart with faith and tasting the sweetness of belief. And not all people get engaged in intellectual battles over religion, as God chooses to each one of us the kinds of guidance and trials and challenges suitable to each one's nature. As Prophet's hadith says, tribulation will be presented to the hearts of people like a reed mat mat woven stick by stick, and any heart afflicted by them will have a black mark put into it, but any heart that rejects them will have a white mark put into it. Thus there will be two kinds of hearts. One is pure, like a white gemstone, and it will not be harmed by any tribulation as long as the heavens and the earth endure. The other is black and dusty like a worn-out vessel, neither recognizing good nor rejecting evil, but rather immersed in its desires. Secondly, no one will enter hell unjustly. Those who have no knowledge about the message are pardoned, and they are tested on the judgment day, as shown in the prophet's hadith about those who are insane, deaf, or too old, and those who die very young, and the people who weren't alive when the messenger came, or received distorted versions of the message. But as for those who received the message clear and undistorted, and this means that they received it in a way that's suitable for them, not needing to imitate or get the support of anyone else, then they reject it and choose to disbelieve, for fear of confronting their people, for example, or for fear of losing material gains or anything else of worldly gains, or for deep hatred for God or His religion, or any other reasons to disbelieve. God misleads them even more, because they refused the truth at the time they knew it was true. Allah be exalted says, "And we will turn away their hearts and their eyes just as they refused to believe in it the first time. And we will leave them in their transgression, wandering blindly." Surah Al-An'am 110. Number 15. How can a person have free will when they only do what was already known and predestined by God? Firstly, there is no connection between knowledge and predestination. Even in our human lives and with our limited knowledge, we are able to predict some of the future events. And they indeed happen, even though we didn't deliberately influence their course. If we, creatures with limited ability and knowledge, can do that, so how about the vast knowledge and arrangements of God? Secondly, humans are possessed of free will and the faculty of distinguishing good and evil. Otherwise, it would be unfair to address them with laws. Nor would it be just to hold them accountable for their deeds, to be rewarded with heaven or punished by hell for deeds they weren't able to choose. On the other hand, if a human's willpower and abilities are independent of God's capability, humans wouldn't be subjected to God, as everything God wills must happen, and everything He doesn't will can never happen, and nothing happens in His kingdom against His will. Because His perfect supremacy and sovereignty are perfect, combining between free will and God's supremacy could seem contradictory if we imagine that God needs to take away our free will in order for us to act in accordance with His will and wisdom. But if we remember that He's capable of everything and that He doesn't need anything in order for Him to do something, when we know that He isn't compelling us to do anything and that He doesn't take away our true free will so His will be done, and this is perfect justice. And because of His perfect capability, He was perfectly capable of creating free will in His kingdom. God is capable of giving us free will and doesn't need to take it away in order to achieve His will, because He doesn't need anything, and because He's capable of everything. If we rid ourselves from comparing God's perfect capability to the imperfect capability of His creation, the problem is then solved. God wills. And maybe this is what made some of the first Muslim generation, Salaf, say, destiny is in God's capability, and God knows better. Number 16. If God's capability is manifested in His creation, then where was His capability in eternity? This is a confusion between epistemological knowledge and ontological knowledge, and there is a big difference between the two. For example, our knowledge of the law of gravity didn't cause the law to exist. The law exists whether we know it or not. When we learned about gravity, our knowledge increased, but the power of gravity didn't increase, and our knowledge didn't cause it to appear suddenly. So are the qualities of the Creator, be He exalted, and to Him are the best examples. The existence of His attributes are as eternal as His existence itself, and their perfection is inherent whether we see that or not. The Creator is capable of creating, and is capable of everything, even if He doesn't create anything. The existence of creatures is a manifestation and expression of this perfection, and an acquirement or bringing this perfection into existence. A car is called a car at the moment it's assembled, and before it moves 1 meter, because it can move, and its movement is an increase in our knowledge, and doesn't increase its ability to move. Likewise, a computer is called a computer at the moment it's made, even if it hasn't done any mathematical calculations yet. And if we choose to do complex mathematical calculations, this increases the benefit we have from the computer, but it doesn't increase its capability of calculations. God be He exalted is absolutely perfect, and this perfection is not something that increases, but rather it's people who benefit from His perfection, and their knowledge of His perfection increases as they learn more about themselves. This human knowledge doesn't increase His perfection and doesn't establish it. Number 17. Is there a conflict between Islam and experimental science? In this figure below 44 we see the book cover of Selenographia, a book by the Polish astronomer Johannes Hevelius, written in the year 1647. It symbolizes the rising of the sun of the experimental scientific method in the Middle Ages, with its 2 extensions. On the left is rationality, as represented by the Arab scientist Alhazen, holding a geometrical drawing, and on the right, sensation, represented by Galileo Galilei holding a telescope. And even though experimental scientific method is considered a given fact, an axiom in the minds, and its discovery can't be attributed to a specific person, that's why we find in ancient Egyptian papyrus, for example, a diagnosis for various ailments, and the prescription for the suitable remedy for each ailment, like Eber's papyrus, figure 45, and also engravings representing medical and surgical tools on the Temple of Kam-Ombo, figure 46. But Muslim scientists like Al-Hasan ibn al-Haytham, al-Khwarizmi, Ibn Hayyan, al-Razi, al-Kindi, al-Biruni, and many others had great contributions to the scientific establishment of the modern renaissance of the experimental scientific method, which can be denied only by the ignorant or people with agendas, as admitted by the objective Western scholars themselves. This invalidates the illusion that implies that Islam contradicts modern experimental science, or that modern science pioneers are exclusively atheists and irreligious scientists. Number 18. What is the advantage of reliance upon God and not employing the necessary means alone to reach our objectives? You often hear someone say that if a human wants to do something, employing the necessary means to reach their objective and relying on God will certainly succeed. But if they employ those means too, but without relying on God, they will also certainly succeed. So what is the use of relying on God? To answer this, the problem which some people fall into is their thinking that relying on God is an alternative for employing the means necessary to reach a goal. And that is untrue, as God ordered us to employ means, because He created a world of cause and effect relationships. And He also ordered us to rely on Him, in order for us to always remember that He, be He exalted, is capable of everything, and this is the owner of everything. The means could be available, but at the same time useless. And other times, the means might not be available, but God wills an unexpected source of help, which might not even be so useful in ordinary times, but they become useful at the time of need, because God willed so. This happened a lot, not only in the lives of the prophets, but also a lot of righteous and good people, where victory or the solution to a problem appeared while the necessary means are almost non-existent. Islam encourages us to look for and employ the right means, just like all materialist doctrines do. But Islam added something important that gives us the dominion over nature, instead of being helpless slaves of nature. This addition, which is the difference between us and the atheists, is that if necessary means don't exist, this means worshippers lose every hope, unlike believers who rely on God, who don't lose hope and never despair, but they exercise the highest degree of patience. The other problem related to this subject is that some people deal with reliance on God and prayers as a given, something that God has to do for His servant. Not just that, but also in the same way this person requested and without delay as well. And this is a great mistake, because reliance upon God means the delegation of the matter to God and complete surrender to Him, seeking His help and gratitude for His will. Prayer, too, is honest supplication to God, and a true servant is all the more humble when the answer for their prayer is delayed, and not more angry and bored whenever the answer is late. Number 19. Why do intelligent people go astray if religion is so clear and irrefutable? This is the core of the hateful blind imitation and following of masters and authority, unfortunately, and it's one of the greatest tests. Allah said, "And we did not send before you, O Muhammad, any of the messengers except that they ate food and walked in the markets. And we have made some of you people as trial for others. Will you have patience? And ever is your Lord seeing." Surah Al-Furqan 20. And God often gives us glimpses of the kind of conversation that will take place in hell between the masters, people of any authority, kings, presidents, religious scholars, and even science pioneers, and the ones who followed them blindly, where the followers blame their masters and dignitaries, because they rejected God because they followed them. Allah, be He exalted, says, "The day their faces will be turned about in the fire, they will say, 'How we wish we had obeyed Allah and obeyed the Messenger.' And they will say, 'O Lord, indeed we obeyed our masters and our dignitaries, and they led us astray from the right way. O Lord, give them double the punishment and curse them with a great curse.'" Surah Al-Ahzab 66-68. It's of God's blessings upon people that the foundations of faith in God are established at the core of all sciences and axioms and simple facts, and at this level everyone is equal, and they don't need each other's advice. Then, after that, they are various in their capabilities and knowledge, as God gave the simplest of people the ability to seek the truth for themselves, without following anybody else in matters of faith, even if they were followers of their masters and dignitaries in other worldly matters. But there is a question: why disbelief is widespread among masters and dignitaries, and peoples of power and authority? The answer is because pride and clinging to the worldly gains are some of the biggest reasons for oppression and staying from goodness. And these are diseases of the heart which can afflict everybody, but are rampant among people of power and authority. Allah, be He exalted, said, "No, but indeed man transgresses because he sees himself self-sufficient." Surah Al-Alaq 6-7. Number 20. Why does God care for the disobedience of an individual on a tiny planet in this vast universe? Answer: why would the person himself get angry when God cares for their disobedience, and doesn't get angry when they see how God takes care of His creation, as tiny as their size in the universe, bestowing on them His gifts of magnificent bodies, equipped with sound veins and arteries, and hearts and brains, livers, kidneys, lungs, and with sight and hearing, and the ability to understand and speak, then created for them bounties of delicious foods and drinks, and made for them spouses and children to enjoy with. Then He sent down the books and the messengers, and made easy for them the sciences that enable them to be masters of this world. And why does this person get angry and bitter, and make of themselves an enemy to God, and denies His existence when a few of these gifts and bounties are taken away from them? Doesn't the same logic they follow tell them that the greater the Creator is, the more this Creator should be neglectful for them? And if praises are given to God for His care and attention to each tiny creature barely seen with the eyes, when He gave them its most suitable structure to their environment, and arranged for that tiny minute creature their most suitable foods and life, why isn't the same, God be praised, when He cares for the actions of humans? And if God said that it's okay for the tiny negligible to kill hundreds and thousands and even millions of other humans, as negligible and insignificant as He is, will God then be praised too? I put in these questions in order to show the futile contradictions in this premise, which tries to imply that God holding humans accountable for their deeds is something inappropriate for a great God, because perfect greatness and capability and knowledge and sovereignty entail that He doesn't neglect anything in His kingdom, small or big, and trying to portray the negligence of the tiny insignificant human as a sign of greatness, and that His care for the deeds of humans is imperfection in God, is a lame attempt that's contradictory to one's mind. In addition, misdeeds like adultery, theft, killing, and other deeds are not trivial things, and humans are not trivial things in this universe, but they are creatures who've been honored by God, and this materialist measurement of triviality and greatness is certainly a kind of stupidity, because humanity and goodness and morals and beauty and justice and everything that has meaning in people's lives, if we use the same measurement they use, the weight of all of these things will be smaller than that of the tiniest atom in this universe. These are all trivial things in the eyes of materialism. Number 21. Where is the wisdom in killing an apostate? When a questioner asks, why does Islam order the killing of the apostate, when Islam doesn't rely on the number of believers and never fears skepticism? In order to answer this question, there are things that must be made clear first. Firstly, who is an apostate? It's the person who announces their disbelief, as hypocrites are not killed even if their hypocrisy is obvious. As long as a hypocrite doesn't announce their rejection of the faith, they are still externally Muslim and should be treated as one. As for the apostate, they don't only announce their rejection of the faith, but they also invite other people to do the same. Secondly, does Islam kill someone because they are a disbeliever? No. The ones who are born this way are just like anyone of different faith. And those who come to us seeking refuge and safety, their blood is forbidden, as the Prophet's hadith, peace be upon him, shows. Whoever kills a Mahudi, a non-Muslim living under Muslim rule, will not smell the fragrance of paradise, although its fragrance may be detected from a distance of 70 years. In another hadith, if anyone wrongs a Mahudi, distracts from his rights, burdens him with more work than he is able to do, or takes something from him without his consent, I will plead for him, the Mahdi, on the day of resurrection. Thirdly, are the arguments of Islam weak? Never. It's a religion that challenges all humankind with the solidity of its arguments and commands its followers to invite people to Islam by means of intelligent conversations and debates, on the condition that those who do that are well equipped for this purpose and not lay people who aren't professional in the domains of discussion and debate and who have good knowledge of the details of the religion. Fourthly, does Islam care about acquiring great numbers of believers and compels people to convert? No. As Allah says, there shall be no compulsion in acceptance of the religion. The right course has become clear from the wrong. So whoever disbelieves in Taghut and believes in Allah has grasped the most trustworthy handhold with no break in it, and Allah is hearing and knowing. Surah Al-Baqarah 256. And it surely allows people of different faiths to practice their rituals and raise their children according to their religions, and there are many Christians and Jews who live in Islamic countries until today. Fifthly, is an apostate killed immediately? No. The state must provide for them professional scholars who discuss the religion with them and clarify everything well, with good treatment, for a few days or more. If the apostate isn't convinced, they're invited to keep their disbelief secret. But if they persist on announcing their disbelief and inviting other people to do the same, then they are killed. 6. Who has the right to kill an apostate? The governor or a delegate of the official state. So why does Islam order to kill an apostate? Islam ordered to kill them, to preserve the rights of others to survive, just like any social system which cares for the well-being of its individuals and the safety of the community. That might take away the rights of some people which were originally bestowed on them. But because of their transgression of other people's rights, just like a killer who'd be killed because they killed people, so is the same with those who target simple people in order to make them skeptic of their religion, announcing their apostasy and talk sweet poison to people in order to make them reject their faith. These cause a lot of damage and destruction, so religious law is protecting the rights of the community to avoid strife and turmoil, which are more destructive than killing. Allah be exalted says, "And kill them wherever you overtake them, and expel them from wherever they have expelled you. And fitna is worse than killing. And do not fight them at Al-Masjid Al-Haram until they fight you there. But if they fight you, then kill them. Such is the recompense of the disbelievers." Surah Al-Baqarah 191. Number 22. Why doesn't Islam allow the freedom to invite people to polytheistic religions in Muslim countries? The answer for that question is based on the understanding of the true difference between truth and falsehood first, as Islam is a religion that doesn't fear discussion or debate because it's the truth and it's the fastest spreading religion in the world, despite all the weakness and tepidity afflicting the nation, especially during the last centuries. So, we rejoice if a non-Islamic country gives more freedom to Muslims or allows the invitation for Islam in its land. But the opposite is incorrect, because how can people who have the truth allow falsehood to be freely invited to their land? Let's have an example to simplify this subject. If a country that legalizes prostitution allows the building and establishment of Islamic preaching centers or mosques on its land, can a sane person say that Islamic countries should do the same by allowing this country the freedom to invite the prostitution and build official brothels? So it's known that inviting to something equals debates plus means. As for debates, the doors are always open whether Muslims like it or not.
because they are ordered to invite all people to Islam, and this can't be done except by means of discussions and debates, and for all parties to present their arguments, but on the condition that the Muslims who do this be equipped with the necessary knowledge, as we said before, whether those preachers are present in Islamic countries or other countries. As for the second requirement, the necessary means, Islam obliges its followers to follow certain regulations of justice in their invitation for God, and forbids them of using lies and cheating and deluding others, or engaging in fallacious arguments, or any other kind of injustice. In addition to that, all people must be treated well, without the slightest attempt to coerce people into converting to Islam, and it doesn't ask non-Muslims to abide by the same rules, even as many of them lie and cheat and speak ignorantly of our religion and curse our sacred symbols, and if circumstances permit, they would establish for us Inquisition institutions, as they did to our ancestors in Andalusia. Number 23. Does Islam degrade women? This is one of the most incredible arguments, and I don't know how the enemies of Islam propagated this idea, turning the truth upside down by making honor and veneration look like an offense. Here are some concise answers for the most famous arguments they're propagating, exploiting the ignorance of Muslim laypeople and others. 1. The general Islamic laws address both men and women equally, except for things specific to women in their nature. So if Islam does injustice to women, how come it didn't do the same to men? Number 2. Islam didn't ask the woman to alter her kind emotional nature, to turn her into a deformed, rough creature as they do in the West under the slogan of equality. And that's why it absolved her from the liabilities that need a lot of firmness and resolve, and situations which might bring about hostility, like testimonies related to debt and money transactions, and reconciliation between people, and so on. So it required that the witness of 2 women be equal to 1 man's. So is this injustice or more comfort to her and mitigation of problems where she could meet unnecessary challenges? Whomever thinks that this is an evidence that Islam belittles women's intelligence, we tell them that a liability which requires great intelligence and memory skill like narrating hadith is surely much more important than testimony. As in this case, 1 woman's memorization of the hadith is accepted in Islam. The mother of the believers, Aisha, R.A., is one of the greatest hadith narrators, as it was reported that she narrated and taught more than 2,000 hadiths. And Allah, be He exalted, ordered the Prophet's wives to narrate hadith and narrate the Quran verses exactly the way they are inspired. Allah, be He exalted, said, "And remember what is recited in your houses of the verses of Allah and wisdom. Indeed, Allah is ever subtle and acquainted with all things." Surah Al-Ahzab 34. Number 3. Islam didn't deny a woman's right to work and earn money, but it put regulating conditions for it, like avoiding men's congregations, while women in the West continue to suffer from all kinds of harassment. So, is this protection of a woman or injustice? Number 4. Islam obliges a man to fulfill all of a woman's financial needs and to take care of her, whether she is an unmarried sister, a daughter, a mother, or a wife. But we don't see the West taking care of women unless they are young, and when the expiration date of the Western woman is finished, they are put in elderly care homes or thrown out in the streets without any support, just like any consumer product. Number 5. Islam ordered a woman to cover herself with hijab in order to protect her and her honor from the ill intentions of some men. It didn't deprive her of her natural love for makeup and beauty, but she is to show her beauty only to her husband and certain relatives, who have close bonds with her, and not a cheap exhibition for the mobs. Number 6. A woman can't be married unless she consents, and she has the right to ask for a divorce, or she can even divorce her husband if necessary. Her inheritance shouldn't be touched, as it's her personal right. Number 7. The Prophet, peace and praises be upon him, said in his farewell sermon, "I enjoin you to treat women well, for they are like captives in your hand. Verily, you may not treat them otherwise unless they commit flagrant immorality. If they do so, then you may separate from their beds and strike them without causing pain. But if they return to good conduct, then you may do nothing against them. You have rights over your wives, and they have rights over you. Your right is that they will not allow anyone you dislike to enter your home, and their right is that you should treat them well regarding food and clothing." Number 8.
Striking one's wife by hitting her, erroneously imagined to be wife-beating, is only for the wife who abuses the marriage life and who doesn't heed any advice. But deviated people imagine that it's the first thing a man has the right to do when any conflict happens, as if all Muslim husbands are beating their wives all day and all night. When God made it the third and last resort when no advice or separating beds work, as Allah, be He exalted, says, men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other, and what they spend for maintenance for their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them. Then, if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. But if they obey you once more, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. Surah Al-Nisa 34. The Prophet even put conditions for this striking. It shouldn't be beating, and as mentioned in the farewell sermon, it shouldn't be painful, and it shouldn't hurt or leave a mark, because it's a punishment, but only an action that warns her against the danger of her attitude, and the fading away of the affection and tranquility this attitude causes, which are the basic foundations of a Muslim home. Number 9. A man will be held accountable for everyone he's responsible for, and he's obliged to educate religion to his children and help everybody in the house doing good deeds and live a good life. He's also obliged to strive in the cause of Allah and to seek money in righteous ways in order to fulfill his family's financial needs. But a woman's path to heaven is much easier. The Prophet, peace and praises be upon him, said, "When a woman praises her 5 prayers, fasts her month of Ramadan, guards her chastity, and obeys her husband, then it will be said to her, 'Enter paradise from whichever gate you wish.' And this obedience to the husband is associated with the obedience to God. But she has the rights to refuse anything he says that's not in accordance with Islam's teachings. As the Prophet said, there is no disobedience to the creation in the disobedience of the Creator." Number 10. Islam ordered a man to treat his wife as part of him, to feed her of his food and buy her the clothes she needs, and never say a bad word to her, not to strike her face or leave her in bed, as shown in Hadith. "What right can any wife demand of her husband?" he replied. "You should give her food when you eat, clothe her when you clothe yourself, not strike on her the face, and do not revile her or separate from her except in the house." Number 24. False signal. If a group of people agreed to do a secret mission and agreed to a starting signal, that the boss scratches his head 3 consecutive times, but unfortunately for them, the boss gets a real itch and he couldn't stop himself from scratching his head 3 consecutive times, which caused them to start the mission at the wrong time, and consequently, the mission failed. This is a false signal. I called it signal because it's not purposeful. It doesn't have a real objective meaning by itself, just like all the words and codes we use, as there is no casual relationship between scratching one's head and starting secret missions. And I called it false because it doesn't convey the desired message agreed between the parties. An atheist perceives religion as something that doesn't have a real objective meaning, because to them, if it wasn't for the religious scholars and the religious fools, there wouldn't be any necessary need that calls for religion with all its foundations and details and rituals. In their eyes, it's a false sign that doesn't contain within it any real meaning or benefit, but it exists only because of the false pretensions of the religious people, which they see as delusions, or mental suggestions, or anything else. But in the end, it's something useless and valueless which doesn't contain any truth. But the biggest problem with an atheist is that they continuously talk about the importance of knowledge, and work, and civilization and human rights, or even talk about drugs and sex, forgetting all these things are also false signals, because that's the use of knowledge, and studying this universe and harnessing the forces of nature. Does this give us more luxury? What's the use of the existence or absence of comfort and luxury in our lives? After all, these are all silly electric signals in our brains, which we were haphazardly brought about by the blind mechanisms of nature during our evolutionary journey. What is the objective difference one gets from having the company of the most attractive woman in the world or the ugliest, or to get nothing at all? What is the meaning of beauty and pleasure when everything is founded on false signals? You could fall in love with a fly if your ancestors didn't take a different evolutionary course that made you love blue eyes instead of red ones, and soft hair instead of harmonious antennas, and accumulated fats in the breast instead of the slenderness and strength of wings. A believer, on the other hand, sees all life with everything in it as a false sign. The world just exists for us to enjoy its pleasures, and there is nothing in it that's meaningful in and of itself. Everything in life, whether big or small, are destined to nothingness, and the only true and meaningful life that exists is life after death. It's the only life we have. It's even the only reason that gives anything meaning, because if we are the children of this material world, the word of meaning itself wouldn't have a meaning in the first place. Both teams see that there is something worth living for, and that there's something that doesn't have any meaning or worth living for. It's a false sign. But the atheist's choice, in fact, makes both these things a false sign. Number 25. Can humans think that they are the product of a deterministic and materialist process, led by Darwinian evolution, and at the same time think that they are humans who both enjoy and are endowed with values and morals which matter doesn't possess? I think the life of George R. Price answers this question well. George R. Price is an American scientist who has important contributions to many different fields: physics, chemistry, programming, and biology, to the point that he was nominated for different Nobel Prizes in 4 completely different fields. He was a very ferocious atheist who vehemently opposed everything metaphysical or supernatural, and a very loyal materialist. This caused the destruction of his family and his divorce from his Catholic wife, leaving her with their 2 daughters while he left for London in 1957. During his stay in London, he read a short scientific article written by W.D. Hamilton and published in a Nature magazine. The article was a foundation to the solution of one of the greatest dilemmas facing the evolution theory: the question of how altruism appears and continues to exist when it contradicts natural selection. Hamilton's paper, who is considered to be the greatest biologist after Darwin, was just a simple idea, and he didn't even mention a single reference for his idea. So Price put a mathematical equation describing Hamilton's idea about the natural selection of close relatives, which even included the famous axiom of survival of the fittest. That was the moment when the world began to speak of Price's genius, especially after he and Maynard Smith applied the game theory to the biological systems in 1972. But what was even more incredible is that right after Price, the militant atheist, put his famous equation, and as the world began to applaud his genius for the first time, he surprised everyone with a strange announcement. That is, his equation could have been easily discovered by anyone else, and that it was a wonderful inspiration and a gift from God. Soon after that, Price converted to evangelical Christianity. In actuality, Price's equation says that what we regard as pure altruism is in fact selfishness that's concordant with natural selection. And this is what Richard Dawkins described later with colloquial language in his book, The Selfish Gene. And this means that ethical morals never existed, and that pure materialism governs everything. This is a conclusion that Price never accepted, and he spent the rest of his life trying to overcome his equation, but he unfortunately couldn't. Price used to go out into the streets of London, searching for homeless people in order to give them food and money, and he even used to take them to his house until his house became filled with them. Then he donated everything he had to the poor and became homeless, sleeping in the streets and cleaning public toilets until he committed suicide in 1975. Price did all that to prove to himself that he's a human being, and that the motivation that drives him is a non-materialist, ethical, and spiritual one, and to prove to himself that he's much more than what natural selection and materialism are saying about him. Today, atheists speak day and night of the perfect harmony between materialism philosophy. Price must have understood the materialist natural selection theory, or is it possible that atheists don't really understand what humanity really means? Number 26. Does a disbeliever have a right to refuse going through this test, whose outcome is an eternity in hell? The test itself is not the reason of the failure of those who failed, but rather it's just a reason to show and reveal their failure. It's like a criminal who would criticize the police for revealing his crime and says, "I'm in prison because of the damn police," forgetting that the police only revealed his crime, and it wasn't the reason why he committed it. As long as the test was suitable for the capacities of the students, and as long as they were given absolute freedom to write what they wish without anyone forcing them, then it's a fair test. And if it's a fair test, and that the test wasn't in itself the reason of the failure of these students, so where is the injustice then? The test didn't change anything in the results, but it only revealed those results, and that's why it can never be unfair. In other words, no one fails because they were tested, but because of their unwillingness to seek and employ the available causes of success. And just like a lazy student doesn't have the right to refuse a test that would reveal their failure, a disbeliever also doesn't have the right to refuse a test that will show their ungrateful and criminal attitude. And whomever thinks that it's unfair to come to this worldly test because they weren't given the choice in the beginning, and that that's a good excuse for him in front of God, is just like a man who's presented at court with the charge of murdering all the passengers and raping women on a train. And when the judge asks him why he committed all those crimes, he said that he did because he didn't choose to be on that train from the beginning, because he was on the wrong platform, and that all the things he did weren't crimes because he didn't choose that train. And consequently, he doesn't deserve punishment for the evil he did, or praised for the good things he did.